Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Gellert Grindylow? Who's that? Ron asked, brows furrowed in confusion. Is he famous or something? It's Grindelwald, Ron, Gellert Grindelwald, Hermione corrected, exasperated. Don't tell me you've already forgotten Dumbledore's chocolate frog card? She recited the familiar words with ease. Dumbledore's most famous achievements include defeating the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his notable work in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel. Ron scratched his head. How do you remember everything, Hermione? She ignored him. Her expression turned serious. If Grindelwald has escaped from Nurmengard, things just got a lot worse. Dealing with one Dark Lord is bad enough, but two? If they join forces. You're saying Grindelwald's as dangerous as Voldemort? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. I did some reading. Grindelwald's name appears at the top of nearly every list of the most dangerous dark wizards in history. If Voldemort hadn't come along, he would be considered the worst. But he never extended his terror to Britain, so we never learned much about him in school. Harry frowned. Still, why now? Grindelwald's been locked away for decades. Why would he break out now, just after Voldemort came back? I overheard some Slytherins at breakfast, said Colin Creevey cautiously. They were saying the Dark Lord of the past was released by the Dark Lord of today, and that the two would unite to overthrow Dumbledore. Let me guess, Malfoy and his two goons were involved, Ron said bitterly. A trio destined to be future Death Eaters. Actually no, Colin said. Malfoy wasn't part of the group this time. He's been excluded by the other purebloods. Crabbe and Goyle weren't with him either. Ron blinked. What? Malfoy? Excluded? He's always parading around like the prince of pure blood superiority. Because Lucius Malfoy betrayed Voldemort, said Rolf from beside Luna's bed, his voice calm. Ron was knocked out during the fight in the Department of Mysteries. He may have missed it. But Lucius's last-minute betrayal turned the tide of the battle. Lucius what? Ron sat up so fast his blanket fell off. You've got to be joking. No joke, Harry said. He didn't side with Dumbledore exactly, but he turned on Voldemort, and more importantly, aligned with Professor Dracula. Ron looked stunned. Then slowly, a grin spread across his face. Well, at least that means Draco's life must be miserable right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the other purebloods tried to hex him into next week. Apparently not, Colin said. He's still Slytherin's prefect. Probably using his badge to hide behind professors. As for Crabbe and Goyle, they've abandoned him. They're following Theodore not now. Ha! Ron laughed, then winced as his side ached. Those two always needed someone to follow. I wish I could get out of here just to see the look on Malfoy's face. His amusement was cut short by the sharp clack of heels. Madame Pomfrey swept into the room, eyes narrowed. This is a hospital wing, not a gossip club, she snapped. You're disturbing the patients. She turned her glare on Harry, Rolf, and Colin. And you three out. They hurriedly nodded and made their exit, leaving Ron to stew under Pomfrey's watchful eye with a large goblet of foul-smelling potion. A quiet walk. Outside the infirmary, Harry said goodbye to Rolf and Colin, then made his way alone toward Hagrid's hut by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The corridors were unusually quiet for a Sunday. Most students, free of exams and homework, were outside enjoying the warmth of the afternoon. Harry passed a few groups playing Exploding Snap, some Quidditch players circling the pitch, and even two students swimming with a giant squid in the lake. But none of it reached him. He felt apart. The castle, the laughter, the sunlit grounds, they belonged to a world that didn't seem to include him anymore. Voldemort was back. And now Grindelwald too. Two monsters from different eras, both with their eyes on the wizarding world. And somehow, Harry always ended up in the middle of it. Most students didn't seem to grasp the weight of what was coming. Maybe they believed that Dumbledore or Professor Dracula would protect them. But Harry knew better. He wasn't just a student. He was the boy in the prophecy. The one Voldemort would never stop hunting. A familiar face. As Harry descended the final steps into the marble hallway, he came face to face with an old enemy. Draco Malfoy emerged from the corridor to the Slytherin common room, looking rough. His tie hung loose, his collar askew, and his shirt bore smudges and dust. He looked like he'd been in a fight. They both stopped. For a long moment, neither spoke. The cheerful shouts from the courtyard drifted in from the open doors, completely out of place in the silence between them. Draco's eyes flicked around, no professors in sight. Then he fixed Harry with a cold, bitter look. "You must be feeling proud, Potter." Harry raised an eyebrow. From liar to hero, Draco spat. "All it takes is a newspaper headline, and suddenly the whole school loves you." Harry had never seen Draco so furious. Or so lost. "You're the celebrated savior," Draco continued, his voice low, "while I'm the son of a traitor. Looked down on by everyone, rejected by my own house." "It's not my fault your father turned on Voldemort," Harry said calmly. "And it's not like he had a better option. Dumbledore and Dracula will end this war soon anyway. What are you so afraid of?" Draco flinched at the name. "You need to let go of that fear," Harry added. "Your family's not on his side anymore." Draco's face twisted. He stepped closer. "You think you're some noble preacher, Potter? Just wait. When the war's over, we'll rise again. Our name. Our wealth. Our place above you. You really think the world's going to welcome pure-blood supremacists back with open arms?" Harry asked. "Wake up, Malfoy. Things are changing." "You don't understand," Draco said, voice tight. "You never understood what it means to be pure-blood. My father will restore our status soon enough." "Sure. With Dracula's protection for now." Harry smirked. "But hey, at least it kept him alive." Draco's face twitched, and his hand moved toward his wand. But Harry was faster. His wand was drawn before Draco even reached his pocket. "Potter." The sharp, greasy voice of Professor Snape echoed down the corridor. He strode toward them, robes billowing. The moment Harry saw him, a rush of complicated emotions surged inside. Resentment, distrust, and something else. Something unresolved. Snape had once delivered part of the prophecy to Voldemort. That had led to his parents' deaths. Even if he had saved Harry's life later, the old wounds remained. "What exactly are you doing, Potter?" Snape demanded coldly. "I was thinking about which spell to use on Malfoy, sir," Harry replied bitterly. "Lower your wand. Now." Snape's voice cut like ice. 10 points from Gryffindor." He glanced at the hourglasses and sneered. "Oh, no points left to deduct? Well, I suppose we'll add a few more?" came a familiar voice. Professor McGonagall appeared at the top of the stone steps, smiling briskly. "Professor Snape," she said pleasantly, "I think Potter and his friends have earned 50 points each for alerting the school to the return of you-know-who." Snape blinked. "Excuse me, what?" "You heard me," McGonagall said, tapping her wand. With a soft clink, a cascade of rubies filled Gryffindor's hourglass. 50 each for Potter, the Weasleys, Longbottom, and Miss Granger. "And perhaps some points for Mr. Scamander and Miss Lovegood as well," she added. Sapphires and topaz spilled into Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's hourglasses. "And now," she continued cheerfully, 10 points from Mr. Potter, which still leaves him well ahead, doesn't it?" A few rubies floated back, but the hourglass still gleamed red. "Potter Malfoy," McGonagall said, "go outside and enjoy the sunshine. It's a beautiful day, and with Umbridge gone, the air in this castle is finally breathable." She smiled, clearly relishing the Ministry's retreat from Hogwarts. Harry hesitated. "Professor, you're not worried about Grindelwald?" McGonagall's expression shifted slightly. She gave Harry a long, thoughtful look. "Yes, Grindelwald is dangerous, no doubt about it. But for Dumbledore, and perhaps for all of us, his return may not be entirely bad." She adjusted her hat and walked past them, leaving Harry and Draco standing in the corridor, equally stunned. For the Austrian magical community, the past week had been consumed by unease. Unlike the British wizarding world, where Dumbledore's presence had always served as a shield, Austria had long lived in the lingering shadow of Gellert Grindelwald. Even after 50 years, his name still held weight. His legacy haunted the halls of Durmstrang, where a deathly hallow symbol, carved into stone by Grindelwald himself, remained etched on a school wall, untouched and indestructible by every headmaster since. Now, whispers of his escape had become a storm. The Austrian Ministry of Magic, paralyzed by uncertainty, knew Grindelwald's magic had been suppressed for decades by high-level enchantments, yet they dared not risk a direct confrontation. Rather than deploy Aurors into the mountains, they sent frantic owls to neighboring ministries, begging for a coalition response. That was when the Daily Prophet reported Grindelwald's escape to the wider wizarding world. But even as panic swept across Europe, Grindelwald stood, calm and unhurried, atop a snow-swept peak in the Alps, not far from Nurmengard, in plain sight of the ministry he once terrified. Beside him stood Dracula. The wind howled across the summit, whipping at their cloaks. Grindelwald raised a hand, brushing white hair from his face and narrowing his eyes at the vast, mountainous expanse below. "Freedom," he murmured, voice quiet as the wind. "So this is what it feels like." Dracula studied him in silence. He had expected elation or manic energy, something volatile. But instead, Grindelwald stood with quiet detachment, as if this were merely a stroll after a long day indoors. Dracula, of course, knew confinement. He had slept in his coffin for 100 years, time slipping by like pages fluttering in the wind. But Grindelwald had endured something far more brutal, a tiny dark cell in Nurmengard. 50 years of silence. 50 years of nothing. It was a miracle he hadn't gone mad. "Strange," Dracula said at last, turning toward him. "You've been trapped for half a century, and yet you seem so composed." Grindelwald chuckled. "What's the point of screaming at the wind?" He looked toward a distant village tucked in the valley. "This used to be my stronghold. Now it feels like a stranger's home." He fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, as if irritated, he lifted a hand into the air and clenched it into a fist. The wind stopped. Instantly. The cold air fell still, and the snowflakes suspended mid-flight sank gently to the earth. Dracula smiled. "I see prison hasn't dulled you after all. So, what now? Planning to rally your old followers? Revive the 10 saints of Grindelwald?" Grindelwald snorted, shaking his head. "Old men don't gather saints. These days, I'm more interested in school politics." Dracula blinked. "I want to experience what it's like to be a headmaster," Grindelwald said with a roguish grin. "Maybe even stay in the position for decades, like Albus." Durmstrang Institute, Northern Europe. In a stark, fortress-like school on Europe's northern edge, Durmstrang was celebrating its graduation ceremony in the main hall. The hall, plain and imposing, was filled with students clad in deep red robes. Their pointed leather hats rested neatly on the long tables in front of them. At the podium stood a tall, sallow young man with a hooked nose, Victor Krum, world-famous Quidditch star and the current head boy. His expression was as serious as ever. "The graduation ceremony has reached its conclusion," he said in his deep voice. "There remains one final announcement." Krum raised his parchment. "Since Headmaster Karkaroff fled last year, Durmstrang has been overseen by Deputy Headmaster Monty. In light of fairness and tradition, Professor Monty has proposed a school-wide vote to determine the next headmaster." He gestured toward the ceiling. "All students and staff, please raise your wands and cast a spark if you support Professor Monty as the next." A soft hum interrupted him. Gasps followed as a figure suddenly shimmered into existence atop the stage. He had light blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, a small white beard, and the relaxed confidence of someone entirely at ease. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important," the man said casually, stepping forward with a kind of smile that made you forget to ask questions. Krum instinctively moved aside, giving the stranger the center of the stage. "Who are you?" Krum asked cautiously, though the words were half-hearted. Deep down, he already knew. The stranger's eyes swept across the hall with fond nostalgia. "I haven't stood in this hall in over 100 years." Whispers spread like wildfire. Some students began to rise, confused and indignant. But the older professors looked pale, frozen in their seats. Even Monty, usually stern and self-assured, seemed struck dumb, mouth slightly agape. Then, in a trembling voice, he spoke. "Grindelwald, why are you here?" The room fell silent. Even the skeptical students now stared, wide-eyed. The Gellert Grindelwald, one of the most infamous dark wizards in history, was standing in the hall at their graduation. He smiled like a returning alumnus. "I was a student here long ago," he said, his voice warm and charismatic. "I came back simply to revisit the past. To see how my alma mater has changed." Sweat trickled down Monty's face. Every instinct told him to run, but his legs wouldn't move. Grindelwald's gaze swept across the crowd. "Though I must say, I arrived at an interesting time. You're electing a new headmaster, yes?" Monty stammered. You're not thinking?" "Relax, Professor Monty," Grindelwald said smoothly. "You pride yourself on fairness, don't you? Let's not abandon it now." He turned to the students and spread his arms with theatrical grace. "Fellow Durmstrang alumni, allow me to join your election, as a former student, of course. Let the vote decide. Monty stared at him, utterly defeated. He remembered the old saying from Grindelwald's era. If you disagree with him, listen to him speak for 5 minutes. You'll become his follower by the 6th. Monty had thought it an exaggeration, until now. He slowly lowered his wand. It is Durmstrang's honor, he said through gritted teeth, to welcome such a distinguished candidate into the election. Grindelwald chuckled. And across the crowd of stunned students, some terrified, others quietly thrilled, the whisper passed again and again. Grindelwald has returned.
I disagree. However, just as Vice Principal Monty agreed to Grindelwald's participation in the principal election, another voice interrupted him. Grindelwald turned around and saw Krum, who had moved to the audience, returning to the podium again, looking at him with eyes full of resentment. How can he be allowed to run for principal? He is a murderer. Krum shouted. He was the one who killed my grandfather 60 years ago. Victor, don't talk nonsense, get out of there quickly. Monty was startled by Klum's sudden protest and hurriedly stopped him. He was afraid that Grindelwald would be unhappy and kill the star Quidditch player on the spot. At the same time, Monty had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If Grindelwald was really angry and killed Krum, the president of Durmstrang's student union, he would naturally be on the opposite side of Durmstrang's students, and it would be difficult to gain the support of the students. If things really develop like this, Monty believes that he still has a chance of getting the position of principal. However, decades in prison did not diminish Grindelwald's level of demagoguery. Instead of being angry, he showed a gentle smile with a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry to hear this news. Grindelwald said softly, I can understand your mood, Mr. Krum. The death of a loved one is an extremely sad thing. As he spoke, he sighed deeply. Many people died in that war, including members of the International Federation of Wizards, Aurors from various ministries of magic, and many wizards who did not agree with my ideas. But Grindelwald suddenly changed the subject. But my friends and many of my brothers and sisters also paid a heavy price. Many people died for our common ideals, just like your grandfather. Same. I don't agree with your evaluation of me, Mr. Krum. Rather than saying that I am a murderer, I think of myself as a fighter who fights for great ideals. I have indeed hurt other people, this is undeniable, but all the sacrifices on our journey are for the greater good, so that wizards can no longer hide and appear in public openly. Do you think I did something wrong, Mr. Krum? Grindelwald looked at Krum deeply, with that compassionate and gentle smile still on his face. Krum opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He was not good at words. Faced with Grindelwald's sharp words, he could not think of any angle to refute. You are sophistry. Krum could only stumble back. Yes, I was indeed quibbling. Not only did Grindelwald not object, but he admitted it openly, because I lost in the end of that war. No matter how I quibbled, I failed. Sighed, and history is written by the victors. To this end, I want to ask everyone here, do you really believe that everything described in the history of magic, the International Federation of Wizards' evaluation of me, and the criticism of me from the elders, are all correct? Does it all have to be true? As Grindelwald finished speaking, whispers gradually filled the hall. The Durmstrang students, who already had many admirers of Grindelwald, could not help but begin to doubt the authenticity of history. How could such a charming wizard who talked to everyone gently and calmly be judged by the outside world? Why is it so unbearable? Some of these passionate little wizards have directly become loyal fans of Grindelwald, feeling that all negative comments about him are caused by deliberate smearing by the victors of the war. Vice Principal Monty saw it more clearly. He knew that Grindelwald's speech had already begun when Krum rushed to the stage. The Dark Lord doesn't have to choose the right time or place, he can convey his thoughts to everyone present anytime and anywhere. Krum wanted to continue to refute, but Grindelwald gave him no chance to disturb the atmosphere and glanced at him with blue eyes. Mr. Krum, go back to your seat first, and leave this to me, Grindelwald said gently. His words seemed to have magic power. Krum suddenly lost his mind, nodded obediently, walked off the podium, and returned to his seat in the first row. Grindelwald has never been a kind person, and the silent imperious curse is just right here. The atmosphere on the court was getting warmer, and no one cared about Krum's abnormality. They just thought that he had been persuaded by Grindelwald and chose to let go of the hatred of his grandfather's generation. Grindelwald curled up with a satisfied smile, took 2 steps forward, and came to the front of the podium. He did not stop the students who were whispering among each other, and directly started his speech in this enthusiastic atmosphere. Dear fellow Durmstrang juniors, nice to meet you. Durmstrang is one of the greatest magic schools in the entire wizarding world. I was once a student of this school. Of course, I am a little worse than these graduates in the audience because I have not completed my studies. He was fired by the principal. There was a burst of good-natured laughter in the hall. Grindelwald's self-ridicule undoubtedly brought him closer to his students, and also made the image of the unreachable Dark Lord more real and visible. We all know that Durmstrang never recruits Muggle-born wizards. Everyone here has the purest wizard blood flowing in their bodies. You are the most loyal and steadfast people to the wizarding world. You will keep fighting for the continuation of magic. Everyone here knows that I failed in that war and lost to Dumbledore. At that time, I thought I had really done something wrong, so I promised him to disband the organization I had worked so hard to establish and to stop waging war. Then I was tied up in a small cell and stayed there for 50 years. To this day, when I came out, I saw that the current situation of the wizarding world is no different from that of 50 years ago. It has even been compressed even smaller by the accelerating development of Muggle society. So I once again confirmed that what I did at that time was correct. If the wizarding world is allowed to continue to compromise with the Muggles like Dumbledore did, then our living space will be suppressed by the Muggles. Sooner or later, there will be only a corner of the wizarding world left, and only a few people will be left. A wizard is living under Muggle oppression. Grindelwald raised one hand high, his expression solemn and extremely serious. The whispers and whispers disappeared, and the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Grindelwald on the podium, watching him address the increasingly serious problems in the wizarding world. Some professors looked very nervous. They were afraid that Grindelwald would say something like starting a war again, or that he would drag Durmstrang into the center of a new whirlpool. Grindelwald saw their nervous expressions and smiled softly. "Don't worry, you don't have to be too nervous," he said. "I am already old and have no interest in starting another war to prove my rights and wrongs, and there is no reason to use more blood to water this indescribable war. The road to the end. Now I just want to leave some thoughts to this magical world and pass on my thoughts. You young people are the future of the magical world. Even if I cannot see the day when the magical world will see the light of day again in my lifetime, I hope that the seed of freedom can be passed down among you from generation to generation, making the future of wizards brighter along the way. If anyone is willing to pass on this idea, then please raise your magic wand." The hall was quiet for a moment. The next moment, all the students present stood up at the same time and raised their wands high. Countless sparks and magic spells gathered together, like countless rising stars, reflecting an extremely shining light in the sky above this hall. "Thank you for your support. History will always remember this moment. I have seen that each of you are part of the future of the magic world. You make the glory of magic even more dazzling. There is no suspense about this principal election. Except for students like Crumb who really had a deep hatred for Grindelwald, almost everyone voted for Grindelwald. Even some young professors couldn't restrain their inner enthusiasm and raised their wands to cast on the ceiling. Spark charm. Today is indeed a historic day. The previous generation of Dark Lord actually became the principal of Durmstrang Magic School, and there was no oppression or coercion or inducement in the process. Instead, he successfully rose to the position with an invincible attitude that everyone expected. In the corner of the hall, there was a handsome bat hanging upside down under a beam, watching the scene quietly. Dracula remembered that Dumbledore had said that Grindelwald had been imprisoned in Nurmengard for 50 years and seemed to regret what he had done. Judging from Grindelwald's speech and actions today, he actually has no regrets and still believes that what he did was correct. But Grindelwald did change. He no longer attempts to solve problems through violent means, and has no thoughts of starting another war. He just wants to pass on his ideas. The wizarding world is indeed getting smaller, and Dracula feels this most clearly. 1,000 years ago, all places beyond the reach of Muggles, such as high mountains, deep forests, and the center of large lakes, were territories where wizards could move at will. However, as Muggle technology continues to develop, the area that can be explored becomes wider and wider, and the wizard's activity space is correspondingly compressed and narrowed. Nowadays, Diagon Alley has to be squeezed out of a Muggle neighborhood by magic. Young wizards have to enter the Muggle station to go to school, and enter the exclusive area for wizards from between two Muggle stations. Train. As Muggle technology continues to develop, will they be able to invent a machine that can detect magic? Dracula wasn't sure, but this also proved that Grindelwald's theory made sense to a large extent. Of course, Dumbledore was not wrong. Everything he did was to protect ordinary people in the magical world from war. Reducing the casualties of wizards was also an important measure to maintain the development of the magical world. Dumbledore has not been able to resolve the conflict between Muggles and the wizarding world over the years, and this is also because there are always dark wizards such as Voldemort who are causing trouble everywhere waiting for him to deal with, leaving him too busy to do anything else. By now, it is no longer clear who is right and who is wrong. Just when the previous generation of Dark Lord had just established himself as a headmaster with a similar status to Dumbledore, another Dark Lord was listening to his subordinates explain the information he had gathered. "Severus, are you saying, the wand Dumbledore is holding is probably the legendary Elder Wand?" Voldemort stroked the original wand in his hand, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. "Yes, Master," Snape said calmly. "I also came to this conclusion by accidentally discovering that Dumbledore was studying the Deathly Hallows recently and often compared his wand with the Deathly Hallows patterns. No wonder that old guy still has such a powerful power at such an old age." Voldemort licked his dry lips. "If I can get the most powerful wand." He suddenly restrained his greedy mood and told Snape, "Severus, I have to make proper arrangements for this matter, and don't tell anyone." "I understand." Snape nodded. "Okay, go down," Voldemort said. "Don't leave Hogwarts for too long, or you will be suspected by Dumbledore." Snape bent down slightly, then turned and left the dark old house where Voldemort was. However, just as he was about to apparate back to Hogwarts, a messy long black hair stood in front of Snape. "What's the matter, Bellatrix?" Snape asked dully. "Actually, you should know it very well, Snape." Bellatrix Lestrange stared at him suspiciously and said coldly, "I don't trust you." Snape curled his lips and looked mockingly at Bellatrix's angry face. "Tell me, there has to be a reason," he said. "Why don't you believe me?" There are 100 reasons. Bellatrix glanced at the house where Voldemort was, making sure that he could not hear the conversation between the two people, and then said loudly, "Where to begin? Where were you when the Dark Lord fell from power? Why didn't you make any effort to find him after he disappeared? What did you do in these years of living under Dumbledore? Also, why didn't you come back immediately after the Dark Lord's resurrection? Where were you when we fought bravely to obtain the prophecy ball for the Dark Lord a few weeks ago? And most importantly, Snape, Harry, why is Potter still alive? He has 5 years to do with you as you please." She stopped, her breasts heaving violently, her cheeks flushed. Snape looked at her blankly, then suddenly laughed. "Is that all?" he asked contemptuously. "That's all." Bellatrix looked at Snape in disbelief. "Do you think these questions are not enough?" "Obviously not enough," Snape said in a most sarcastic tone. "Before I answer you, oh, yes, Bellatrix, I can answer your question without hesitation. Not only that, you can tell my words to those who talk about me behind my back, and you can also report the untrue words about my rebellion to the Dark Lord. But before I answer you, let me ask you a question dash." Snape curled up the corners of his mouth in a contemptuous arc and stared into Bellatrix's eyes. "Do you really think the Dark Lord hasn't asked me every one of these questions?" he said calmly. "Do you really think that if I didn't give a satisfactory answer, I would still be standing here? Talk to you?" Bellatrix visibly hesitated. "I know he believes you, but do you think he's mistaken? Or that I actually tricked him? That I tricked the Dark Lord, the greatest wizard the wizarding world has ever known, the greatest master of legilimency in the world?" Snape put the hat on Voldemort's head one by one, but in Bellatrix's eyes, his Dark Lord was indeed as great, excellent, and powerful as Snape described. Bellatrix said nothing, but for the first time she looked confused. Snape smiled slightly proudly, but did not hold on. "You just asked where I was when the Dark Lord fell from power, right?" He adjusted his sleeves and then said, "I was where he ordered me to be, at Hogwarts, because he wanted me to be there. Albus Dumbledore was being spied on there. I guess you must know that I accepted that teaching position only after obeying the Dark Lord's orders, right?" She nodded almost imperceptibly and opened her mouth to speak, but Snape stopped her first. "You also asked why I didn't try hard to find him after he disappeared." His face darkened slightly. "In fact, the reason why I didn't search for him is that with Everly, Yaxley, and Carr the Luo brothers and sisters, and many others, I thought he was dead." When Snape said this, he forced himself to think back to the night when Lily was killed by Voldemort. His expression was extremely sad and remorseful, and he was not hypocritical at all. In Bella's eyes, this was Snape's regret for leaving the Dark Lord and his repentance for not looking for him. Her eyes softened slightly. "I'm not proud of it, I did it wrong, but that's the way it is. If he can't forgive us for losing our faith, then he won't have many followers left. He still has me." Bellatrix said excitedly. "For him, I squatted in Azkaban for many years." Yes, you are in good spirits," Snape said in a dry voice, "but don't you think? You staying in prison won't be of much use to him, but this gesture is undoubtedly very useful." "Okay, posture," Bella screamed, looking very mad in her rage. "While I was enduring the torture of the Dementors, you were hiding in Hogwarts, comfortably playing Dumbledore's darling." "Not really," Snape said calmly. "Dumbledore refused to give me the defense against the dark arts teaching position. You know, he seemed to think that it would make me fall again, and lure me back to the past. Old road. Is that the sacrifice you made for the Dark Lord? Not being able to teach your favorite subject?" Bella sneered. "Why do you stay there, Snape? Still spying on Dumbledore, for you do you believe in the dead master?" "Maybe not," Snape said non-committally, "but the Dark Lord is very happy that I didn't give up my teaching position. When he comes back, I can provide him with 16 years of information about Dumbledore, which is better than endless memories of Aziz. Considering the tragic situation of Caban, this is a more valuable greeting gift." "But you stayed dash." "Yes, Bellatrix, I'm staying." Snape continued, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. "I have a comfortable job, why go to Azkaban and go to jail? The Ministry of Magic was rounding up Death Eaters at the time, and Dumbledore's protection saved me from prison. I don't need to use such convenient conditions in vain. I'll repeat it again, the Dark Lord didn't even complain about my staying. I don't understand why you make such irresponsible remarks." Bellatrix opened her mouth, but at this time it seemed that whatever she said was disrespectful to the Dark Lord, so she closed her mouth depressedly. "I think what you want to know next is," Snape pressed closer and raised his voice slightly, "why I didn't help the Dark Lord obtain the Philosopher's Stone 4 years ago." Bella nodded subconsciously. "This question is also easy to answer," Snape said calmly. "The Dark Lord didn't know if he could trust me at that time. He thought, just like you, that I had changed from a loyal Death Eater to Diamble, Leto's lackey. He was in a very pitiable situation, very weak, sharing a body with a mediocre wizard. He did not dare to expose himself to a former subordinate. What if that subordinate reported him to Dumbledore? It was only when he was on the verge of failure that he finally chose to believe in me, but was destroyed by Dracula." Snape shook his head and said, "I feel very sorry for this, otherwise, he could have made a comeback 3 years earlier." "You mean, he already believed you at that time 4 years ago?" Bellatrix's lips moved, as if she had swallowed a particularly unpleasant medicine. "Exactly." Snape nodded and said, "But if he could have believed in me earlier, maybe this matter would not have been destroyed by Dracula. Of course, he was also the one who stole the Sorcerer's Stone at that time." a reason for me to stay at Hogwarts. But when he came back, you didn't come back immediately, and when you felt the dark mark burning, you didn't come back to him immediately. Bella still picked at the loophole, unconvinced. I do not deny that I did not come back immediately because I could not expose the fact that I was still working for the Dark Lord. Snape said matter-of-factly, I must maintain my undercover status with Dumbledore and I cannot let him see any flaws. Bellatrix, you don't think it's easy to maintain your identity under a great wizard without being suspected, do you? It is indeed not easy to maintain one's identity under a great wizard, but in Snape's opinion, it is much easier to hide from Voldemort than to hide from Dumbledore. Voldemort relied too much on his legilimency, but he didn't know that Snape was also a master of legilimency no worse than him. He could completely control his own thoughts and only let Voldemort see the side he wanted to show. But Dumbledore is different. Although the old principal had legilimency abilities that were even better than Voldemort's, he rarely used this skill easily. Many years of teaching career have made him prefer to use his own eyes to observe and discover details that many people cannot notice. Snape's thoughts returned to the past, looking at Bellatrix's still unconvinced expression, thinking of Voldemort's self-righteous arrogance, and suddenly felt that they were still far from Dumbledore's level. But you did nothing. Bellatrix was still yelling angrily. The rest of us were risking our lives and dying for the Dark Lord, and yet again you weren't there. How can you deny this? Snape. The order I received was to stay behind. Snape shook his head and said impatiently, do you not agree with the Dark Lord's idea? Do you think that if I join the Death Eaters' camp to fight against the Order of the Phoenix, would Dumbledore be unaware? Besides, with all due respect, the risk you are talking about, you are actually facing 7 children who are only in 4th and 5th grade, aren't you? You clearly know that soon half of the Order of the Phoenix joined in. Bellatrix growled, and you are still avoiding my most important question, why Harry Potter still alive? In the past 5 years, you could have killed him at any time, but you didn't do it. Tell me why. Don't you understand what I mean? Snape's voice became colder. Thanks to Dumbledore's protection, I was not imprisoned in Azkaban. Do you think I killed his favorite disciple? Won't you turn against me? And I soon discovered that Potter had no ability to fight the Dark Lord at all. He just relied on luck and the help of many of his friends and professors to barely get out of many difficulties. He's mediocre to the extreme, but he's just as smug and annoying as his father. He's no threat to the Dark Lord at all, do you understand me? After saying this, Snape seemed to have no patience to continue making meaningless excuses. He threw his cloak heavily behind him, then stepped away from Bellatrix. Not long after, Snape, who was fully trusted by Voldemort, appeared in the principal's office at Hogwarts, quietly looking at Dumbledore behind the desk. I don't understand why you revealed the news about the Deathly Hallows to the Dark Lord. Snape asked, if he gets this wand, it will be difficult for anyone to stop him from becoming more powerful. Yes, I know that very well. Dumbledore said softly, stroking the Elder Wand in his hand. But you still let me do it. Snape's voice was very stiff. Believe me, Severus, it is necessary for Voldemort to get this wand. Dumbledore said. The wand he used when he was in school broke a year ago. It was destroyed with Harry's wand. Under the influence of the flashback spell, he should really want to find a new wand. But he has recently got a brand new wand, which he forced Ollivander to make temporarily for him. Snape said, he does not necessarily have to be interested in this Elder Wand. No, I know Tom. He will not let go of anything that can enhance his strength. Dumbledore chuckled, he will definitely be eager to get this wand. Forgive me for not understanding. What's the point of putting so much effort into getting the Elder Wand into his hands? Snape said in a mocking tone, in order to find yourself a stronger opponent. Don't worry yet, Severus. Dumbledore shook his head and motioned Snape to sit down on the sofa opposite. I think, it's time to tell you some things. After working as a spy for you for so long, have I finally gained the trust of the great Professor Dumbledore? Snape sneered and turned to sit on the sofa. What are you going to tell me? He asked. Dumbledore took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I want to tell you something very important, Severus. I hope you can control your mood temporarily. With the joint research of Professor Dracula and me, we have restored the truth from 15 years ago, on the night when Voldemort tried to kill Harry. When Lily used her life to stand between them, the truth that took her life was restored. The curse bounced back on Voldemort himself. A fragment of Voldemort's soul was blown away and attached to the only living soul in the house. Upon hearing this, Snape's mocking expression gradually changed, and his penis slowly shrank. I think you have guessed that part of Voldemort's soul lives in Harry. Therefore, Harry has the ability to talk to snakes and can connect to Voldemort's thoughts. Harry has formed an alternative Horcrux. As long as the fragment of soul that has not been discovered by Voldemort is still attached to Harry, Voldemort can never truly die. The sofa Snape was leaning on was very close to Dumbledore, but in his eyes, Dumbledore's figure seemed to be getting further and further away, and Dumbledore's voice made a distant echo in his ears. Then the boy must die. Snape asked calmly. Yes, Severus. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, and Voldemort must do it himself. That is very important. There was another long silence. I thought, for so many years, I thought we were protecting him. Snape's voice became trembling. For her, for Lily. We protect him because we must train him, and let him hone his abilities and will, Dumbledore said with difficulty, still closing his eyes tightly. When he chooses to die resolutely, it means the end of Voldemort. Dumbledore slowly opened his eyes and looked at Snape quietly. You let him live just so that he can die at the right time. Snape's expression became very ugly. I worked as an undercover agent for you, made up lies for you, and risked my life for you. All of this, you said, was to ensure the safety of Lily Potter's son. But now you tell me that you raised him like raising a pig for slaughter. How touching, Severus, Dumbledore said softly. Are you really starting to like that boy? Do you think I like him? Snape stood up uncontrollably, drew out his wand, and waved it heavily. Exvoking God's protection, exp. The candlelight in the principal's office seemed to dim. A bright silver deer flew out from the tip of Snape's staff, jumped lightly in the air around the office, and finally flew out of the window and disappeared into the night. Dumbledore looked back blankly and watched it go away, watching its silver light disappear, and then turned to look at Snape, whose eyes were filled with tears at some point. Lily, after all this time, are you still? Always, said Snape. Dumbledore fell silent and didn't say a word for a long time. Snape just stared at Dumbledore, as if waiting for the far-reaching old headmaster to give him an explanation and tell him the meaning of everything he had done to protect Harry. After a long time, Dumbledore sighed deeply and wiped the tears from his eyes with emotion. I will give you an explanation, Severus. He said slowly, you have to know that I also don't want Harry to go down the destined path. He is still so young. Dumbledore's voice was very soft, almost as if he was talking to himself, as if this explanation was not for Snape, but for himself. This is why I exposed the existence of the Elder Wand to Voldemort. I need to let him get this wand. But before Voldemort gets this wand, the owner of the wand must be you. Snape froze. Are you kidding? He frowned. How can I get the recognition of the Elder Wand from your hand? It is a Deathly Hallows anyway. I'm not kidding, Severus. Dumbledore said softly, I will find a suitable opportunity for you to kill me in front of other Death Eaters. Only you can kill me yourself. In order to completely gain Voldemort's trust. I tell you, Dumbledore, this joke is not funny at all. Snape sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, if you want to change the subject in such a boring way, then I can only say that you are really the old lake is painted. Please listen to me, Severus, I am telling you a plan very seriously, a plan that has a glimmer of hope for Harry to survive. Dumbledore looked at Snape and said seriously, then keep talking. Snape swung his cloak and sat back on the sofa. I'm curious about what tricks you are playing. Dumbledore smiled and looked at Snape's eyes through his glasses with his deep blue eyes, his expression looking very relaxed. But the words that came out of his mouth were like a stormy wave, shaking Snape's heart heavily. I only came up with this plan not long ago because I got this ring from Voldemort by chance. Dumbledore smiled and rubbed the black gemstone ring on his index finger, and said to Snape, perhaps you have guessed that this is one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. Now I have both the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone in my hand, and I also know the whereabouts of the Invisibility Cloak. So it's just the right time. The Deathly Hallows, which we have been searching for decades to no avail, are easily gathered here. One place. In legend, the person who collects the 3 Deathly Hallows will become the Master of Death. This is obviously a myth and exaggerated. The Deathly Hallows are just 3 extremely powerful magical creations. But after my research, I found that the combination of these 3 magical artifacts does have some special effects. It allows the holder to have a choice on the way to death, and can stop in the narrow gap between life and death. With this ability, I can wait for Harry's arrival in the Lost Land and guide his wandering soul back into my body. This is the only way to keep Harry alive. Dumbledore looked at Snape gently. His tone was quite calm, as if he was talking about something ordinary. Snape seemed shocked by Dumbledore's thoughts. His penis shrank violently, his throat was choked, and he didn't make any sound for a long time. Dumbledore didn't speak, just looked at him quietly, waiting for him to digest the complex and shocking information. The starlight outside the window gradually dimmed, and a ray of dawn flashed across the distant sky. Are you crazy? Snape shouted loudly. What do you think? Using the life of a great wizard to exchange for an ordinary student? And at this moment when the wizarding world is in chaos, the value of life is equally precious, Severus, no one is better than the other. Dumbledore chuckled. Why not exchange the life of an old man like me for the survival of a young man? This is completely different. Snape growled. Can I understand this? Voldemort is trying to destroy the stability of the wizarding world. At this time, as the only wizard he fears, you are planning to escape. Don't worry too much. I'm not the only one in the wizarding world who can deal with Voldemort. Dumbledore still said gently, Professor Dracula will not leave the students alone. What about Grindelwald? Snape asked. He escaped from Nurmengard not long ago. Don't tell me you don't know the news. Don't worry, Grindelwald has changed a lot from 50 years ago, and he will not start another war. Dumbledore said, as for his philosophy. In fact, that was also mine. It's not necessarily a bad thing to change the thinking of the magical world. Don't look at me like that, Severus, I didn't go on this road just to save Harry's life. I have other things to do on the way to death. Voldemort is not the only threat to the wizarding world. Behind Voldemort there is a more terrifying god of death waiting for an opportunity. At that time, I will deal with the threat of death. As for Voldemort and other dark wizards in this world, I will leave it to you. His tone was light, but his blue eyes looked sharply at Snape, as if he could truly see the soul of what they had been talking about. After a long moment, Snape nodded stiffly. Outside the window, wisps of bright sunlight lit up from the horizon, illuminating the Black Lake and the castle inch by inch, dispelling the last darkness before dawn. Dumbledore seemed satisfied. "Thank you, Severus," he whispered softly, while walking around the desk, close to Snape's ear, and slowly told him his plan. A lot happened this summer. Voldemort was back, the Daily Prophet published the story, and the Ministry of Magic distributed free wartime emergency defense against the dark arts household pamphlets to every wizarding family. 50 years later, the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, escaped from Nurmengard and took over as the headmaster of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Many parents in Durmstrang protested, but the students in the school seemed to be possessed. Most of them were unwilling to go home for the summer vacation, but preferred to stay in Durmstrang and listen to Grindelwald give them lectures. The Austrian Ministry of Magic turned to the International Confederation of Wizards and tried to arrange for Aurors to sneak into the school to investigate the situation. However, usually before entering Durmstrang's castle, the Aurors would lose their minds and wander around like headless flies. Many original 7th grade students have graduated. Victor Krum, a well-known seeker in the wizarding world, did not stay in Durmstrang to listen to Grinder like his other classmates because of an old grudge against his grandfather. Wa imparted his ideas. He left school and returned to the Bulgarian Quidditch team to become a professional player. However, due to the activity of the two Dark Lords, most wizards tended to stay at home, and the Quidditch movement became somewhat declining, and the prospects were worrying. Fred and George also graduated successfully, and they opened a joke shop in Diagon Alley with the galleons they won from Bagman. Because of the increasingly repressive atmosphere in the wizarding world, the joke shop was welcomed by many wizards. Their business was very prosperous, and it took only 2 months to find the confidence to open a branch in Hogsmeade. In addition, the government of the British Ministry of Magic has also changed. So you are no longer the Minister of Magic. Dracula took a newspaper away from his face and looked at the guy in front of him with a pale round face and 2 teeth exposed outside his lips with interest. Yes, your Majesty Earl. Fudge replied cautiously. The newspaper originally held in Dracula's hand was thrown lightly on the table next to him. The title on it was, Ms. Bones succeeds Fudge as the new Minister of Magic. Most of the front page was taken up by a large black and white photo of a witch, standing on a stage with a serious face and waving her hands outside the frame. Ms. Amelia Bones, the former director of the Department of Magical Legal Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, is confirmed to succeed Cornelius Fudge as Minister of Magic, and Rufus Scrimgeour, the former director of the Auror Office, takes over as director of the Department of Magical Legal Enforcement. One position. This appointment was widely and warmly welcomed by the wizarding community because of the evasion and inaction of the former Minister of Magic Fudge, as well as the confirmation of the rumored evidence that he had become a vampire. Read the newspaper. Dracula looked at the reserved Fudge and said, "Tisk. Didn't you hide your identity as a vampire very well? Why were you exposed anyway?" he asked. "I thought you could hide it forever. Those 2 bitches, Amelia Bones and Scrimgeour, tampered with one of my popular public speeches," Fudge said bitterly. "It was originally a cloudy day, because that's why I agreed to speak outdoors. Who would have known that these 2 people used the simple excuse of needing good weather to appease the magic world and used weather spells to move the clouds away? So you exposed your identity as a vampire on the spot." Dracula gloated and laughed. "Just be lucky. It's pretty good that a low-level vampire like you didn't turn into ashes when exposed to sunlight. But all my early efforts were in vain." Fudge covered his round face and said painfully, "The same goes for those who voted. I tried my best to send each of them a letter the day before. A makeshift defense against the dark arts manual, and the next day they turned against me." "What manual?" Dracula asked curiously. "A temporary defense manual in time of war," Fudge said, taking out a purple booklet from his arms and handing it to Dracula. The brochure is printed with eye-catching words. "Published with permission from the Ministry of Magic. Protect you and your family from black magic. If you see or encounter an inferi, please report it to the Ministry of Magic immediately." Dracula flipped through the wartime pamphlet and then curled his lips. "It's such a thin booklet with no substantial content. How do you expect those wizards to support you with this?" He glanced at Fudge mockingly and said casually, "You can't say that." Fudge murmured, "I'm just a little bit unwilling and feel that I shouldn't be kicked out so hastily." "Why, can I understand that you are blaming me for turning you into a vampire?" Dracula raised his eyebrows. Don't dare. Fudge shook his head quickly. His current identity is just a low-level vampire who came to Dracula's castle to meet the leader of the vampires. He was surrounded by high-level vampires with terrifying auras, and he did not dare to have any thoughts of offending Dracula. What's more, he also wanted to ask for help this time. Otherwise, he would have found a place to hide secretly by himself. How would he have come to a place full of vampires to find trouble for himself? "Tell me, what is your purpose for coming to me?" Dracula asked casually. "I don't believe you are a person who is willing to completely integrate into the vampire family." Yes, I do want to trouble the Earl with something." Fudge bent down and said with an apologetic smile, "I know that you have the absolute right to speak in the vampire clan, and the werewolves not far away also have your right to speak. Influence, so I came to you specifically. I'm here on behalf of the Ministry of Magic. I hope to form an alliance with the vampires and the 2 groups to fight against you-know-who and Grindelwald." Dracula glanced at Fudge, feeling a little funny. Have you not already abdicated? How can you still come to negotiate on behalf of the Ministry of Magic? Dracula asked. I haven't completely failed yet. As long as I can negotiate the cooperation between the Ministry of Magic and vampires and werewolves, I can make great contributions to the Ministry of Magic. Seeing that he couldn't hide it from Dracula, Fudge simply told the truth. When Amelia Bones makes some big mistakes, I may well get another chance to come back as minister. Is that so? Dracula chuckled. Then why don't you take a look and see who this is? He snapped his fingers. A curtain was pushed open, and a middle-aged witch stood behind the curtain, looking at Fudge with a serious expression. Her face looked exactly like the one in the newspaper next to her. Amelia. Fudge was so frightened that he almost jumped up and asked, stammering, why are you here? I'm fulfilling the few good administrative directions of the previous minister, Amelia Bones said quietly. In view of Count Dracula's good relationship with the teachers and students of Hogwarts in the past, the decision-making team of the Ministry of Magic believes that he is a powerful force that can be fought for, and the identity of Count Dracula determines that I must come here in person to negotiate. However, I didn't expect that during our discussion, I found a familiar name coming to visit. Amelia stared at Fudge and said seriously, Connolly, don't you have any reflection on why you stepped down? The exposure of your vampire identity is just an introduction. The wizarding people have been dissatisfied with your inaction for a long time. I concealed the news about the mysterious man just to suppress the panic in the wizarding world. Fudge argued stiffly, who knows what will happen to those ignorant wizard families after suddenly learning such shocking news. Maybe the Death Eaters haven't started a riot yet, but they themselves started a riot. Stop making excuses, Connolly, you are just afraid that you can't control the situation and don't want to lose your power. Amelia said, you don't think about the people of the magic world at all. This is what and the reason why Rufus must have you removed. You lied. Fudge yelled, don't think I don't know, you are just here for my position. You became the Minister of Magic, and Rufus Scrimgeour replaced you as the Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Chang, the two of you will benefit the most. Not everyone cares about power as much as you do, Connolly. Amelia shook her head slightly. I remember that you were not like this before. Old Barty was supposed to be the Minister of Magic back then. You happened to catch up with his son's accident and took over the position of minister in his place. You were very unpopular when you first took office. I still relied on writing letters to Principal Dumbledore every day for consultation to stabilize my position. But I don't know since when you started to be obsessed with this position. Has power brought you too many temptations? There was confusion, disappointment, contempt, and even disgust in Amelia's eyes, which pierced Fudge's psychological defenses. Why do you look at me like that? Fudge shouted angrily, are you sure that if you stay in this position for a few years, you won't become like me? No matter what kind of person I become in the future, at least I am working hard for the stability of the magic world during this war. Amelia said calmly, I will do the negotiation with the vampire family myself. Just go home and retire with peace of mind. No, I'm not willing. Fudge murmured in a daze, I definitely have a chance to become the Minister of Magic again, there must be. He suddenly looked at Dracula and said hopefully, Count Dracula. Lord Count, I am your subordinate now. It will be good for you if I become the Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, right? Even if you don't care about those benefits, having a Minister of Magic as your little brother is very honorable. Amelia happens to be here. You can definitely kill her easily or imprison her, and then announce to the public that you have reached a cooperation with me personally. Then I will definitely have a better chance of winning than Rufus Scrimgeour becoming the minister. Bigger. The series of blows during this period made Fudge almost lose his mind. The position of Minister of Magic has completely become an obsession for him. If he died on the spot now, there is a high probability that he would become a man who wanted to become the minister. Ghost. Seeing Fudge's comical behavior of rushing to the doctor due to his illness, Dracula's lips curved into a smile of interest. Amelia Bones glanced at Dracula with some concern and secretly made a defensive posture. She wasn't sure whether the moody vampire Earl would agree to Fudge's request for a little benefit or a little face. It was a pity that the Auror who followed was stopped outside the castle by the vampire guards, otherwise she might have gained a few more points. Confidence. Just when Amelia was feeling uneasy, the smile on Dracula's face suddenly turned cold. Who do you think you are? You dare to call yourself my subordinate? He said lightly, what's more, this proposal is really boring. Do you really think that I don't have any subordinates to the Minister of Magic? Fudge and Amelia opened their eyes at the same time. I suggest you use your brains to think about why the living conditions of vampires in Romania are so much better than those in other countries. Dracula asked with a chuckle, is it just because the wizards here spontaneously have no prejudice against vampires? Amelia Bones suddenly remembered some details. When ministers from multiple countries met, no matter which Romanian Minister of Magic always liked to go indoors under a black parasol, all meetings outside were held indoors. I would reject all arrangements and rarely attend banquets. Originally she thought this was some special traditional custom in Romania, but now combined with Dracula's tone, she can easily draw a conclusion. Romania's Minister of Magic has been controlled by a vampire? Amelia took a breath, gaining a new understanding of the power of Dracula's castle. This knowledge also made her more eager to hope that the British Ministry of Magic could cooperate with Dracula, at least not to let this ethnic group belonging to the dark forces be won over by Voldemort. Fudge's eyes also became a little desperate. But the British Ministry of Magic is different from Romania. Aren't the more ministers you have under your command, the better? He finally struggled to say. Sorry, I'm not interested. Dracula waved his hand casually. 2 people will come and drive Mr. Fudge back to his own country, and then add his name to Dracula's castle blacklist. I think he needs to experience how a vampire without the protection of Dracula's castle survives in the magical world. Seeing the 2 vampires guarding the door come in, Fudge yelled in panic, No, 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 Lord Earl, I have other uses. However, Dracula had completely lost interest in him, allowing his subordinates to throw Fudge out of the castle, and then turned his attention directly to the current Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones. Then we can finally talk quietly. Ms. Bones, how did you come up with the idea of establishing cooperation with me? The smile returned to Dracula's face. From your perspective, should he be the criminal who forcibly transformed a wizard into a vampire in public? Amelia Bones also showed a reserved smile on her face and gently sat on the chair opposite Dracula. To be honest, some people in the ministry are indeed dissatisfied with your behavior. She said softly, Rufus doesn't really appreciate your style of doing things. However, not only is he dissatisfied with you, Rufus also has strong objections to Principal Dumbledore. Because establishing independent forces and going beyond the Ministry of Magic to fight against mysterious people is actually an approach that undermines the authority of the Ministry of Magic. Oh, Dracula raised his eyebrows. He can even have opinions about people like Dumbledore. Shouldn't he hate me deeply? He didn't stop you from coming to me to discuss cooperation. In fact, there may be many members of the Ministry of Magic like Rufus who are dissatisfied with you, but there are still many members who are optimistic about cooperating with you. Amelia said, You may know Percy West coming. Of course. Dracula nodded. I have the impression that he was originally Barty Crouch's personal assistant. Yes, after the ministry confirmed that old Barty was killed, I didn't want to delay Percy's talent, so I made him the secretary of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia said, In addition to Percy, there are many young people who have recently joined the Ministry of Magic. All admire you. The proportion of such young people in the Ministry of Magic is not small. Because of their efforts, the Ministry of Magic voted to approve the plan to unite with the vampire clan. Rufus even lost his temper at that time. Tisk, it's hard for those little guys to actually be willing to speak for a vampire. Dracula chuckled. To them, your first identity is their professor, and your second identity is the leader of the vampire family. Amelia also said with a smile, It seems that Count Dracula is in Hogwarts. It's very popular. A bunch of blind little guys actually like to listen to the vampire professor's lectures. Dracula shook his head seemingly helplessly, but the smile on his face was difficult to hide easily. So, Amelia pursed her lips and asked, For the sake of your students, is Count Dracula willing to join forces with the British Ministry of Magic to deal with the upcoming war? Dracula looked at Amelia's serious expression, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised. My pleasure. He stood up from his tall chair and walked towards the door of the reception room. Let me think about it. Well, Tesla, it's you. He pointed to a senior vampire with a goatee who was on duty outside. You represent Dracula's castle and bring some of the middle and low-level people with you. The vampire goes to England and cooperates with Ms. Bones at any time. By the way, how is Cedric learning his vampire talent? If there is no problem, take him with you and let him go home to visit his parents and former friends. Selena, help me send a message to Lupin from the werewolf group next door. Let's just say, let him go to England with those ambitious werewolves to deal with Voldemort. It depends on whether we can change the inherent impression of werewolves and vampires in the magical world in one fell swoop. War seems to be about to break out. No one expected that the Death Eaters would move so quickly. Shortly after Amelia Bones left Romania and returned to British territory through a portkaya, before she could return to the Ministry of Magic, she was blocked by several Death Eaters. Yaxley, you are indeed a Death Eater. Amelia looked at the man in front of her with blonde hair and a gorgeous robe. Her expression was very ugly. Didn't you already know that? Yaxley stared at Amelia fiercely, the anger in his eyes completely concealed. Didn't that traitor Lucius Malfoy tell you my identity? Yet. If I hadn't had a few well-informed friends in the ministry, I might have been caught by Scrimgeour by now. Damn it! The war is about to begin. How come there are still people in the ministry who can't see the seriousness of the situation? Amelia stamped her feet and said through gritted teeth, Those people told you my itinerary, right? Of course. Who told you that you secretly arranged the arrest? Yaxley said coldly, Others don't know that I am a Death Eater. As long as I take out a few more galleons, it will be easy. I can find out your itinerary. It seems that you have been planning for a long time and are ready to find an opportunity to kill me, the new Minister of Magic, right? Amelia asked. Of course, we can't let the Ministry of Magic and Dracula form an alliance. Yaxley said with a sneer, As long as we kill you all here, no one will know how you died. Then we can completely blame Dracula for your death and completely destroy your alliance. When your obstacle is removed, we will use the Imperious Curse to control an official of the Ministry of Magic and support him to take over the position of Minister of Magic. With this method, we can accomplish multiple things with one stone, allowing the Dark Lord to easily control the entire Ministry of Magic. You talk too much, Corban. Avery, another Death Eater next to Yaxley, reminded, It will be a long night, so we are going to take action directly. Amelia took out her wand and winked at the Aurors who were acting as bodyguards around her. The Aurors raised their wands and stood around Amelia to prevent her from being hit by the sudden spell. It's a good idea, but do you think you guys can hurt me? Amelia's voice came from behind the many aurors. In fact, in addition to being a politician, she is also an extremely talented wizard with excellent spellcasting abilities. This Death Eater's posture obviously cannot be easily dealt with by her. We know you are strong, Amelia. At this moment, Yaxley's voice sounded again, so there is a big gift waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of Inferi with stiff movements, ulcerated skin, and yin-chi all over their bodies appeared behind him and surrounded him from all directions. At the same time, many werewolves subdued by Voldemort rushed up with bared teeth. There were dementors floating in the air in the distance. As if in the blink of an eye, the place turned into an army of dark creatures, overwhelming Amelia and the surrounding aurors. The sight in front of her made Amelia Bones' face look a little heavy. Not only was the excessive number of enemies posing a considerable threat to her, but the gathering of these dark creatures also confirmed that Voldemort's power had once again expanded. The Dark Camp will naturally favor powerful dark wizards like Voldemort, because dark wizards often have no scruples and will promise them extremely generous conditions. Amelia is now very fortunate that the Ministry of Magic has passed a resolution to cooperate with Count Dracula, and has attracted almost all vampires, as well as some werewolves headed by Lupin, and divided a large number of dark creatures. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to stop the expansion of Voldemort's dark forces. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. How to escape from this large-scale attack is the most important thing. We try to delay as much time as possible, Amelia whispered to the auror beside her. Remus Lupin should come with the werewolves soon, but they need some time to prepare. The vampires may be faster, maybe we still have a chance to wait for their support. We will protect your safety, Ms. Bones. The auror captain nodded and said to Amelia, the Death Eaters should have been prepared and have deployed anti-apparition spells in advance. We can only figure it out slowly. According to the normal response method, we will follow the conventional methods in the defense manual, first use protective magic to block it, and then wait for opportunities to find ways to break through the encirclement. Well, you do your best and don't worry about my safety. Amelia said calmly, I know exactly what is written in the Auror's defense manual. The captain of the Auror team then remembered that the current Minister of Magic was originally the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the Auror office was under her jurisdiction. Of course she knew how to cooperate with the Auror's actions next. So he relaxed and raised his wand first. Protego Totalum. The surrounding Aurors raised their wands along with him, and a series of protective spells came out of their mouths. Protego Horribilis. Salvio Hexia. Fumos. As spells were uttered from the mouths of the Aurors, a strong transparent barrier appeared around them, and a mist rose quickly, blocking the sight of the Death Eaters and werewolves. These protective spells should be able to delay it for a while, but there is no way to stop the Dementors. The Auror captain quickly told the surrounding men, line up. The Auror in the middle of the team is responsible for using the Patronus charm to stop the Dementors. Those on the periphery should be careful to avoid poison spells missed by protective magic. Before he could finish his words, a sound of heavy raindrops fell on the protective shield, and the partially deformed sharp wolf claws of the werewolf tore at the shield, making a harsh friction sound. Then, the unique cold aura of the Dementors came in from the outside, and along with the eerie clucking sound, negative emotions rushed towards the face. The well-prepared Auror quickly cast the Patronus charm, forming a silver barrier. However, the threshold for the Patronus charm was still too high in the past. Most of these Aurors were not as good as the students Dracula trained casually at Hogwarts. No Auror could use the full version of the Patronus charm. These barriers are simply formed by a silver mist, and the best spells are only the prototypes of some animals. 1 or 2 Dementors alone might be a little wary of this kind of Patronus curse, but this time it was almost the defected Dementors from the entire Azkaban island that came here. The combination of their dark auras created considerable resistance to this incomplete patron saint. As for the Aurors on the outside, they need to concentrate all their attention to repair the protective shield that is broken or torn from time to time. They are overwhelmed by the spells that penetrate the barrier and have no time to care. Amelia sighed softly when she saw this scene. Forget it, just concentrate on dealing with the spells and werewolves, and leave the Dementors to me, she said to the Aurors. Have you discovered your shortcomings? If you can return to the ministry safely, you will all give me more training. Your strength is obviously not enough now. As she spoke, she raised her wand high. A small silver badger jumped out from the tip of her wand, passed through the silver barrier constructed by the Aurors, ran in the air, and rushed towards the gathering group of Dementors. The full version of the Patronus curse is indeed the nemesis of the Dementors. These dark creatures subconsciously began to avoid the direction away from the silver badger. Under the control of Amelia, the little badger quickly killed the Dementors. Expelled from protective magic. After eliminating the threat of Dementors, most of the Aurors breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated their efforts on blocking the attacks of Death Eaters and werewolves. The scene became deadlocked for a while. It won't work like this. Staying in one place will only limit our own pace. The Auror captain frowned and said solemnly, they can call in other reinforcements at any time, but we are trapped here without any supply. Well, be prepared to break out. Amelia nodded. Most of the werewolves here have average magic levels, so we can use them as a breakthrough. I understand. The Auror captain nodded. He carefully explained the precautions to the other Aurors around him, and then they quickly formed a formation and opened a hole in the protective shield from the direction of the werewolf. Most of the werewolves were still tearing at the shield frantically, and suddenly there was no resistance in front of them, causing their steps to stumble. The next moment, a waterfall-like magic spell spurted out from the opening of the protective shield, instantly defeating a large number of half-animal werewolves. Immediately afterwards, Amelia followed a group of aurors, casting lightness charms and speed-up charms on her body while quickly running through the crowd and running out of the fog created by the smoke screen charm. Before the Death Eaters and their combined dark creatures could react, they almost broke through the encirclement and approached the boundary set by the anti-apparition curse. However, Amelia and the others stopped at the last moment. That group of trash is really unreliable. They can't even handle a few aurors. A crazy witch stopped in front of them and cursed with dissatisfaction. Behind her stood a group of wizards in grey and black robes. Whether it was their attire or behavior, they proved their identity, the core group of Death Eaters. Bellatrix, why are you here? Yaxley caught up from behind and asked the leading witch. It's not like you are too useless. Bellatrix scolded angrily. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, the Dark Lord called us over to do the finishing work. Who knew that so many of you couldn't even control their own people? Yaxley looked a little ugly. Of course, the ones whose expressions were even uglier were those of Amelia and the other Aurors led by the Auror Captain. The Aurors never expected that Voldemort would attach so much importance to the new Minister of Magic that he would actually send out almost all the core Death Eaters. Amelia knew better. She knew that the person Voldemort valued was not her, the Minister of Magic, but Dracula, who had disrupted his plans several times. The alliance between the Ministry of Magic and Dracula is something Voldemort does not want to see, so we must ensure that this operation is foolproof. After being blocked by Bellatrix and other Death Eaters for just a moment, the werewolves, dementors, and other dark creatures from behind caught up again, once again forming a tighter encirclement than last time. Moreover, after joining the core Death Eaters, the cutting-edge power on the opposite side completely surpassed Amelia and the captain of the Auror team, and the Ministry of Magic's camp fell into a complete disadvantage. How do you want to escape now, Bones? Bellatrix smiled nervously and said to Amelia, I advise you to surrender now, maybe you will suffer less torture. Okay. Amelia smiled kindly and slowly raised her hands. Bella was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect that the newly appointed Minister of Magic could be more spineless than fudge. However, the next moment, Amelia, who raised her hands halfway, suddenly waved her wand, and a dazzling red spell shot towards Bellatrix instantly. Bella threw herself to the side in embarrassment, barely escaping Amelia's stun spell, but another Death Eater behind her was hit and fell unconscious on the ground. Bitch, you dare to play tricks on me? Bella screamed, standing up from the ground and wanting to rush towards Amelia. The Auror Captain stepped in front of her. Ms. Bones, we're stopping them here, you can find a chance to leave, he said loudly. Amelia also knew that this was not the time to shirk, so she nodded, walked around Bella, and the wand in her hand continued to release powerful light. Few of the core Death Eaters were able to catch her spell. She broke through the obstacles in front of her and reached the end of the Death Eaters team. Just when Amelia was about to disapparate and evacuate first, and then call more Death Eaters back to rescue the Auror team, a masked figure stood in front of her. Get out of the way, cried Amelia. At the same time, a sharp petrification curse was shot at the covered Death Eater. However, unlike the overwhelming effect before, this time the curse was easily pushed aside by the masked Death Eater, and then another curse was shot at Amelia from his wand. Amelia's eyes became serious, realizing that she had met a top-notch dark wizard. The curse stirred back and forth, and the two quickly fought several times. The more Amelia fought, the more frightened she became. She found that the Death Eater opposite was not weaker than her at all, and was even stronger. There are only a few Death Eaters with such strength, and they are all on the list provided by Lucius Malfoy to the Ministry of Magic. However, Amelia had no way of matching the person in front of her with the Death Eaters on the list. Wait, you are. Suddenly, Amelia's eyes widened. Lucius did provide a name, but that name was guaranteed by Dumbledore, so it was excluded. However, the Death Eater guaranteed by Dumbledore could completely match the masked man in front of him. Seeing Amelia's expression, the masked Death Eater frowned. He caught Amelia's flaw and cast another sharp stun spell. Amelia was so shaken that she did not react in time. When she wanted to chant a spell to resist, it was already too late. At the critical moment, a man with a goatee appeared in front of Amelia. He spread a pair of black wings behind his back, blocking the curse of the masked Death Eater behind him. Are you okay, Ms. Bones? The man asked. I'm fine. Amelia felt relieved and looked at the man with a goatee in front of her. Are you Count Dracula's subordinate, Mr. Tesla? I'm sorry you still remember me. Tesla smiled and retracted the wings behind his back. I was just waiting for Mr. Lupin and the others to move together in Romania, and I was delayed a little bit, so I came late. Leave it to us next. Then, he looked at the sky that was suddenly obscured by thick stratus clouds. It was a weather spell specially cast by Lupin to facilitate vampires' movement during the day. In the sky, countless wings were flapping, almost covering the sky and the sun. Countless vampires descended from the sky and met the group of enemies who also belonged to the Dark Camp. The werewolves headed by Lupin also found those werewolves who had fallen in love with the Dark Wizards, and taught them a lesson with the mentality of cleaning up the family. Different from the group of werewolves who voluntarily turned into half-animals to increase their strength and increase their brutal emotions, the werewolves led by Lupin are all fighting for the same dream, working hard to live in a magical world that does not discriminate against werewolves. They all held wands and were well-dressed, in sharp contrast to the scantily clad werewolves with scarlet eyes. If you didn't know better, you might have thought it was a group of aurors teaching a crazed werewolf a lesson. A handsome and tall vampire landed in front of Amelia, retracted his wings and said hello to her. "Long time no see, Ms. Bones." He smiled. "How are Susan and the others doing lately?" "Cedric? It's been a while since I've seen you." Amelia smiled happily when she saw the boy in front of her. "Susan and your Hufflepuff friends are doing well." "Yes. It looks like you had a good time in Dracula's castle." "Well, Professor Dracula takes good care of me, and the other vampires are also very friendly. Of course, I think it's for Professor Dracula's sake," Cedric said with a smile, "but now is not the time to reminisce about old times. Let's get rid of those Death Eaters first." "Of course." Amelia nodded slightly and raised her wand again. The situation on the field seemed to change in an instant, and the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Amelia and the others. "End this battle quickly, be careful they call for other support." The Auror captain waved his wand at a Death Eater, rolled on the spot to avoid a spell, and came to Tesla's side and said. His left arm was cast by Bellatrix's spell and hung limply by his side, but his spirit was very high. "No problem." Tesla nodded. He spread his wings and flew into the air, spreading his hands downward. A circle of red light slowly spread across the entire venue. Immediately, Tesla looked at Cedric. "Cooperate with me, Cedric, and your blood will be purer." Cedric has not changed his habit of using magic for so many years. He is still using his wand to cast various magics he learned at Hogwarts. He only remembered his current identity when he heard Tesla's reminder. He quickly raised his hand, and a brighter red light pattern spread from his hand and passed over the heads of all the vampires present. The middle and low-level vampires seemed to have been given a shot of chicken blood, with red light flashing in their eyes, becoming extremely excited in an instant, and their physical fitness also improved significantly. The Death Eater camp, which was still struggling to hold on, finally could not withstand the sudden surge of pressure and was instantly defeated. Countless figures were knocked to the ground heavily and fell unconscious. Amelia Bones put down her wand and walked over to Bellatrix, who was bound to the ground by a binding spell. "The harvest is not small, there are many mysterious people's confidants here," she said to an Auror beside her. "Bring them back to the Ministry of Magic, maybe we can get some secret information." "I'm telling you, Bones, you can't ask anything." Bella glared and yelled angrily, "The Dark Lord will come to save us at any time, and none of you will be able to escape by then. Don't worry, the Ministry of Magic will take good care of all of you." Amelia said calmly, "We will not let you continue to do evil anymore." However, at this moment, the anger in Bella's eyes suddenly disappeared, and an ecstatic smile appeared on her face. Amelia suddenly became alarmed and turned her head subconsciously. She saw a piece of black mist falling from the sky and falling on the ground, turning into a skull-like figure with a bald head and no nose. "I heard that the Ministry of Magic will take good care of my servants," Voldemort said to Amelia with a gloomy face. "So the Ministry of Magic is really getting involved with Dracula's group of disgusting vampires, right?" "Voldemort." Amelia squeezed her wand tightly, her face extremely serious. The name of a person is the shadow of a tree. When Amelia personally faced the Dark Lord who was feared by the entire magical world, it was impossible not to feel extremely nervous in her heart. She never thought that it was not enough for Voldemort to send his henchmen to intercept her, but he actually chose to come to the scene in person to confirm whether the operation was successful. Facing such a powerful Dark Lord, it was a question of whether they could escape safely, let alone take away the core Death Eaters. It was more likely that Voldemort would kill them all by himself. "Mr. Tesla, take Cedric and leave first, and inform Count Dracula of the situation here." Amelia took 2 steps back and shouted loudly, "I will try my best to stop him, others will choose differently. Retreat in the same direction, as far as you can go." Tesla's eyes were also very solemn. He pulled Cedric and prepared to use the vampire's unique method of apparition to break through the surrounding anti-apparition spells and leave the scene. "No one can leave." Voldemort's gloomy voice sounded first. He didn't see Voldemort move, but Tesla found that his body seemed to be out of control, and he couldn't cast any magic or make any movements at all. Cedric is a vampire who was transformed by Dracula himself. The situation is slightly better, but he is far from mature. He can only turn his arms with difficulty and raise the wand in front of him, but he cannot pronounce any complete words. "Spell. This vampire looks a bit familiar." Voldemort walked up to Cedric casually, his eyes showing a bit of curiosity. "The boy who went to Riddle's grave with Potter." His crimson eyes narrowed with malice. "I understand, Dracula turned you into a vampire, right?" Voldemort laughed sinisterly. "He is indeed a hypocritical guy. On the surface, he is your professor, but in fact he is choosing talented people for himself. His subordinates." Cedric's face turned red, and the veins on his face were beating. "You are not allowed to say that about Professor Dracula." He briefly broke through Voldemort's suppression, and a stun spell shot out from Cedric's wand. There was a hint of surprise in Voldemort's eyes, and he raised his wand to remove the stun spell in front of him. "Vampires are really interesting. They can increase the magic power of a young wizard so much," he said thoughtfully. Immediately, there was another burst of anger in Voldemort's eyes, but if you want to use this power to deal with me, I am no longer what I used to be. Even if I meet Dracula in person, I can easily defeat him. Come on, I'll send you one step ahead, and I'll send Dracula to see you soon. He waved his wand. Avada Kedavra. The moment the green light lit up, Cedric's body suddenly moved a few feet laterally. The light of the killing curse hit a tattered werewolf behind Cedric. The werewolf's smug smile froze on his face and he fell heavily to the ground. The aurors and vampires present suddenly felt that their bodies could move, and the heavy pressure on their bodies disappeared. The next moment, a golden red flame lit up. Dumbledore's head of white hair looked like a clear white cloud in the dark weather, swaying in the wind. Albus Dumbledore. Seeing the white-haired figure that suddenly arrived, Voldemort's eyes widened, as if he was about to spit out angry flames. How is it possible? How could you come in such time? I have clearly blocked all channels for information. He yelled angrily, tell me, are you and Dracula's undercover agents among the Death Eaters? Voldemort glanced around with resentful and suspicious eyes, scanning the eyes of every Death Eater. All he could see was the disbelief and confusion in the eyes of his servants, but he could not see the panic and evasion of being exposed. Severus, is it you? Voldemort turned his attention to Snape, who had a mask on his face. This plan to snipe Amelia Bones was completed recently. All the Death Eaters involved in the plan have been staying with Voldemort, and the dark allies such as werewolves and dementors were only completed before the operation started. Notified. In other words, there was only one person who had time to pass the news to Dumbledore, and that was Severus Snape, the undercover agent who had been staying at Hogwarts for a long time to prevent exposure. Moreover, Snape's occlumency was quite good, and Voldemort knew that he could hide from his legilimency detection. So the candidate who betrayed Voldemort has been revealed. However, there was a trace of confusion in Snape's eyes, as well as the grievance and injustice of being misunderstood. He suddenly knelt on one knee and said in a firm voice, Master, please be aware that I have never betrayed you in any way. Dumbledore, who was opposite Voldemort, also had a look of surprise and anger on his face. He looked at Snape and asked, Severus, are you actually on Voldemort's side? Snape was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I'm sorry, Headmaster, but I am a Death Eater from beginning to end. Severus, it's useless for me to trust you so much. Dumbledore shook his head in disappointment. I didn't investigate your past as a Death Eater, and I wanted you to take over as the principal of Hogwarts after retirement. It's a pity that you still haven't mended your ways after all. He suddenly raised his wand and fired a swift spell in Snape's direction. Voldemort subconsciously raised his hand to block the curse, and his brain fell into a shutdown state. So it's not really Severus who betrayed me? He felt a little confused and thought in confusion. Theoretically, it is true that Snape's betrayal is more likely, but the possibility of others is not completely impossible. What if they have some advanced alchemical equipment that can break through the blockade and deliver the message? What's more, Dumbledore seemed really angry. If it was just an act, he wouldn't have used such a powerful curse on Snape, and Snape wouldn't have had a quarrel with Dumbledore in public. With such a true statement, he has completely lost the chance to continue being a professor at Hogwarts. Voldemort couldn't figure it out, so he decided that it was more important to get rid of Dumbledore first regardless of whether Snape was a traitor. Dumbledore, I know. Dracula is not around here this time. He said viciously, my strength has been improved again now, and I will make you regret coming to me alone. Whether you regret it or not, you won't know until you actually take action. Dumbledore said calmly, there is no need to affect other people. If you want to fight freely, just change positions with me. Then, the two people turned into a ball of golden red flames and a gloomy black mist respectively, and flew into a deep mountain nearby. As soon as Dumbledore's figure emerged from the flames, he immediately waved his wand, transforming the trees in the surrounding mountains into big hands, and grabbed the black mist with great speed. Voldemort's figure also emerged from the black mist. He waved his wand, and a roaring crimson flame billowed out from his wand, instantly engulfing the surrounding wooden hands, and grew larger and larger after engulfing the trees. Soon, this fierce fire reached a level as high as several people, and its shape kept switching between giant snakes, fire dragons, evil eagles, and other giant beasts. Its size would become a bit bigger every time it switched, and finally formed a flaming hill. Dumbledore looked solemn and turned his wand to stir the water in a lake at the foot of the mountain. All the water in the lake was raised, and almost the entire lake was drained. The emerald green lake water formed a continuous waterspout, colliding with the fierce fire. At the same time, Dumbledore read loudly, every curse ends, theme. Under the dual effects of the water force and the breaking spell, the fierce fire was gradually suppressed and did not engulf the entire hill. However, Voldemort's figure had approached Dumbledore at some point, and before Dumbledore was prepared, he shot the Cruciatus curse into his back. Dumbledore quickly sensed the danger coming from behind, and instantly apparat and adjusted his position, suddenly appeared behind Voldemort, and fired a sharp curse at him. Voldemort's eyes sharpened, and he also disapparated and disappeared. The two people disappeared and reappeared one after another, treating apparition, a magic that other wizards would have to worry about splitting once they used it once, as a normal movement of body movement, moving from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain in a short time. Is this the level you hold the Elder Wand? Voldemort laughed loudly, it's time for you to step aside and make way for me, old man. I am the most suitable wizard to be the master of the Elder Wand. You are too obsessed with power, Tom. Letting you get the Elder Wand will only harm you. Dumbledore responded. I've had enough of your preaching, Dumbledore. Voldemort shouted, now the two of us are dueling to the death, put away all your professorial habits. Be serious? Dumbledore and Voldemort fought together again. The beams of magic spells between the two wizards were like a hail of bullets, creating the momentum and light effects of two huge armies fighting. In the end, the two people seemed to have lost their thoughts of testing each other, and unanimously chose the life or death method of confrontation with magic power. Avada Kedavra. Reducto. A green and a white magic spell collided with each other, and everything was silent. The sound in the whole world seemed to disappear at the exchange of these two magic spells. The light in the sky also dimmed, and there seemed to be only two kinds of light, green and white, left in the sky and earth. Voldemort and Dumbledore both turned pale, and the hands holding their wands trembled violently. In contrast, Dumbledore looked calm and seemed ready to die with his opponent. Voldemort, on the other hand, looked a little flustered. He never imagined that after borrowing the power of death to increase his strength, he still could not completely surpass Dumbledore. The two were in a stalemate for a long time. At this moment, a Death Eater with long greasy hair and a sallow complexion slowly walked to the top of the mountain where the two great wizards were fighting with heavy steps. Voldemort and Dumbledore noticed him at the same time. Now that the two of them have used up all their magic power, they can't spare any time to deal with the others. The appearance of a top wizard can be the straw that breaks the camel's back and completely end this battle. Severus, are you here to help me? Voldemort said with difficulty, the time has come to prove your loyalty. Come on, attack Dumbledore. Haven't you never betrayed me? Prove it to me. Snape was silent. Dumbledore sighed slowly and looked at Snape with his deep blue eyes. Severus, please, he said softly. Hearing Dumbledore's weak plea, Snape remained silent, as if he was brewing some emotion. He stared at Dumbledore for a moment, deep disgust and hatred appearing in the rough lines on his face, all of which were revealed in Voldemort's eyes. Then, Snape raised his wand and pointed it directly at Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra. The green and white that filled the entire sky and earth disappeared. Voldemort showed an ecstatic smile on his face, while Dumbledore's eyes widened. The expression on his face seemed to be loneliness, disappointment, and disbelief. But only Snape could see that deep in Dumbledore's deep eyes were relief, satisfaction, and relief that Voldemort could not possibly understand. Snape's lips trembled, holding back the tears that were about to burst out of his eyes. He forced himself to recall the deepest and heaviest pain when Voldemort went to Godric's Hollow to kill Lily, and did not allow any change in his expression of hatred and disgust. Fortunately, Voldemort was so ecstatic that he didn't notice Snape's pain at all, and only regarded his trembling lips as the satisfaction of revenge. The flow of time seemed to become extremely slow. The three people present had different emotions, but their eyes were fixed on the strange beam of death curse mixed with a little blue light. They looked at it like a hand stretched forward, climbing towards Dumbledore's heart inch by inch. Before Voldemort's ecstatic expression could fade away, suddenly, a blue-black flame rose up around Dumbledore, forming a circle. If you look down from a high place, you may feel that this circle of blue-black flames looks like a gas stove invented by the Muggle Society. A skinny old man who looked as old as Dumbledore stood between Snape and Dumbledore, facing the life-killing curse mixed with a little blue. There was endless wildness and unruliness in his eyes, and he waved the wand in his hand powerfully with movements that were incompatible with his body shape. The life-killing curse was suddenly lifted into the air, disappeared silently into a mess of trees, and disappeared. Long time no see, Albus. The old man who suddenly blocked the death curse looked at Dumbledore, his eyes filled with indifference, anger, light relief, and more of a yearning with no end in sight. Gellert. Dumbledore stared blankly at the figure in front of him, his eyes showing surprise beyond expectation for the first time. Why, you? Why did I come here, right? Grindelwald smiled faintly and asked softly, do you really think that my eyes can't see such an important moment? Dumbledore was silent for a while, and then he laughed. I should have thought earlier that Professor Dracula had this intention in releasing you from Nurmengard. He said, you are the only person who can completely see through my plan. Immediately, a pleasant smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. But why didn't you return to your appearance 50 years ago like in the newspaper? It's just to prevent you, a bad old man, from being too embarrassed. Grindelwald sneered, and if I see you as I did when I was young, wouldn't it mean that I am a generation shorter than you? Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. He knew that Grindelwald actually just wanted to make the two of them look as harmonious as they were in the summer 100 years ago, like a pair of inseparable friends at that time. Are you, Gellert Grindelwald? Voldemort's shocked voice rang out from around the two of them. Grindelwald turned his head and looked at the ugly snake face without a nose. This is the Dark Lord you told me about in your letter, right? He paid no attention to Voldemort's intentions, but looked at Dumbledore and asked. Not bad. Dumbledore nodded lightly. You said, the two of us have been fighting for our whole lives, can we have a chance to fight together? Grindelwald asked the old man beside him with interest in his eyes. Voldemort was suddenly startled, and his face darkened. Although he is a little inflated about his current strength, he has no confidence in dealing with two great wizards at the same time, especially since these two people were the spiritual leaders who once led an era. Severus, let's go. Voldemort gritted his teeth and finally chose to retreat. He swung his clothes, and a black mist enveloped Snape's figure, taking him away from the top of the mountain that was full of traces of the duel. You two, wait for me. I don't believe you two old people from the last century have much time left to live. I can wait. After Voldemort left, Dumbledore seemed to relax completely and fell to the side weakly. After receiving the power of death, Voldemort's strength has finally reached a higher level, but Dumbledore is already very old and is far from the strong body he had when he was young. He held on to the stalemate with Voldemort until the end, and almost all his strength was exhausted. Grindelwald held his shoulders beside him, and the wild and unruly expression on his face softened and became very gentle. You are still the same as before, always trying to be brave and taking everything on yourself. He chuckled and said, how about it? Did I delay your plan? Actually, it's half done. At least Severus' actions have completely gained Voldemort's trust. Tisk, planting an undercover agent is an old trick, but it works as well as ever. Stop talking about that. Would you like to have a drink or two at the cafe we used to go to? I really miss it. Isn't that house closed yet? It was closed, but I found the owner's descendant and asked him friendly to open the cafe again. Well, let's go then. At the foot of the mountain on the other side, the Death Eaters who came to attack the current Minister of Magic lost the support of Voldemort and were firmly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, which had a huge advantage in strength. Amelia Bones and the captain of the Auror team were pacing back and forth in front of the bundled Death Eaters, checking the number of Death Eaters. There seems to be one missing person. Amelia frowned slowly. Is Bellatrix Strange here? The Auror captain was stunned for a moment, and quickly ordered his subordinates to once again count the list of Death Eaters who participated in the attack, and concluded that Bellatrix was indeed not controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Can she run away in such a situation? Amelia glanced at the Aurors present and scolded sternly, how on earth did you pass the Auror examination? The Aurors knew they were in the wrong, so they all lowered their heads and endured the reprimand silently. Ms. Bones, I found the Auror who let Bellatrix Strange go. The Auror captain stepped forward and said to Amelia, let him come over. Amelia said coldly. The Auror captain waved his hand behind him. A young Auror walked tremblingly in front of Amelia, pinching the corners of his clothes nervously and stammering in his tone. I remember you. You are an Auror who has just been employed for 1 year. Amelia glanced at the young Auror and said coldly, but youth is not the reason for you to let go of the Death Eaters. Explain it to me. Strange was already bound by a binding spell when she arrived, so why can you let her go? The young Auror's face turned red with anxiety and he kept shaking his head. I didn't mean to let her go. Someone saved her. He stammered. Just now, a man who looked a bit like Strange suddenly appeared next to me. The disarming spell sneaked up on me. Then he took this opportunity to take Strange away. When I picked up the wand, these two people had disappeared. I was afraid of punishment from the ministry, so I didn't dare notify you as soon as possible. After hearing the young Auror's explanation, Amelia frowned and looked at the Auror captain. Is there a man who looks similar to Strange on the list of Death Eaters? She asked. I'm not sure. The Auror captain shook his head. I only remember that Bellatrix Lestrange is from the Black family, and there are others in the Black family who are Death Eaters. Disciple. It seems that there is no more. Amelia said, anyway, if there is nothing wrong with your arm, take half of the Aurors to search the area and capture her as soon as possible. She may very well be hiding a very important secret about the mysterious person. We can't just let her go. Deep in the mountains, in a dense forest, a handsome young man with black hair was running quickly on his back, carrying a woman with a crazy expression who was somewhat similar to him, avoiding the detection spells that flew around him from time to time. Are you Regulus? Bellatrix looked at the black-haired young man in front of her in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. You have disappeared for so many years, and all of us thought you were dead. In fact, I did die. Regulus took a few deep breaths and said quickly, there was an accident and I was submerged in a lake. The Dark Lord discovered me some time ago, turning me into a thinking Inferi, giving me the opportunity to serve him again. Bellatrix reached out and touched the skin of Regulus' arm in surprise, and sure enough she felt a cold and dark aura. She immediately believed Regulus's words. Because in Bella's mind, Voldemort is the only person in the world who can master the use of necromantic magic like the Inferi. However, Bella still had a question in her mind. But why don't you fight with us? She asked a little angrily. If we can add your fighting power, we might have a chance to reverse the situation. My mission is different from all of you. Regulus shook his head. I was specially arranged by the Dark Lord to protect you. Protect me. Bella opened her mouth wide, looking extremely surprised, and a sickly flush appeared on her face. Master, he is so good to me. Do you still want to send someone to protect me? To be precise, it's to protect the thing in your hand. Regulus ruthlessly interrupted her fantasy and said stiffly, the Dark Lord should also have given you something extremely important. Am I right? The redness on Bella's face faded a little, but she was still very excited. Yes, the master trusted me, so he gave me that extremely important thing for safekeeping. She said excitedly, even when I stayed in Azkaban, I kept it well kept. That's no problem. Regulus said, we can't let anything happen to the Dark Lord's things, so we must protect the custodian of that thing. Regulus felt a little relieved in his heart. Some time ago, Dracula brought Lucius over to meet with him and exchanged a wave of information between them. Regulus discovered that Voldemort actually gave one of the Horcruxes to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping, and even at the time when Lucius was the most favored, he was not Voldemort's most trusted servant. He immediately realized that there was probably another Horcrux that Voldemort had given to his servants for safekeeping. and that person was most likely the one whom Voldemort trusted most from beginning to end, and who was Regulus's cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. So he thought of a way to break into the Death Eater camp again, hoping to trick Bella out of her words and get another Horcrux. It wasn't until today that Regulus finally found the perfect opportunity. To be on the safe side, let's take out the Dark Lord's thing. Regulus said to Bella, we need to find a more suitable place to store it to prevent accidents. You can tell me where you keep that thing, and I'll get it back. Now your target is too big, and only me, the non-existent person, is the least conspicuous. Although the reason was very good, Regulus' words still aroused Bellatrix's alarm. I have taken good care of it. Why should I take out the master's things? She asked loudly. If anything goes wrong during the transfer, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Bella, I only dared you to move that thing after following the instructions of the Dark Lord. Regulus reacted quickly and immediately made up a reason. You should know that some time ago, the Dark Lord's thoughts and Harry Potter made the connection, and the Dark Lord suspected that Potter had sensed the location of the thing. He didn't even tell me that something like this happened. Bella relaxed her vigilance a little, but she still didn't let go easily. I must pick up the things that the master entrusted to me in person. Then, she looked at Regulus and said, Regulus, you must protect me when I go to get that thing. Regulus relaxed completely after hearing Bella's plan. Bellatrix and Regulus evaded the searching Aurors, slowly groped to the edge of the anti-apparition spell, and then disappeared into the trees together. The next moment, two people appeared in Diagon Alley. Listen, Bella. Regulus pulled Bellatrix to a secluded corner and whispered, you must cover your face. The Ministry of Magic's wanted posters are posted everywhere. Yes, others will find you easily. So what if they find out? Bellatrix said disdainfully, this group of people poses no threat to us at all. But they will expose our situation here, and the elite Aurors will rush over at any time. Regulus emphasized, it would be an extra step. At least change your appearance. He was really worried about his big-hearted Death Eater cousin. Before Voldemort's Horcrux is obtained, Regulus must ensure that Bellatrix is not caught by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise the Horcrux will definitely not be obtained and his plan will be in vain. This feeling of only being able to protect the enemy despite being in a hostile camp is not very good. After Regulus's persuasion, Bellatrix finally covered her face with a scarf, and the two of them walked toward Gringotts Wizarding Bank on the north side of Diagon Alley. Wizards with their faces covered are still very common in Diagon Alley. After all, the adjacent street is Nocturne Alley, where various groups are mixed. There are many wizards doing illegal transactions, dark wizards who study black magic, and even ghouls. Dark creatures such as Lich and Lich do not like to show their faces. However, this is a time of war. After Amelia Bones came to power, Aurors were arranged to stand guard in places with extremely dense wizard populations, such as Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, to check the masked wizards in the alleys at any time. Fortunately, the Auror in charge of the inspection was not an elite one, and was easily fooled by Regulus's confusion spell, allowing Bella to let Luca go. The two of them walked all the way towards the tall snow-white marble building to the north. The gate of Gringotts Wizarding Bank faces Diagon Alley, and a white stone staircase leads to two shiny bronze doors. Next to the gate stood a goblin in a scarlet and gold uniform. Unlike the heavily guarded Diagon Alley, Gringotts claims to be the safest place in the entire wizarding world, claiming that no one can steal anything from them, so order here is as usual. Also, the goblin in the bank doesn't care whether the person who comes here to withdraw money is a hero or a criminal. They have only one attitude towards wizards, that is, customers of different levels. Sure enough, the goblin guarding the bronze door didn't even look at Bella, who was covering her face, and directly put her and Regulus inside the bank. After entering the first door, there was an inner hall. The two continued to walk in, past another silver door, and then entered a tall marble hall. Hundreds of goblins sat on high stools behind a row of long counters, weighing coins with copper scales, inspecting gems with eyepieces, or scribbling entries in a large ledger. There are countless doors in the hall, leading to different vaults. Regulus and Bellatrix walked towards an older goblin who was examining a thick gold coin through his glasses. Bellatrix stepped forward. I want to enter my vault. She pulled off her mask and said coldly, Oh, you are Mrs. Strange. The goblin seemed startled, with a surprised look on his face. I thought you were wanted now. Does my being wanted have anything to do with whether I came here to withdraw money? Bellatrix said coldly. Of course it doesn't matter, the old goblin said quickly. You are a distinguished platinum member of Gringotts, and you can enjoy Gringotts' most extreme services at any time. As he spoke, he took out a narrow quill and began to register on a piece of parchment. Do you have identification? The old goblin asked as he wrote. Bellatrix handed over her wand. Oh, yes, I saw it. The old goblin behind the counter looked down at Bellatrix's wand and said, This is indeed your wand. In that case. He clapped his hands, and a slightly younger goblin came over. I want to use jingle pieces, the older goblin said to him. The young elf left quickly and soon brought a small leather bag to the older elf. The small bag seemed to be filled with jingling metal. The jingle piece is a magical instrument unique to Gringotts. High-security vaults in banks are usually guarded by fire dragons. These fire dragons have been trained to think of the pain they have suffered after hearing the sound of the jingle piece, and thus leave the vault they guard. This is how Gringotts goblin employees gain access to specific vaults. Okay, then please come with me, Mrs. Strange. The older goblin said, jumping off the stool and being blocked behind by the counter. I will take you to your vault. A moment later, he appeared at the end of the counter and trotted towards them, the contents of his small leather bag still jingling. The old goblin led Regulus and Bellatrix into a side door, and sat on a trolley on the track as they turned around along the maze-like corridor, making sharp turns among various large and small stalactites, flying deep underground. After passing a thief-proof waterfall and arriving at an unknown depth underground, the old goblin began to shake the jingle piece. A huge fire dragon is tied up in a relatively wide space, preventing people from approaching the 4 or 5 deepest vaults there. The noise of the jingle echoed between the stone walls, amplified many times, making people's ears hurt. The fire dragon let out a hoarse roar and retreated tremblingly. The old goblin didn't seem to like the sound very much. He frowned and hurried towards a gap in the wall, pressing his palm on a wooden board next to the metal vault door. The vault door disappeared, revealing a hole. The cave was stuffed from floor to ceiling with gold coins and gold goblets, silver armor, the furs of various exotic animals with spines or hanging wings, potions in treasure bottles, and a man still wearing a crown. Skull. This is. Regulus looked at the countless treasures and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Are you plundering all the Black family's wealth? Are you marrying off all by yourself? How could a woman get so much? He almost exposed the fact that he had only seen the Black family's treasury not long ago, but fortunately he reacted in time. The Black family treasury is now controlled by Sirius and has contributed a lot of operating funds to the Order of the Phoenix. Bellatrix must have been quite angry about this. I can't find where you are, and the traitor to Sirius Black's family doesn't deserve the family property at all. Bellatrix said disdainfully, so I went to the old house to take some things and donate them. Isn't it natural to give it to the Dark Lord? Regulus frowned, feeling extremely angry in his heart, but he remained calm on the outside. He reached out to one of the gold dinner plates, vaguely remembering that such tableware used to be everywhere in Black's old house, but now he couldn't find a few pieces. Don't touch it, especially you, Bellatrix suddenly shouted, slapping back Regulus' outstretched hand. What's wrong? Regulus frowned and looked at her. Regulus Black, can't touch these family heritages anymore. I don't care whether you touch these useless things or not. I'm afraid you'll die here, Bellatrix said angrily. There are fire spells and copy spells on them. Anything that touches them will be burned and replicated later. With a constitution like yours, if you are overwhelmed by something transformed by the copying curse, you will probably be burned directly into a mummy by the fire curse. Regulus took 2 steps back in fear, away from the deadly treasures in front of him. Fortunately, he found Bellatrix to take him to this vault in person. If someone else came here to look for Horcruxes, they might be buried under the treasure by the 2 spells of the copying curse and the fire curse if they were not careful. Middle. Don't stand so far away, come here and help me, Bellatrix said irritably. It's really troublesome. I have to recite the cracking spell on these things one by one. I don't know when it will take the master to give them to me. Things. 2 hours later, Regulus and Bellatrix walked out of the bronze door of Gringotts tiredly. What are your plans next, and where do you want to put the master's things? Bellatrix held a gold cup firmly in her arms and asked nervously. I think it's okay hidden in our abandoned bunker. However, before she finished speaking, a group of wizards appeared in front of her, faintly surrounding the siblings in the center. Bellatrix looked at the wands held tightly in the hands of those wizards and the uniforms on their bodies, and suddenly realized something was wrong. You leaked my information. She suddenly turned to look at the old goblin who sent them out, and screamed angrily, why did the Auror from the Ministry of Magic just come here to block us? Don't be angry, noble Mrs. Strange, aren't you safe when you are inside Gringotts? The old goblin put a weird smile on his face and said sinisterly, we at Gringotts only guarantee financial affairs. Safety is not a business that guarantees that customers will always be safe after going out. If you want to blame, you can only blame the unreasonable Ministry of Magic of your wizards. If we don't agree to cooperate with them, Gringotts will be forced to close down. Bellatrix's face turned blue. She angrily pulled out her wand from her sleeve and pointed it at the surrounding Aurors. I should have thought that these cunning goblins never thought of keeping their promises. Bellatrix said bitterly, Regulus, before the top forces from the Ministry of Magic arrive, let's work together get out. These Aurors can't stop us. No problem. Regulus nodded and also pulled out his wand. A stun spell shot out from the tip of his wand. The next moment, the curse struck Bellatrix squarely in the back of the heart. Bellatrix's eyes widened in surprise, and she turned around with the last of her strength. She saw Regulus nodding to the Auror captain in front, and then walked up to her. Bellatrix could no longer control her groggy brain and closed her eyes. Before she completely passed out, she felt a cold hand pull out the golden cup she was clutching in her chest. Is the Horcrux in Bellatrix Lestrange's hand really Helga's cup? In Dracula's castle, Dracula plays with the exquisite gold cup in his hand. This gold cup has 2 finely processed solid gold handles, and the body of the cup is engraved with a delicate little badger. Thank you for your hard work this time, Regulus. Dracula looked at Regulus Black sitting next to him and smiled at him, deceived Bellatrix Lester. Isn't Lan Chi simple? Actually, it's okay. After all, I rescued her from the Aurors at the most dangerous moment. Regulus shook his head. Then, he asked with some curiosity, Mr. Dracula, do you seem to have guessed that what Bella is holding is Hufflepuff's golden cup? It's actually quite easy to guess. Dracula said happily. You can easily tell from the several Horcruxes discovered before, including Rowena's crown, Salazar's locket, and the Gaunt family's resurrection stone. Even that relatively ordinary diary has quite unique commemorative significance. I asked Tom Riddle who was born in the diary, and he said that it was that diary that recorded his discovery that he was a descendant of Slytherin. The whole process. Obviously, Voldemort loved to collect souvenirs, and he loved items that were magically powerful and historically significant. His pride, his sense of superiority, and his determination to carve out for himself an amazing place in magical history all prove that Voldemort would carefully select his Horcrux prefers items worthy of this honor. What's more, he has obtained the souvenirs of Rowena and Salazar. I don't think he will be able to resist looking for Helga's things to make one of his own Horcruxes. If I hadn't known that Godric's sword was in the belly of the Sorting Hat, I even think Voldemort would have made that sword into a Horcrux. Dracula looked at the golden cup in his hand, which he had not seen for more than 1,000 years, and suddenly raised the corners of his mouth in amusement. It's really hard for that Voldemort guy. He presented all the things of his old friend in front of me. Not only that, but he even let Albus collect 3 Deathly Hallows. Let me count. We have obtained Riddle's diary, Rowena's crown, Salazar's locket, Helga's golden cup and the Gaunt family's ring, a total of 5 Horcruxes. If Voldemort wants to split his soul into 7 pieces, then there will be one last Horcrux left. What will be the last Horcrux? Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for Dracula to learn about the last Horcrux. To Professor Dracula, please be aware of Voldemort's wand. Dracula took the letter sent by Dumbledore and looked at the elegant handwriting on it with some surprise. I noticed that in the 2 battles with Voldemort during this period, he used 2 completely different wands. We all know that Voldemort's wand and Harry's wand are of the same origin, and the 2 wands touched circumstances arise that are beyond his control. So during the battle in the Department of Mysteries, Voldemort used the wand of a subordinate in order to avoid unexpected situations. I can clearly see that that wand was not comfortable for him. However, during the battle with Voldemort on the British border not long ago, I saw him using a wand that was quite suitable for him and quite powerful. I have used the power of the Elder Wand as much as possible, but I was surprised it was discovered that the power of Voldemort's wand was not significantly different from that of the Elder Wand. Severus said that Voldemort recently had a brand new wand, which he forced Ollivander to make temporarily for him, so he might not be too interested in the Elder Wand. Although I don't agree with the second half of Severus's sentence, it is undeniable that the reference significance of the first half is very important. Even though Ollivander's skills are very superb, he still has difficulty creating a product that can match the powerful wand not far behind the Elder Wand. So I think Voldemort himself tampered with the wand a little bit. In addition, during my battle with Voldemort, he protected his wand very well, especially resisting contact with the wand and strong fire. This is completely different from his previous habit of using the wand as a spellcasting tool. Taking this evidence together, it is reasonable for me to surmise that Voldemort made his new wand a Horcrux. I hope Professor Dracula can know the above information. The message of this letter is actually very simple, but the amount of information contained in it is not small. Dracula read it several times. First of all, if Dumbledore's inference is true and Harry's accident is ruled out, then Voldemort's 6th Horcrux was created recently. Can he endure the loneliness and wait for so many decades before making a Horcrux? Or would it be that the production of Horcruxes would have an excessive impact on the maker, and Voldemort would not dare to continue making Horcruxes for a long time? Even with Dracula's knowledge reserve of more than 1,000 years, he doesn't know much about the taboo knowledge of Horcruxes. After all, he has no interest in pursuing immortality at all, and will only be bored by such things. In fact, in the entire magical world, and even in the history of the magical world, there are very few wizards who know a lot about Horcruxes. So far, the only recorded Horcrux holders are 2 wizards, the despicable Herbo and Voldemort. They are both exerting a considerable influence on the wizarding world and are difficult to completely eliminate. It's really troublesome. Dracula pinched his eyebrows and tossed Dumbledore's letter back and forth. Where can I find someone who knows enough about Horcruxes and can tell me these things without reservation? Where are the people? He originally wanted to go to the secret realm on the top of Mount Olympus, and forced Halbo to tell him the secret of the Horcrux by force. However, Herbo's last experience of borrowing the power of death made Dracula give up this idea. If Herbo is forced to borrow the power of death again, and his power surges again, problems may arise again in the secret realm created by Andrus. So, who else can understand Horcruxes like Voldemort and Herbo? Dracula's movement of shaking the letter suddenly stopped. He thought of someone he hadn't wanted to see for 1,000 years. That person accepted almost all of Herbo's inheritance and should have enough knowledge about Horcruxes. Deep in the Forbidden Forest northeast of Hogwarts, there is an ancient ruin hidden in the mist. This is the palace built by Salazar Slytherin himself. Luna, Harry, Ginny, and Rolf once mistakenly entered here together. It was in this ruins that Rolf and Harry established a good friendship. Of course, they didn't know that they had only come to the top layer of the ruins, so they found almost no valuable items. The dome is pierced, and the moonlight leaks in. The lighting spell and the dim light of the moon clearly reflect the fine dust flying in the sky, dense spider silk covering the corners of the wall, and mottled and peeling wall paint remains on the inner wall. Dracula silently walked into the dilapidated palace and waved his hand gently. The floating dust and the fine cobwebs swaying in the breeze instantly dissipated, and the palace seemed to regain its tidy appearance in an instant. A strange curse came out of Dracula's mouth. The ground here suddenly began to shake, and the ground in the center of the hall sank into a large pit. Circles of spiral steps extended to the deepest part of the pit, leading to the bottomless abyss. Of course, Dracula had no idea of taking the steps and jumped down from the pit. Green torches lit up in the depths of the pit one after another, illuminating the dim space. "Brad, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Deep in the pit, a human-height statue suddenly moved and said in a vicissitudes of life, "If I judge correctly, 1,000 years should have passed." This statue has an old, monkey-like face, with a long sparse beard that almost reaches the hem of the stone wizard's robe, and two grey big feet standing deep in the pit. On a smooth floor, he was holding an ancient scepter in both hands, with his back bent, and the expression on his face looked very unpredictable. "Why are you putting on airs when you have nothing to do?" Dracula walked up to him, kicked him over, and kicked the scepter in the statue's hand aside. The statue lost its support and staggered, almost falling to the ground on its face. "We haven't seen each other for so long, why are you so disrespectful?" Withered statue stabilized his figure and said a little depressed, "I am a highly respected great wizard with a long-lasting reputation. Famous for eternity." Dracula's mouth twitched. "I think it will be infamous for eternity, right? The academy you established has become a training base for dark wizards, and now the most annoying dark devil is also claiming to be your descendant. What kind of reputation does it have?" "What did you say?" The statue frowned with its stone brows, looking a little dull. "What's going on? How did they learn to be like me? I only leave some inheritance of black magic to my descendants. But we didn't let the students in the academy do the same. Who told everyone in Slytherin Academy to follow your example?" Dracula chuckled and shrugged. "Sure enough, there are just as many academy students as there are founders. Forget it, don't mention it." Salazar Slytherin abruptly changed the subject. "Tell me what to do. I've been waiting for you here for 1,000 years. Why have you delayed it until now? Come to see me. I would rather suggest that you reflect on yourself." Dracula looked at the ugly statue of Slytherin and curled his lips in disgust. "To make yourself look like this, neither human nor ghost. I don't come to see you just to prevent your little image in my eyes from completely collapsing." Tisk tisk, as expected, this decision is very wise. Although I have known for a long time that you have made yourself like this, it is still a bit scary to see such an ugly thing talking with your own eyes. Slytherin. He subconsciously wanted to wave his scepter, but then he found that the scepter had been kicked into the corner by Dracula. So Slytherin could only wave his fist in the air and shouted angrily, "What do you know? I have dedicated my youth to the cause of studying magic." "Dedicate your youth?" Dracula raised the corner of his mouth and mocked, "I think you were fascinated by Hirebow's powerful black magic. You were not like this in the early days. Although you also yearned for powerful power, you won't lose your mind for power. Why, do you also want to pursue eternal life?" Slytherin opened his mouth, then fell silent. Dracula shook his head slightly, walked to the statue of Slytherin, and tapped Slytherin's hard shoulders and back in his dissatisfied eyes, with a look of interest in his eyes. "One thing is beyond my expectation," Dracula said with great interest. "I thought what I was going to see was a remnant soul, or a body made with magic. I didn't expect this. Just an ordinary statue." "That's right." Slytherin nodded slowly and said, "It's similar in nature to the magic portrait, but it leaves more thoughts behind." Dracula's hand tapping the statue suddenly stopped. "So, you didn't make a Horcrux?" he asked softly. "Actually, that was what I wanted to do." Slytherin shook his head and sighed, "Although I am not very interested in eternal life due to your influence. But you understand me, pursuing more powerful power it's something I simply can't say no to. Why haven't I heard that Horcruxes can increase strength?" Dracula frowned. "I only know that it can split the soul and make people mentally retarded." "Ahem. It's not like he has become mentally retarded." Slytherin was choked by Dracula and had to explain, "It is true that Horcruxes cannot actually increase the user's power, but they can communicate with another person. The only way to achieve this level. I found a record in the remains left by Halbo, which describes all the feelings of Halbo in making the Horcrux. He saw another world through the state of being extremely close to death when his soul was split." "You mean, he saw the world of death?" Dracula suddenly asked. "You have never made a Horcrux, how would you know such a thing?" Slytherin glanced at Dracula in surprise. "I accidentally discovered a channel leading to the god of death." Dracula said calmly, "It's not important, continue talking about you." "Isn't this important?" Slytherin yelled, blowing his beard and glaring, "I have been searching for so many years, but I only found the only way to communicate with the god of death, making Horcruxes, and I gave up in the end. And yet you tell me it's not important." "It's really not important," Dracula said. "I directly entered the world of death with my soul and body. If it weren't for special circumstances, I wouldn't be able to come back." "Is this really what you want?" "That's exactly what I want," Slytherin said with certainty. "Brad, haven't you ever thought about it? Why are the three Paviral brothers able to fight against death through the Deathly Hallows?" "What do you mean?" Dracula looked at Slytherin doubtfully. "What I mean is, the god of death himself is not irresistible, he is just able to mobilize countless powers from another level, which makes him appear so powerful." Slytherin said. Halpo regretfully said, "I wrote a sentence, if he hadn't made a Horcrux, he might have found a chance to replace the god of death." Slytherin's words were so shocking that Dracula was a little stunned by what he said. Replacing death? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. Slytherin shook his head and said, Helpo's records are very detailed. The god of death is just a dark creature that gained another level of authority in ancient times. His function is to guide the stranded souls to escape. Go down. According to Hirebo's long-term communication with the god of death, it seems that the god of death was dissatisfied with being idle for a long time and had a crooked idea to penetrate the power into the magic world, so he deliberately left a loophole for the departed soul. This is probably the reason why ghosts exist. Dracula's frown deepened. So you and Hirebo both want to replace him? He asked doubtfully, is there any point in replacing him? Being able to experience stronger and more special power is always irresistible. Slytherin sighed. Helbo was being stared at by his old enemy Andrus, and it was said that he was trying to suppress him. Painful. And I have some other selfish motives. Both Barrow and Helena have become ghosts and are stranded in the magic world. This has a huge responsibility on my part as a teacher. I want to give an explanation to Luoyina who died of illness. In that case, Salazar, why didn't you choose to make a Horcrux in the end? Dracula asked again, leaving only such a statue that cannot carry much thought is not in line with your style. You and Godric will laugh at you and Godric for a long time if you use Horcruxes to survive. Slytherin smiled mockingly, forget it about Godric, he is long dead and I can't hear it. His ridicule, the problem is that there is a guy like you who can't die, so I have to think about it carefully. As for replacing the god of death, simply making a Horcrux can't do it. Helbo once regretted making Horcruxes because when he chose to borrow the power of the god of death, he was left with the mark of the god of death and could never replace it. The statue of Slytherin tells Dracula a lot about Horcruxes and the Grim Reaper, which were the results of his lifelong research as the founder of the Great Slytherin Academy. Dracula remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. If you hadn't come to see me all this time, I should have told you these things a long time ago. Slytherin said with some complaint, this is the reason for the existence of this statue of mine. You really made me feel good for a while. Wait. So, you've been waiting to tell me these things all these years. Dracula glanced at the statue of Slytherin and said thoughtfully, could it be that? An astonishing idea came to his mind. Could it be that you want me to fulfill your wish to replace the god of death? Dracula suddenly shrank. Ah, you are indeed my good friend, you really understand what I mean. Slytherin stroked his strong beard and said with satisfaction, of course, this still depends on your own thoughts. Don't I understand you? Unless something completely arouses your interest, no one can convince you. Dracula raised his eyebrows in surprise and stared into Slytherin's eyes. Slytherin also stared at Dracula with greystone eyes full of meaning. You are indeed a bit interested, can you tell me more about it? After a moment, Dracula suddenly laughed happily. It has been hard to find any fun in the magical world these years. Maybe you can become a so-called god of death. It'll be a little more fun. Slytherin's two stone palms clapped together, making a crisp sound. Okay, I knew you would be interested. He said happily, the conditions for replacing the god of death are actually very demanding. The first point is to collect 3 Deathly Hallows first. Dracula was stunned for a moment, and an intriguing smile suddenly appeared on his lips. What's the matter, do you find it difficult? Slytherin saw Dracula's expression and comforted him, don't worry, although for wizards like me, it is difficult to understand 3 mysterious things in just a few hundred years. I have a complete collection of Deathly Hallows, but you are different. Brad, you have countless time. As long as you pay more attention, sooner or later you will be able to collect all the Deathly Hallows. So there is no need for you to worry about this. I'm not worried. Dracula shook his head with a half-smile. I just, suddenly felt like laughing. Want to laugh? You are such a strange guy. Slytherin gave Dracula a strange look and continued. You must have the protection of the 3 Deathly Hallows in order to be able to function in the world where death lives. Our original strength. The place where the god of death is located has a great suppressive power on people in this world. The energy there will restrict the flow of magic power, affect the clarity of the mind, and will continue to corrode our bodies. The Deathly Hallows can resist this, the Elder Wand can restore the flow of magic power, the Resurrection Stone can protect the holder's sanity, and the Invisibility Cloak can resist continued erosion from the outside world. These functions may not be visible in the modern world, but it will become extremely obvious in the realm of death. According to rumors, this was a product specially created to fight against death after the 3 Paviral brothers had a conflict with death. But before the 3 of them had time to gather the 3 Deathly Hallows into one person's hand, they were killed by death, divided and broken. In the end, only Ingenotus Paviral, who possessed the invisibility cloak, escaped the pursuit of death, but was no longer able to fight back. In the end, he could only place his hope on future generations. Dracula fell into deep thought after hearing Slytherin's story. According to Slytherin, replacing the god of death has almost become an imperative. First of all, Dracula was indeed very interested in this character spread in the legends of the magical world, and when he went from the Death Hall of the Department of Mysteries to the world of death, he did form a quarrel with death to seek revenge. Quite reasonable. Secondly, many of Dracula's friends, descendants, and other people who are relatively close to him need someone to guide their souls. Dumbledore wants to go to the Lost Realm to guide Harry back at the cost of his own life. Helena Ravenclaw, as the soul of a ghost, needs the power of death to guide her to salvation. Even Andress is attached to the patroness. The soul inside can also be said to have nowhere to rest and have no home. If Dracula could replace death, then these problems would be solved. By the way, there's one more thing. Slytherin suddenly added, I think there's something you might be able to use. He pointed to the corner of the wall, where there was a scepter that Dracula had just kicked aside. Did you see that walking stick? In fact, it is Hirebo's Horcrux. Hirebo thought he had disguised it well and put it in his warehouse like an ordinary collection. But I couldn't recognize it at a glance. Generally, looking at Dracula, whose eyes slowly widened, Slytherin said proudly, after all, I have accepted Hirebo's inheritance. I am embarrassed to destroy the Horcrux that he relies on for survival. It's no problem if I give it to you. I entrust you to help protect it. Even if you do something to it, it's just because I don't know it. It has nothing to do with me. There is a small village in a valley in western England. There is a small square in the center of the village. In the center of the square is a war monument carved from stone. There are several shops, a post office, a bar, and a chapel whose stained glass windows shine like jewels across the square. There was a drizzle of rain falling in the sky. Dracula was walking in the rain without an umbrella, but every drop of rainwater that approached him would automatically spread out and fall on the stone-paved ground. Dracula passed by a few muggles coming and going and came to the monument in the center of the square. The monument suddenly changed. It was no longer an obelisk with names engraved on it, but turned into statues of three people. A man with disheveled hair and glasses, a woman with long hair and a beautiful and gentle appearance, and a baby boy sitting in his mother's arms. The raindrops gently hit the tops of the three of them's heads, and magically slid down their shoulders without leaving a drop of rain on their bodies. Dracula looked at the statues of the family of three with great interest, and it was easy to recognize who was engraved here. The man with shaggy hair looked so much like Harry, except that the one on his forehead there is no famous lightning-shaped scar. The statues of these three people were voluntarily cast by local wizards to commemorate Voldemort's first defeat. This is Godric's Hollow, the most famous of the half-wizard settlements. This village in southwestern England is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, founder of Gryffindor House, and where wizard goldsmith Bowman Wright created the first golden snitch. During the 100 years that Dracula was sleeping, this place was still the mainstay of today's wizarding world. It was also the place where the great wizard Albus Dumbledore once lived. It was also the place where Dumbledore and Grindelwald first met. Likewise, this is the place where Voldemort was first defeated. Dracula walked around the statue and walked towards the cemetery behind the church opposite. There is a narrow door at the entrance to the cemetery, and rows of wet tombstones stand on the moist soil. There was a tombstone that seemed to have been cleaned recently. There were no weeds around it, and it was not covered with moss like other tombstones. Instead, it was very clean and tidy. There is also a bouquet of white flowers blooming in the rain placed in front of the monument. Dracula's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at the dark stone tablet. Conjure Dumbledore and daughter Ariana. There is also a motto engraved below, where the treasure is, there is the heart. Is this why you want to find the resurrection stone? Dracula looked at the tombstone thoughtfully. When Dumbledore saw the resurrection stone from Voldemort's hand for the first time, he was extremely uneasy. When Dracula gave him the resurrection stone after Riddle had absorbed it, he was in a state of confusion for a long time. Research this Deathly Hallows. Dracula thought of the scene he saw in the mirror of Arist 5 years ago. A young girl seems to be Dumbledore's sister. She should be the child named Ariana Dumbledore on the tombstone. She is the regret of Dumbledore's life. Dumbledore pursued the resurrection stone for Ariana. Dracula sighed softly. Then, he no longer lingered, took a step forward, and instantly appeared in a small garden full of shrubs and flowers, and knocked on the door of the small villa in the center of the garden. Here, wait a moment. The voice of an old lady came from inside the house. Not long after, the door creaked open. An old lady wearing an old black shawl poked her head out from behind the door. She was short in stature, with sparse and pale hair, and the wrinkles on her face were almost in one piece. The old lady raised her head and looked at Dracula, who was smiling languidly outside the door with her turbid eyes. Her expression was a little dazed at first, and then the turbidity in her sight seemed to dissipate instantly, and she stared at Dracula with wide eyes. You are. Long time no see, Bathilda. Dracula chuckled. Is it really you, Mr. Dracula? Bathilda Bassett asked in surprise. I can't believe that you are exactly the same as you were more than 100 years ago. Bathilda Bassett was also a member of Nico Flamel's Phoenix Relief Book more than 100 years ago, and had an internship at the Alchemy Association for a period of time. At that time, Nico Flamel was only over 400 years old and had not yet completely retired. From time to time, he would visit the Alchemy Association and give advice to young people. Dracula would often go with him to see if there was anything new. It was at that time that Dracula met the young Bathilda Bagshot. Well, Bathilda, Nico told me that Albus has been staying with you recently, right? Dracula asked. If he hadn't mentioned that Grindelwald was also staying with you, I wouldn't have thought that Grindelwald Woe is actually your great-nephew. Ah, you're talking about Gellert. His relationship with Albus seems to have gotten better recently. Bathilda Bassett said with a smile. Back then, they were both young and energetic young men. Now, they are all old men with white hair. Only Mr. Dracula is still the same as before. Okay, let's not talk about old times with you now. Dracula interrupted her memories with a smile and said, I have something to do with Albus. Oh, I almost forgot that it's still raining outside. Bashet opened the door. Please come in. Dracula followed her into the living room, his eye drawn to a bowed chest of drawers behind many candles. There were many pictures on the chest of drawers. When the flame of the candle danced, the reflection flickered in the glass and silver frames of the pictures. In a photo at the back, there are two energetic teenagers, one with blonde hair and one with red hair. They stand together and smile lazily at Dracula in the silver frame. Dracula picked up the picture. Good evening, Professor Dracula. In the living room, the white-haired Dumbledore came over and said hello to Dracula. Dumbledore seemed a little surprised when he saw the photo in Dracula's hand. Oh, this seems to be a photo from a long time ago, he said. Professor Dracula seems to be very interested in it. This blonde-haired one should be Grindelwald, right? Dracula asked with interest. I saw him in the mirror of Arist in front of you 5 years ago. Tisk, the relationship between the two of you is very nice. Ahem. Dumbledore almost choked on his own saliva and coughed twice. Professor Dracula, peeking into other people's privacy is not a good habit, and that was all a long time ago. Suddenly, another white-haired figure walked out of the house. Dracula, what did you just say? Grindelwald asked, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. You mean, inside Albus's mirror of Arist? Gellert, this matter is not important. Dumbledore interrupted him abruptly and changed the subject. Instead of being curious about these trivial matters, I suggest you go back to the house and continue to study the Deathly Hallows. Grindelwald looked at him with a playful expression on his face. Is that so? I understand. He smiled happily and said to Dumbledore, Hey, when will you get rid of your tough-tongued problem, Albus? Dumbledore was expressionless, paying no attention to Grindelwald's thoughts, but looked directly at Dracula. Professor Dracula, why did you come to see me this time? He asked. To be precise, I came here not only to find you, but also to find him. Dracula glanced at Grindelwald. There is a way to solve Potter's problem, and also to deal with the threat of Voldemort. But I need some help from you too. In addition, I will need to borrow the 3 Deathly Hallows for a while. It's time to put an end to all these troubles. On the evening of September 1, 1996, at the opening dinner of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall came to the front of the auditorium holding the clean and tidy sorting hat and a round stool as always, preparing to start the annual sorting ceremony. But the chair in the middle of the professor's seat has always been empty, and no one has been seen. The newly admitted little wizard standing on one side of the auditorium, as well as the students sitting on the 4 long tables, all looked at the chair dedicated to the Hogwarts principal with curiosity. They didn't know that Dumbledore, who was always punctual, why didn't Leto attend today's sorting ceremony? What did Dumbledore do today? Ron turned to Harry and asked, I remember that he used to come very early. He said he liked to admire the energetic appearance of the new students. I don't know. Harry shook his head, but a few days ago Dumbledore took me to find an old professor to come out with. Did you see the position of the potions professor? That is Horace Slug. Professor Horn. So he is the professor who came to replace Snape. Ron nodded suddenly, and then said angrily, I knew Snape was not a good person, but Dumbledore trusted him so much. I just don't know who the new defense against the dark arts professor is. Harry looked expectantly at the empty chair next to Professor Flitwick and murmured, Do you think? Will Professor Dracula come back? Probably not. Ron hesitated. I heard from my father that Professor Dracula is doing something big. Dumbledore seems to be involved, but I don't know what he is doing. It probably has something to do with Voldemort. Harry said uncertainly, I hope their affairs go smoothly. You two, be quiet, the sorting ceremony has begun. Hermione suddenly lowered her voice and reminded them in a low voice. Only then did the two realize that Professor McGonagall had already called out the name of the first new student with the parchment in hand. It wasn't until the sorting ceremony was over that Dumbledore finally came to the auditorium. Before he even had time to sit down, he stood in front of the big chair in the center of the professor's seat and began the routine principal's speech. Good evening, everybody. Dumbledore smiled kindly, opened his arms as if to embrace the entire auditorium, and said the same instructions as in previous years. Administrator Filch asked me to tell everyone that students are strictly prohibited from bringing in any joke merchandise purchased from Wesley's Wizarding Wheezes this year. Students who want to join the college's Quidditch team should submit their names to the dean as usual. After Mr. Lee Jordan graduates, we are still looking for a new Quidditch commentator. Those who are interested can also go to the dean. Sign up there. Then, a look of regret appeared on his face that looked fake at first glance. Unfortunately, our defense against the dark arts professor last year, Professor Dolores Umbridge, will not be able to continue teaching everyone's defense against the dark arts class this year. There were enthusiastic cheers from the audience, and some little wizards threw their hats up in excitement. Especially Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, the two houses that were most targeted by Umbridge. The students of the two houses were as excited as West fireworks about to explode. Umbridge has been suffering at Hogwarts for a long time. Dumbledore looked at this scene with a smile and pressed his hands down. The auditorium gradually became quiet. Then, Dumbledore's face became slightly heavier and he said slowly, Also, Professor Severus Snape, for some reasons, will not continue to be the potions professor this year. This school year, we are very happy to welcome a new potions professor, Professor Slughorn. Horace Slughorn stood and bowed. His bald head shone in the candlelight, and his waistcoat-clad belly cast a large shadow on the table. Professor Slughorn is a former colleague of mine. He has agreed to return to his old position as potions professor, Dumbledore introduced. Except for the long table in Slytherin, students from other houses gave out cheers that were no less than when they heard the news of Umbridge's resignation. The Ministry of Magic has put Snape on the wanted list. All young wizards know that Snape is now a Death Eater and has completely become Voldemort's lackey. Any student with a righteous mind felt despised by Snape, not to mention that Snape's original reputation at Hogwarts was extremely poor. Only the Slytherin pureblood who admired Voldemort felt regretful, seemed to want to become a Death Eater along with their dean. Harry glanced at the Slytherin table and did not find his usual nemesis Malfoy. He only saw the two huge bodies of Crabbe and Goyle sitting next to Theodore Nott. Only then did he remember that Draco Malfoy had taken a leave of absence from school and was hiding in a safe house with his father, who had taken refuge with Professor Dracula. Looking at the young wizards cheering enthusiastically, Dumbledore had a hint of confusion in his eyes. This year, Slughorn will temporarily serve as the Dean of Slytherin College. Dumbledore sighed softly, and then said, as for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. He looked around the auditorium. The position of Defense against the Dark Arts professor is temporarily vacant. The new professor will come to Hogwarts Castle in 1 week at the latest. Dumbledore looked at the vacant seat next to Professor Flitwick, his thoughts rarely drifting elsewhere. If all goes well, Snape's undercover career will be completely over in a few days. By that time, Voldemort's curse on the position of defense against the Dark Arts professor will also be dissipated, and Dumbledore can satisfy Snape's wish to be the defense against the Dark Arts professor and let him change positions. Amid the noisy discussion, Dumbledore retracted his thoughts and cleared his throat. He waited a few seconds to make sure everyone was completely quiet before continuing. Everyone in this hall knows that Voldemort and his followers are making trouble again, and their power is growing. While Dumbledore spoke, most of the students in the Great Hall fell into a tense, heart-wrenching silence. However, Theodore Nott, Crabbe, Goyle and others did not look at Dumbledore at all and were talking to themselves, as if they felt that the principal's words were not worth listening to. I need to emphasize that the current situation is very dangerous. Everyone at Hogwarts needs to be extremely cautious to ensure our own safety. Dumbledore did not pay attention to the small actions in the audience and continued to speak. The castle's magical defenses were strengthened during the summer vacation, and we have received new and more effective protection. However, each of our teachers and students must still be vigilant at all times and cannot take it lightly. He paused and emphasized, especially the first 3 days after school starts, this is the time when all of you are most impetuous. I ask that you strictly follow every safety rule your teacher sets, no matter how annoying they may be, especially the rule about not getting up and going out after lights out. I implore you, whether inside or outside the school, if you find any abnormal or suspicious situation, you must report it to the faculty immediately. I believe that you will restrain your behavior for the safety of yourself and others. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept across all the students, and the serious expression on his face changed back to a faint smile. Okay, your bed is waiting for you, as warm and comfortable as you expected. Your top priority now is to get a good rest and prepare for class tomorrow. So, let's say good night. 3 days later, nearly 100 miles southwest of London, Stonehenge. The dawn sun is slowly rising from below the green horizon, illuminating the endless green plain inch by inch. The red-orange light drives away the dark blue night from the sky, bringing bright skylight. In the distance, ant-sized figures appeared one after another on the edge of the endless grassland. Although these figures were extremely small compared to the Stonehenge, which could reach up to dozens of feet high, they gradually gathered into a vast ocean, seeming to submerge all the giant stones. Who is it? Who is it? In the magic shield in the middle of Stonehenge, Voldemort angrily yelled at the sleepy men around him. As soon as he woke up from his sleep, he realized something was wrong. He tried to apparate into the distance to explore what was going on, but found that the entire Stonehenge area had been shrouded in an anti-disapparition spell. Obviously, the other party came prepared. Why? Why did Dumbledore know our stronghold? Voldemort roared incompetently and furiously. Tell me, how many undercover Dumbledores are there among the Death Eaters? The Death Eaters suddenly woke up from their sleep, with confused and frightened looks on their faces. They didn't understand why the Dark Lord started to go crazy early in the morning. It wasn't until they heard the iconic pop sound of the apparition getting closer and closer that they realized that the danger was approaching. The enemy used anti-apparition spells to restrict the Death Eaters from escaping, but they could come to the battlefield to support them through the corresponding phantom appearance. The Death Eaters could not escape and could only watch as the encirclement on the plane became thicker and denser. Voldemort couldn't understand. It was clear that after being stabbed in the back several times, he carefully used legilimency to check all of his men countless times, and he did not find any double-minded Death Eaters at all. However, he had just driven away a large number of Muggles at Stonehenge, and the carefully established stronghold was easily discovered by Dumbledore again. Voldemort originally planned to gather all his allies together to raid Hogwarts Castle and catch Dumbledore off guard. Now, this plan has basically come to nothing. He felt like a clown, with every move under Dumbledore's surveillance, but he still couldn't find the undercover agent hiding among the Death Eaters. Master, I have investigated, and Dumbledore has brought many people. Snape strode to Voldemort and reported to him, "Orders from the Ministry of Magic, the Order of the Phoenix, and the International Federation of Wizards, even Dracula's vampire clan, the werewolves led by Lupin, and a giant. I think they probably want to start a decisive battle with us." Voldemort glanced at Snape, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, he also has capable and reliable subordinates like Severus, who can make people feel more at ease when doing normal things. Ever since Bellatrix Lestrange and many of the Death Eaters dispatched in previous operations were captured by the Ministry of Magic, Snape had become Voldemort's most trusted and relied upon subordinate. After all, this Death Eater who had been lurking in Hogwarts for more than 10 years had already proved his loyalty by personally reciting the death curse to Dumbledore, and his excellence is obvious to all. No matter how loyal a Death Eater is, not everyone has the courage to attack Dumbledore, the Great Wizard. Go ahead and get everyone ready to fight. Voldemort nodded and said viciously, "The power we have gathered is no worse than the people brought by Dumbledore." He looked around at the boulders lying on the vast plain, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. "If you don't look carefully, maybe no one will notice it." The large stones lying on the ground in Stonehenge are undulating from time to time, as if they are breathing. Just when the battle near Stonehenge was about to break out, a tall figure with light blonde hair also appeared on the top of Mount Olympus. Grindelwald, who had restored his image to his prime, stood proudly on the mist-shrouded snowy peaks, with a wild smile on his lips, staring at the magic circle hidden in the fog high in the sky. "There is the entrance to the secret realm established by Andrus." Grindelwald stretched out one hand to straighten his long, light blonde hair that was blown by the mountain wind, and played with a simple-looking scepter in the other hand. The amusement on his face was particularly conspicuous. Suddenly, the mountain wind stopped. He waved his hand violently, and a powerful spell struck somewhere in the mist. The next moment, a six-pointed star magic circle surrounded by circular light appeared at the place where Grindelwald's spell was bombarded, spinning constantly. Grindelwald threw the scepter in his hand and stepped into the magic circle leisurely. While Dumbledore and Grindelwald were in their respective places, Dracula appeared in the Hall of Death in the Department of Mysteries, British Ministry of Magic. On his pale and slender left index finger was a ring set with a diamond-shaped black gemstone, and in his right hand he held an elder wand with 7 raised branches. Dracula's figure is hidden under an invisibility cloak, and his shadow cannot be seen in the Hall of Death. With his sight unobstructed through the invisibility cloak, Dracula looked at the dark grey curtain gently swinging in the stone arch in front of him, his expression unprecedentedly serious and solemn, completely different from his usual indifferent and casual appearance. "There's still half an hour left, Albus, Grindelwald, you two, don't let me down." Dracula took out a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at it, and said softly. On the plain where Stonehenge is located, the two groups of people came into contact in the blink of an eye. At this moment, many huge rocks that had fallen on the ground suddenly moved. With roars and earthquake-like tremors, one giant after another stumbled up from the ground, waving sticks in his hands that were longer than the combined heights of several wizards present. "Ha ha ha ha, Gall go mad, have you seen it? There are many Aurors out there who have persecuted your tribe." Voldemort laughed and said to the tall giant leader beside him, "Take your giant subordinates and get rid of them." The giant, who was almost as big as the tallest boulder, grinned cruelly and rushed out first, brandishing his stick. As the giants stepped out heavily, the ground emitted violent roars one after another. The wizards in the distance seemed to be standing on a trampoline, barely able to control their movements, and fell to the ground. "Grop, can you stop those big guys for a while?" Hagrid turned his head worriedly and glanced at his half-brother. "Don't be too forced, just block them a little." Originally over 10 feet, 5 meters, tall, Hagrid was almost twice the height of an ordinary person, but compared to his younger brother Grop next to him, Hagrid had become much shorter. However, Grop seemed like a dwarf compared to those giants as tall as Stonehenge. Grop didn't know whether he had no fear or wanted to make his dwarf brother happy. He patted his chest and roared towards the group of big guys who were at least a few heads taller than him. "Don't let Grop fight alone, let's protect him together." Nymphadora Tonks in the crowd saw this scene and shouted loudly to the surrounding Aurors. As she finished speaking, a group of colorful spells shot towards the giant's rough skin, but their offensive had no effect. Even without overt magical abilities, giants are extremely powerful magical creatures. They possess raw strength proportional to their staggering size, and their rough skin can withstand the spells of most wizards, sometimes even more than the scales of a fire dragon. More resistant to beatings. "Bunch of fools, hit them in the eyes." Alastor Moody shouted angrily, "Have you learned defense against the dark arts in vain?" The nearby Aurors all wanted to say that when they were at Hogwarts, they did not have a reliable defense against the dark arts professor like Dracula. Their defense skills were indeed learned in vain. But now is obviously not the time to discuss such things. The young Aurors began to aim at the giant's eyes and attack, and then the spell gradually took effect. However, the giants not only bring trouble to the wizards brought by Dumbledore when they have combat power. Even if they are knocked unconscious, they can overwhelm a group of tiny wizards with their huge size and weight. This won't work, the difference in size and strength is too big. Moody shouted loudly, "Let's get some Aurors who are not so useless, the kind who can use the levitating spell to throw these big guys aside." "Instructor Moody, the Death Eaters on the other side are not weak either. We can't draw so many elite Aurors." Tonks walked over quickly and answered anxiously. Then we can't just watch these things fall on our heads. Moody yelled angrily, you block those Death Eaters, and I will deal with these giants myself. I just said that during the last war, we should kill all these stupid guys. It's a pity that old Batty didn't agree at that time. Now he must have tasted the pain. While muttering, Moody walked towards a falling giant on crutches and raised his wand. However, before he could recite the spell, a petite figure suddenly appeared from the team on the ground and kicked the fallen giant. Moody's intact eyeball widened, and even the other magic eye was a little straight. He saw that the giant's body seemed to defy the law of gravity and flew out in an instant, hitting another giant behind him heavily and knocking that giant to the ground. Leave these big guys who are too weak to use to us. Serena flapped her 2 wings, one black and one white, and waved her hand to Moody on the ground. You should deal with those Death Eaters. Bar. Each high-level vampire flapped its wings and flew up, rushing towards the menacing giants. Although not every vampire has the huge power of Dracula and Serena to directly fight against the huge giant, several high-level vampires combined can be enough to deal with 1 or 2. After all, the vampire clan has been recuperating for many years, and their number is still higher than the giants who have been killing each other for many years. When the battle was in full swing, Dumbledore took the Horcrux riddle to find Voldemort, who was standing at the top of Stonehenge. Dumbledore, how dare you face me alone this time? Voldemort stared at the figure in front of him tightly and said with a gloomy expression, aren't Dracula and Grindelwald coming to be your helpers? Or do you, an old man like you, still think that I am the same person I used to be, and that you think you can deal with me on your own? Voldemort's eyes sharpened and he raised his wand. Dumbledore, who gave you the courage? Dumbledore took a deep look at the wand that Voldemort was holding tightly, and then smiled with satisfaction. I know, Tom, you are very strong now. He chuckled and said, so I am not alone, I also have helpers. The boy Voldemort shrank violently. He first looked around nervously, and then breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that neither Dracula nor Grindelwald was nearby. Dumbledore, is he the helper you are talking about? Right. Voldemort pointed at the Horcrux riddle and laughed, is this the defective product that I split apart? However, I, a defective product, now have a more complete soul than you. Riddle took 2 steps forward and looked at Voldemort, the handsome and ugly faces facing each other. Why do you look down on me? But after all, you are just a defective product created by me. Voldemort sneered, I will not give you the chance to replace me. Then let's wait and see. Riddle said coldly. Okay. Dumbledore said with a kind smile, since you don't like my helper, then let's see the real deal, do it. Voldemort took his time and stared at the Horcrux riddle with disdain in his eyes, clearly wanting to see what threat his Horcrux could pose to him. Next moment. Expelliarmus. The spell was not spoken from Riddle's mouth, but came from behind Voldemort. In an instant, the wand in Voldemort's hand was thrown high uncontrollably, and was caught by a person behind him. Voldemort turned around in disbelief and saw Snape holding the wand made into a Horcrux, looking at him with hatred on his face. Severus, why are you? He had actually sensed Snape's arrival, but his attention was focused on his own front, not taking any precautions against his most trusted subordinate. Sorry, Lord Dark Lord, the person who notified Dumbledore of this stronghold was actually me. Snape's lips trembled, but his tone was extremely cold. The undercover you have been looking for is also me. This is impossible. You used the death curse on Dumbledore. Why did he still dare to believe you? Voldemort roared angrily. He tried to use wandless magic to regain the wand from Snape's hand, but another powerful force blocked Snape. Don't you understand, Tom? Dumbledore stepped forward and said calmly, because I asked Severus to use the death curse that time. I let you down. Who said? I only have one helper. Voldemort's eyes were about to burst with anger, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burst out. Voldemort couldn't believe that his most trusted subordinate had betrayed him, and together with his completely rebellious Horcruxes and his greatest enemy, they surrounded him at the top of the Stonehenge. Looking around, there were Death Eaters and allies from the Dark Camp in all directions. However, they were all suppressed by the people brought by Dumbledore. No one had time to pay attention to anything else, let alone Voldemort's plight above. The majestic Dark Lord seemed to be alone at this moment. He, so what if I'm the only one? Voldemort laughed angrily and looked at the 3 people around him crazily. Don't think that the 3 of them together can help you succeed. 2 dark flames suddenly burned in his eyes. On the other side, in the secret realm of Mount Olympus, the towering and majestic Mount Olympus turned upside down and hung far above the sky. Below the upside-down Mount Olympus is a towering and elegant building with a strong ancient Greek style, standing on a flat land like water. In addition, there is a silver giant as tall as Mount Olympus, which seems to reach the sky and the earth, standing next to the building. Are you the wizard introduced by Dracula to help me? A tall man wearing a white garment similar to a robe with bare shoulders stood beside Grindelwald, looking at Grindelwald with a suspicious expression. Did you come early? To tell you the truth, I don't need help yet. Andrus said, Dracula helped me eliminate Herbo not long ago, and now he is still in the recovery period. As long as don't let any more accidents happen, it will take him a few years to recover. Is that so? Grindelwald raised the corners of his lips, but what if I need him to recover now? Wait, don't mess around. Andrus was startled. I finally waited until I had some rest time. There is no need to continue fighting with Herbo during the break, besides, he will not recover. It's not you who has the final say. Before Andrus finished speaking, he saw Grindelwald taking out an ancient scepter from behind. The next moment, the dark energy hidden in the entire secret realm suddenly fluctuated, and Andrus's huge patron saint was a little dazed by the sudden manic energy. What is this in your hand? Andrus asked in shock. Why did it startle the recovering Hellbow like this? You'll find out soon. Grindelwald smiled and looked into the depths of the ancient Greek building. After a moment, a vague and illusory soul emerged from the darkness and flew quickly towards Andrus and Grindelwald. The look on his face looked extremely frightened, anxious, and even panicked. Tell me, where did you get this scepter? Hellbow asked Grindelwald in panic. Give it back to me, and we can discuss what conditions you have. Is everything negotiable? Grindelwald smiled playfully. Yes, everything is negotiable. Hellbow nodded seriously. As long as you give it back to me. Andrus saw Hellbow's panic expression, and now he fully understood what the scepter represented. You can't give it to him. He quickly tried to dissuade him. Aren't you on the side of Dracula? If the Horcrux we finally found is returned to Hellbow, we will probably never be able to get rid of him again. Don't worry, the invincible Mr. Andrus. Grindelwald chuckled. Dracula and I have already discussed it. You don't need to speak, just watch from the side. Then, he turned his gaze to Hellbow. If I said that I wanted you to borrow the power of death, would you agree? To the maximum extent possible. This is impossible. Hellbow shook his head and said, every time I borrow power, I will pay a huge price, let alone borrowing it to the maximum extent. You can ask for anything else, what you want is in my treasure house, all of them. Tisk, I'm not interested in your collection. Grindelwald's face darkened. Since you don't want to discuss it with me, then forget it. He opened his palms, and a black fire instantly ignited in his palms. Say goodbye to your Horcrux, despicable Mr. Halper. Grindelwald blew on the scepter contemptuously. Wait a moment. Hellbow quickly shouted, wait a minute. I agree to your request. Put Li Huo away quickly. The corners of Grindelwald's lips curled up, and he pinched the fierce fire that was about to touch the scepter between his fingers, but did not let it dissipate. Then, don't you need to express your gratitude? He looked at Hellbow. Hellbow gritted his teeth, and finally sighed helplessly and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there were two eerie, dark flames burning. It's time. In the death hall of the Department of Mysteries, Dracula looked at the pointer of his pocket watch pointing to the Roman numeral 6 and exhaled a long breath. Then, he neatly took back his pocket watch, arranged his invisibility cloak, and tightened his grip on the Elder Wand. Stepping into the floating curtain on the stone arch. Take one step forward and change the world? The scene was the same as the last time I entered behind the curtain. The first thing that caught my eye was a large sea of umbrella-shaped flowers with curled petals and no leaves. Countless manzushua are spread all over the dark earth, and the red petals are like waves. The sky is dark gray, there is no sun in the sky, and there is a hazy light coming from nowhere, and a gloomy world emerges before our eyes. At the end of the sea of flowers, there are towering mountain peaks. A tall figure sits on a throne of bones. A dark cloak hangs down behind him, and countless skull-like shadows fill the hem of the cloak. However, what is different from the first time I saw it is that at this moment, the densely packed skulls on the cloak of death are screaming in pain, and countless black flocculent energy is spat out from the mouths of the skulls, connected to the void that leads to nowhere. Feeling the constant fluctuations of power from the god of death spreading to the outside world, Dracula raised a smile on his lips. He knew that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had successfully completed their respective tasks. Then, leave the rest to me. Dracula slowly took a few steps forward, playing with the Elder Wand that he had snatched from Dumbledore with a disarming spell. This wand only recognizes the strong. If it does not do so, it will not be able to exert its true power, so Dracula and Dumbledore played a not-so-fake match. Dumbledore, who has long passed his prime, its total magic power is already a bit lower than Dracula, so the handover ceremony of the Elder Wand went smoothly. This time, Dracula, who was wearing an invisibility cloak, walked very close to the throne of bones. The god of death sitting on the throne of bones suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of dark gray eyes without any focus. Who is it? His face, which had almost no flesh and blood and was only made of dry skin and bones, opened and closed, and he asked in a hoarse voice, I haven't seen you for a while, Mr. Death. Dracula chuckled and said casually under the cover of his invisibility cloak, I'm here to pay back the debt that you drove away in embarrassment last time. Death's dark gray eyes were tinged with darkness as he stared at the place where the sound came from. It's you, that vampire boy from last time. He said coldly, you really picked a good time. It seems that you have made a lot of preparations. You can even find my invisibility cloak. Wait. In Death's cold voice, his strong confidence suddenly wavered a bit. You actually collected all three of those things. Are you scared? Dracula asked playfully, twirling the Elder Wand between his fingers. Afraid. A laughter like gold and iron colliding came out of the god of death's throat. You may not understand the gap between us. Life in your world and I have never been on the same level. This is far from you. Those few small items can make up for it. Really. Listening to Death's strong declaration, Dracula raised his lips with interest. Then why are you anxious? Since the gap between us is so big, shouldn't you just sit still and let me beat you? Is it right? Fire flashed in the grim eyes of the god of death. Vampire, you are provoking me, he said coldly. Didn't you say that we are not on the same level? Dracula chuckled, if the gap is really as big as you said, you won't be harmed no matter what I do, or, you are, bluff. Death's voice was still. The dark sky became lower than before, with thick ink-like dark clouds stacked together thickly, and an ugly face that was indistinguishable from the god of death looked down in the direction of Dracula. The blood-colored river water in the countless surrounding mountains surged rapidly, and rows of huge waves exuding a fishy smell came one after another. Countless skeletons broke free from the cage, and the thick skeletons covered with chains almost touched the sky and the sky. The faces are woven together. Heavy pressure fell on Dracula, as if there was a weight of the world, making him almost breathless. Tisk, you stingy guy, you can't even take a joke. Dracula frowned, then sneered and shook his head. A pair of dark, wide wings supported by several sharp bones spread out impressively behind his back. Dracula, bearing the weight of a world, slowly flew into the air. The invisibility cloak had lost its invisibility effect at some point and turned into a fluid covering Dracula's skin, sharing the pressure of the entire world and resisting the ever-present erosion. The resurrection stone shines rhythmically on the ring, gradually turning into the same color as Dracula's burgundy eyes, guarding his mental and spiritual stability. Dracula waved the Elder Wand slowly and steadily, drawing a circle around him. A full moon quietly emerged in a world that was about to plunge into darkness, giving the dark clouds covering the sky and the crimson river water that rolled over the earth a touch of silver light. Dracula slowly rose into the sky in the light of the full moon, his silver hair motionless in the wind, and his dark wings blocked half of the moonlight, casting a deep and lonely shadow on the blood-stained ground. A stream of blood as smooth as satin flowed behind the wings, turning into a bright red stream, winding in a graceful arc outside the dark moonlight, and flowing in the direction traced by Dracula's slender fingers. The blood-colored satin-like stream keeps flowing and swirling, and the full moon floats quietly, facing off against the dark clouds and the scarlet river water of this world. Before Dracula's magic was fully formed, dark clouds and scarlet river water were already pressing down like mountains, not just like mountains, but there were really 13 mountains covered with corpses pressing down on him. Boom! The bloody stream collided with the scarlet river water, the bright full moon illuminated the dark clouds, and Dracula raised one hand to support the overlapping mountain peaks. Although the size and momentum of Dracula's and Death's spell seemed completely disproportionate, the situation between the two parties was strangely stalemate. The overlapping mountains have stagnated, the streams and rivers have stopped flowing, the dark clouds have stopped rolling, and even the light emitted by the full moon has stopped at half, no longer illuminating any more. What did you do? Death's hoarse voice sounded in the darkness where the moonlight did not shine. The voice was mixed with surprise and confusion. Why is my power suddenly out of control? Dracula chuckled. He released his left hand holding the mountain, gently flapped his wings, and flew lightly around the still blood-colored stream to the other side of the full moon. The chaotic environment that was originally emitting bursts of roaring sounds has now become silent, as if all sounds have been lost in an instant, and any medium for sound transmission has been isolated. The silence is frightening. When I first came to this world, I was actually thinking about one thing. Dracula's voice rang out in the silence. There was no echo, but it seemed particularly loud and harsh. I was wondering, as we are both dark, can I use the energy here in turn? He said calmly. I once asked a friend to do an experiment to determine the difference between several different dark energies. It turns out that there is no difference. In other words, all darkness comes from the same source. It wasn't long before I learned that there was such a world of death. The conclusion is obvious. This is the source of all darkness in the world. Since I can control the dark energy in this world, I should be able to control the energy here as well. When the three deathly hallows eliminate the interference of authority in this world for me, then the darkness here should be divided into half for me. Dracula suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The red river surges back, the mountains return, and the clouds recede. Almost instantly, he took over half of Death's control over the world, driving the attack that was originally launched against him, and instead returned it to Death on the throne of bones. The god of death had never thought that such a scene would happen. He was caught off guard and, along with his throne, was crashed down by 13 mountains. Under the violent impact, a huge crack opened in the entire ground, tearing open a huge canyon, and there seemed to be scarlet waves rushing in the depths of the canyon. How could you control the power of this world in such a short period of time? The throne of bones rose from below the scarlet canyon, and the god of death sat on the throne, asking somewhat embarrassedly. Maybe you don't believe it, but I have used this power many times. Dracula smiled happily, thinking about the mark in his gloomy wooden wand that could control darkness. But so what? Death said hoarsely, the most you can do is take away half of the power of this world, and the most you can do is coexist with me here. Let me see what else you can do to me. Wrong. Dracula's smile became more playful. Have you forgotten, Mr. Death? Before I entered this world, you lent your power to 2 living wizards. The dead grey eyes of the god of death suddenly shrank. He hurriedly moved the countless skulls on the hem of the cloak, trying to cut off their power connection with the outside world. Stop struggling, Mr. Death. It's not so easy to take back the borrowed power. Dracula said with a smile, especially since you have been deprived of half of your power by me. It will be extremely slow to take it back by force. Those 2 guys are a little bad, but it cannot be denied that they are both extremely outstanding and powerful wizards. They are undisputedly ranked among the top in the history of the entire magical world. How can they easily return the power they borrowed to you? Dracula chuckled and waved his hand to Death. Farewell, Mr. Death. An incomparably powerful force, carrying the power of half the world, crushed the god of death. The god of death tried to use the power he still had left in his body to resist, but in the end he could not overcome the power gap with Dracula. Gradually, the god of death's power seemed to be slowly being crushed by a millstone, becoming weaker and weaker. Under this ebb and flow, the pressure on Dracula became stronger and stronger. Dracula gradually realizes what the so-called Reaper is. It is nothing more than a dark creature that can control dark energy. When Death saw Dracula for the first time, he became disgusted with his identity as a vampire, because as the purest dark creature, Dracula is almost the only person who has the opportunity to control the dark energy here. The god of death felt a strong threat from Dracula. As for Herbo and Slytherin, who originally wanted to replace the position of the god of death, their wishes were actually wishful thinking from the beginning. If they were not born with darkness, they would not be able to control the energy here, and they would not be able to truly become the god of death. The figure on the throne of bones turned into tiny specks of dark light, and was crushed into powder. This space soon lost all signs that this god of death had ever existed. The skulls on his cloak fled in all directions, jumped into the Scarlet River, and merged with the countless skeletons into a group. The bones spliced together on the throne of bones struggled desperately, and seemed to want to follow those skulls. Dracula waved his hand and allowed the skeletons to return to their original state and jump into the river. Then, he slowly walked towards the sea of flowers on the other side of the flower, looking at the earth that had been restored to its original state after a battle in the blink of an eye, and the dark grey gloomy sky. It seems to be over. It is indeed over. Dracula let out a long sigh. The previous god of death completely lost his mark on this world. Now the person actually controlling this world of death is Dracula. Dracula felt the endless dark energy around him, moving his arms and fingers, just like the magic power in his body. The mountains, rivers, ground, and even the sky around him seemed to be able to change in a single thought. Dracula had a thought in his mind and habitually snapped his fingers. The entire vast world suddenly changed. The Scarlet River and countless skeletons merged into a large lake. 13 sword-like mountains turned into a castle towering beside the Scarlet Lake. There was a small room in the castle. There are a few Bianhua flowers on the windowsill. Dracula appeared in the room, sitting behind a desk, reclining comfortably in a soft armchair. After living for so many years, the most comfortable place is an office like this in Hogwarts. He closed his eyes and murmured softly. He snapped his fingers again. The power originally lent to Voldemort and Herbo was forcibly taken back. Through the connection between this power and the real world, Dracula saw the interesting expressions of panic when Voldemort and Herbo suddenly lost their power. He also saw that although Dumbledore and Grindelwald were surprised for a moment, they each seized the opportunity and successfully captured Voldemort and Herbo. Voldemort's soul was even weaker than the Horcrux riddle, and was absorbed and merged by the Horcrux he made. Losing consciousness, Herbo's scepter was burned by the fire, and Andres took the opportunity to use the Patronus to completely annihilate his fragile soul. Now, the plan to replace the god of death can be considered a complete success. Dracula withdrew his gaze and took out an exquisite hourglass in light gold color from his pocket, hanging on a golden necklace. It's really troublesome. I have to go back. He looked at his gloomy wooden wand with an incomprehensible expression. Dracula lazily stood up from the armchair, walked to the door of the office, and stretched. Then, he opened the door and walked out. I don't know when the door of the office became a bridge between the real world and the realm of death. When Dracula went out, he went directly to the death hall of the Department of Mysteries, with the ancient stone arch behind it. The dark grey curtain is still swinging gently, but to Dracula, the world behind it has lost its original mystery, and has become a power that he can control at will. The previous god of death was a dark creature born in the world of death. There was no essential difference from the skeletal creatures trapped in the Blood River and Bone Mountain. He could not directly enter the living world, so he could only make trouble in a roundabout way for a long time. The birth of magical creatures such as ghosts and dementors is related to this. It is precisely because of this that the previous god of death developed strong hostility to Dracula when he first met him. Why can a pure dark creature be born in this world and have the ability to move in two worlds at the same time? Of course, now he will never have the chance to retaliate against such a thing. Dracula is too lazy to think about such boring things. He now wants to fill in a small hole that has existed for several years in his future and past timelines. The death hall is still the same as before. It was dim and square, with a sunken center where the stone arch was, and looked like a huge pit, about 20 feet deep. Stone steps circled the entire house, like stone benches, descending step by step. Every level is very steep. There are several doors high up, leading to various other rooms in the Department of Mysteries. Dracula took one step forward and appeared in front of one of the doors. He opened the door and walked into a long and narrow rectangular room. It is filled with constantly dancing lights, and the whole room shines like a gem. Various time-related equipment completely fills the room. Various pendulum clocks, quartz clocks, pocket watches, wristwatches, and other clocks are displayed in various places. Placed everywhere. There were several silent people working indoors, but they didn't notice Dracula at all. They didn't even notice any abnormalities, and they were still immersed in the work of the time hall. Dracula passed by one of the silent men and came to the center of the time hall. There is a huge crystal jar shaped like a clock, and bright light comes from it from time to time. The jar is shaped like a big bell, and its interior is constantly producing a dancing bright light. In the crystal water inside it floats a small, jewel-like bright egg. And when the egg was held up by the bright water in the bell jar, it suddenly broke apart, and then a small hummingbird appeared from inside. As soon as the hummingbird appeared, it was carried by the water to the top of the jar so that it could reach the top of the jar. It spreads its wings and flies high above the liquid. But whenever it wants to land on the water and drink water, its feathers are wetted by the water flow, and then are magically brought back to the bottom of the jar and sealed in its egg again. This process is repeated over and over again. The hummingbird in the jar keeps getting younger and younger, until it enters the state before birth, and then is born again from the egg and grows up again, and the cycle continues endlessly. So this is the container that holds the energy of time, right? Dracula looked at the bird trapped in the time loop inside the bell jar with interest while raising the time turner in his hand. This time turner was taken from the time hall in my 3rd year as a professor at Hogwarts. After all, the time turner that was always used by Hermione Granger at that time was not very authentic, and the time there is not enough energy either. Come on, borrow some time and energy. He casually hooked his fingers, and part of the liquid in the bell-shaped jar was poured into the hourglass of the time converter. Once it enters the hourglass, the liquid condenses into gravel and gradually fills the entire hourglass. Immediately, Dracula turned the hourglass and made it spin rapidly. Each time turner has been cast an hour reversal spell by the silent man of the time hall. Every time the hourglass turns, time will go back 1 hour. And with the help of Dracula's fluctuations and sufficient time energy, the hourglass rotated more than 20,000 times in the blink of an eye. Dracula flew backwards rapidly in the reversal of time. Various clouds and strange shapes passed before his eyes, and something was tapping in his ears. He was a little impatient with the long time travel process, so he took a step forward, directly breaking through the flow of time, and instantly arrived at the time he wanted to go. It was a quiet morning in the summer of 1994. Dracula's body was still in the shiny time hall of the Department of Mysteries, but the silent people around him had changed, and they all fainted on the ground. Looking at the slightly messy environment around them, one could roughly tell that a battle had just occurred here, but the situation seemed to be one-sided, and the silent man had no power to fight back. It can be seen that a door on the side of the time hall is still open. Behind that door, compared to the radiant light of the time hall, it looked particularly dark, and bursts of death breath came from the cracks in the door. This kind of death aura is very familiar to Dracula, but compared to the situation 3 years later, the current death energy is not completely under his control. Dracula shrugged and was about to walk towards the side door leading to the death hall. However, just halfway through, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to hide my identity. He excitedly tapped his black and red robes with the Elder Wand, and the clothes turned into a gorgeous red cloak. Dracula put the long hood on the back of his cloak on his head, and also put on a pair of gloves of the same color on his hands. No trace of skin was exposed, and then he walked into the door of the death hall with this outfit satisfied. Inside, the hall of death was not empty at this time. There was an impossibly handsome vampire with flowing silver hair and a black and red robe standing in the sunken center of the death hall, about to step into the stone archway leading to the realm of death. You don't want to get in there at this time, Dracula said with interest. Suddenly hearing Dracula's voice, Dracula from 3 years ago stopped and turned around in surprise. His expression was surprised at first, then became speechless. It's hard for me to imagine that one day I will be so bored. Dracula said with a strange expression 3 years ago, do you need to dress like this? It's not like I don't know who you are anyway. Dracula looked at him amusedly, finding this scene quite interesting. He knew clearly that his past self knew who he was, but he still had to pretend to be unclear and play the identity guessing game with him. Even Dracula knew exactly where things would go next, but he still had to go through it again. It's surprisingly interesting. The form has to go a bit, Dracula said happily. As long as you are happy. Dracula crossed his arms and twitched the corners of his mouth 3 years ago. Then tell me, why do you say I don't want to go there at this time? In fact, you know I really want to go inside that arch. It's not yet time, Dracula said vaguely, imitating Dumbledore's Riddler-like way of speaking. But why can't you speak clearly? Dracula's mouth twitched 3 years ago. I can't imagine that one day I will become a Riddler like you. There are many things you can't think of. Looking at the deflated appearance of his past self, Dracula laughed with interest. What happened next was the same as 3 years ago. The two of them kept talking. Dracula took advantage of the chat with his past self to quietly use a hint of death's authority to leave a mark on the gloomy wooden wand. This mark can not only help Dracula in the past slightly control the power of the previous god of death, but also serve as a coordinate to help Dracula find his past location in the realm of death. In fact, the latter function is the most important, because Dracula is fully aware that his past self would be unable to hold back his curiosity and suddenly step behind the curtain of the stone archway. Therefore, he must pull his past self back from that side in time to prevent the previous god of death from playing dirty tricks. So, what is inside here? Dracula 3 years ago looked at the gently swinging curtains on the stone arch and asked softly. The curtains are constantly fluttering even if there is no wind. This is because life is dying in the world every moment. Dracula explained casually, but he knew in his heart that the critical moment was approaching. And in this space, the gradually descending stone steps around it mean the gradual aging of life. Haven't you figured it out yet? What kind of place is the world behind the arch? The Dracula of 3 years ago looked back, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that this arch would be so important that it would be worth my while to think of a way to go back in time to prevent myself from entering. Dracula from the past laughed, but have you ever thought about it? The more people try to dissuade me, the more I even want to go in and take a look. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and stepped decisively into the dark grey curtain inside the arch. Dracula looked at this scene with amusement and had no idea of stopping him. It would be good to let my past self meet the god of death. At least the next time I take over the position of the god of death, I will have some understanding of another world and won't be blinded. It's just that the Dracula from 3 years ago actually thought that the future Dracula didn't react, so he let him enter the door. This is quite interesting. Dracula tisked and sat bored on a stone step, waiting for the moment when his past self tried to activate the teleportation magic to come back. After a few minutes, Dracula snapped his fingers. The authority of the god of death from the future invaded the curtain on the stone arch, forcibly took away part of the power of the current god of death, and connected the present world with the dark moon in the realm of death. The next moment, a dark moon appeared in the death hall of the Department of Mysteries. Through the light and shadow of the dark moon, Dracula vaguely saw a tall skull face sitting majestically on a throne of bones, with an extremely shocked expression. Enjoy your time as the god of death. In a few years, you will disappear from this position. He chuckled and waved to the god of death behind the dark moon, welcoming himself back from another world 3 years ago. After dealing with the minor timeline issues, Dracula returned to the fall of 1996. Although he went back to the past and stayed for a while, not even a minute passed 3 years later. The battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald had just ended not long ago. Dracula thought for a moment, then took one step forward and instantly appeared in the secret realm on the top of Mount Olympus. The black air here has disappeared, but many ancient Greek buildings are scorched black, and there are many dilapidated ruins. It seems that the fire just burned very violently. Andrus, has Herbo been dealt with? Dracula shouted to the silver giant. It's solved, ha ha ha, it's completely solved. Andrus, wearing a robe with half of his shoulders bare, walked out from the giant's chest and laughed. The grudges that have lasted for thousands of years have finally been resolved. It's over. Andrus looked extremely happy. Although the legendary and invincible Andrus had been happy since Dracula knew him, he had never been so happy as he was today. The silver light of the giant's patron saint was brighter than ever before, as if it had infinite power. However, Andrus's soul has become extremely illusory, and it seems that he may disappear from this world at any time. I owe all the faith and magical potential to the Greek magic world, and I can finally return it to them. Andrus smiled with satisfaction. The future here will finally not be as depleted of talents as it is now. The surrounding ancient buildings gradually turned into points of light, and the space in the secret realm gradually fluctuated, threatening to collapse at any time. Andrus smiled, his figure becoming more and more transparent. Andrus, you have stayed in this world for too long. Dracula said softly, if your power is dissipated like this, you will become a weak remnant soul, unable to transcend. I can find 2 options for you. If you choose to stay, you will become a more stable soul than a ghost and can walk freely in the world. Sure enough, I saw you right. I knew you could succeed. Andrus smiled and looked into Dracula's eyes. So, what about the other option? Another choice. Dracula's eyes dimmed slightly and he said slowly, if you choose to go on, I will send you through the lost realm and leave this world. Andrus's figure became more transparent, but his smile became more contented. Actually, you know what I will choose, don't you? He said with a smile, you should know best that death is just another brave journey. In fact, I have maintained a smile for thousands of years, and I am already very tired. It's time for me to take a rest. Yes, it's time for you to take a rest. Dracula sighed deeply. He stared at Andrus's face and lightly snapped his fingers. Then I respect your choice. Dracula said. Andrus's extremely transparent figure suddenly turned into a beam of light and slowly rose into the air. As the secret space collapsed, the outside sky appeared in front of everyone present, a blue and exceptionally bright sky. The light formed by Andrus flew higher and higher, became smaller, and finally disappeared into the distant sky, leaving only a whisper with a smile. Thank you, my old friend, Dracula. Let's go for a walk. Grindelwald's voice rang beside Dracula. After the secret realm collapsed, Andrus turned into light and disappeared. With the strength of Dracula and Grindelwald, they would not be difficult to reach in this broken space. They easily broke through the space and disturbed the people who came to Mount Olympus. On top of the mountain, Dracula looked at Grindelwald, who had regained his white hair and old face at some point. Different from the mess when he first saw him, his combed white hair was as bright as the snow on the top of Mount Olympus in the sun. He nodded and walked on the ridge of the snow-capped mountains with this old man who was once all-powerful but now had grey hair. The wind on the top of the mountain was very strong and cold, but neither of them seemed to feel any chill, walking lightly on the dry snow. It looks like you have successfully replaced the god of death, right? Grindelwald said in an erratic tone as he looked at the light disappearing in the blue sky. That's right. Dracula nodded and said, but I don't think there is any difference in my life now. It's as if nothing has changed. How could it be? Grindelwald chuckled softly, his expression rarely showing a bit of embarrassment. For example, I have something to ask of you now. This was something that was impossible before. Oh. Dracula became interested and raised the corner of his mouth. Tell me, what can the notorious Mr. Grindelwald do for me? Grindelwald stopped and was silent for a while. Dracula also stopped and looked at him with interest. Then, Grindelwald said with some difficulty, you may have heard that Albus and I used to have a very good relationship. A very good relationship, but then we broke up again, that summer 98 years ago. Well, I have heard some stories about you too, and Nico told me part of it. Dracula nodded and said, I heard that there were differences in ideas later on. Not entirely, Grindelwald said. In fact, our two concepts were very consistent at the beginning. The phrase for the greater good was proposed by Albus. I like this phrase very much. So, why did they break up again? Dracula asked curiously. It was a trigger, a very serious trigger. Grindelwald sighed and said in a serious tone, if that matter is not resolved, the relationship between the two of us may not be able to return to the past. He turned his head and looked deeply at Dracula. Although I don't want to admit it, this is indeed a serious knot between the two of us. So, the help you want me to help is related to this fuse. Dracula said thoughtfully, tell me in detail. Yes, when we mention this, we have to talk about Albus's sister who died that summer. Grindelwald said slowly. At that time, the two of us were ambitious, eager to find the 3 Deathly Hallows and become the masters of death. Haha, Albus's younger brother, Aberforth was disgusted with our ambitions and thought Albus should stay and take care of him. Their Obscurus sister. Yes, Albus's sister Ariana was bullied by Muggle children, so she suppressed her desire to use magic and became Obscurus. It was this incident that made Albus move and together I rule the minds of the Muggle world. Later, Aberforth's obstructive words angered me, and we had a duel. No one expected that Ariana just came out of the room and saw this scene, and the power of Obscurus exploded in her body. It's ridiculous to say that this incident actually made Albus completely stay away from any power. He only wanted to stay at Hogwarts and be a headmaster with no ambitions. Even the position of president of the International Federation of Wizards is just like an honor. Nature. Ariana Dumbledore has become a thorn in Albus's heart, and a wall that has always been erected between the two of us. If this wall is not torn down, we will never be able to get back together. Grindelwald said seemingly casually, Dracula, you are now the real master of death. Should you be able to find a way to retrieve Ariana's soul? You overestimate the status of the so-called god of death. This is just a dark creature with the ability to guide the souls of the dead. Dracula shook his head, like the kind of soul that died 100 years ago, it has long been I don't know where I went. It turns out that even if you completely master the 3 Deathly Hallows, you can't know everything and be omnipotent. Grindelwald was silent for a moment, and then said softly, it seems that we were all too naive when we were young. I don't think you need to worry about this problem. Dracula suddenly laughed, I would rather say that you are a fan of the authorities. According to my opinion, Albus may still miss his sister and even keep this incident as a warning to himself, but he will not stay in the past forever. Grindelwald froze on the spot, an inexplicable emotion gradually appeared in his eyes. Let's go, it's over with Albus a long time ago. Dracula snapped his fingers and summoned a moon that didn't look dim at all under the sunlight. There must be a solution to this matter. There's no need. Always dwelling on the past, you have to look forward. The moonlight moved, shrouding Dracula and Grindelwald in its shadow. Moonlight appeared in a small, dark, and very dirty room. Dracula stepped out of the moonlight, frowning involuntarily, and subconsciously suspended in midair, preventing the solace of his feet from touching the dirty ground. The place exudes a strong smell of mutton, and several bay windows are covered with thick dirt, making it almost impossible to let in any light from the outside. A few candles burned on the rough wooden table. At first glance, you may think that the ground is compacted mud, but when you step on it, you find that the ground that was originally paved with stones is covered with dirt that seems to have been accumulated for centuries. What the hell did Albus pick to be so disgusting? Dracula snapped his fingers in disgust. The next moment, the filth in the entire room was swept away, revealing a stone floor that had not seen the light of day for hundreds of years. The sunlight shone in from the window that suddenly became clean and transparent, almost blinding the tall and thin man behind the counter. The eyes of an old man with a gray beard. Walter F., what did you do? The old man with a gray beard behind the counter angrily threw the dirty rag into a colorless glass and shouted at Dracula, you have completely destroyed the environment that the Pig's Head Bar is famous for. And do you know, my customers are already used to the messy environment here, so I don't need to clean at all. Now it's like this, I have to pay several times the amount of labor. Dracula looked at the old man who was so excited that he was foaming at the mouth, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Grindelwald, help me confirm that this old guy is Albus's brother. He turned his head and looked at Grindelwald who followed him out of the moonlight. Although there is nothing wrong with his blood and appearance. But this character. He is indeed Albus's brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. Grindelwald looked at Aberforth and nodded slowly. Aberforth was still yelling curses at first, but when he saw Grindelwald coming out from behind Dracula, his furious expression instantly froze, and the expression on his face instantly turned cold. Get out, I won't allow you to enter the Hog's Head Bar, Aberforth said coldly. Why, the business of this bar is gone. Grindelwald teased, how can a bar owner drive customers away? I am the owner of this bar. I can do whatever I want. You don't care whether I do business or not. Aberforth's face became even colder. Get out. Calm down, Aberforth. Just when Grindelwald was about to make a few jokes, another voice sounded from upstairs. They are here to find me. Come up, Professor Dracula, Gellert. The voice called to Dracula and Grindelwald. Dracula looked at Aberforth with interest, and then walked leisurely to the second floor of the bar. Grindelwald did not provoke the angry Aberforth anymore, and went upstairs with Dracula. At the top of the stairs is a living room with worn carpets and a small fireplace. Above the fireplace hangs a large oil painting, in which a blonde girl looks blankly and tenderly into the room. Dumbledore was waiting for them upstairs, his eyes never leaving the little girl in the painting. It looks like Professor Dracula has succeeded, Dumbledore said softly when he heard footsteps coming upstairs. Yes, it went well. Dracula snapped his fingers again, cleared the sofa next to the fireplace, and then sat on it without anyone noticing. I also saw the situation over there. So, Voldemort the consciousness has died, right? Indeed, our plan is basically completed, Dumbledore said. Now we just need to deal with the soul fragment in Harry's body, and everything will come to an end. Harry is already in his 6th year and will be an adult in a few months. We all know that when Harry comes of age, the blood magic that Lily left on him will also expire at the same time. If you want to completely solve Voldemort's soul fragments, it may be safer to do it before Lily's protective magic fails. Dumbledore was talking to himself, seemingly not noticing that Grindelwald stood side by side with him, looking at the little blonde girl in the portrait. Her eyes were the same clear blue as the sky, just like Dumbledore's. Albus, Grindelwald hesitated, then spoke but didn't know what to say. After the short-term common goal of solving Voldemort ended, the biggest problem between the two returned to the beginning. Ariana's death was ultimately the disaster caused by Grindelwald. Wait a moment, Grindelwald, put your business aside for a moment. Dracula suddenly interrupted Grindelwald. I suddenly remembered that I still owe Dumbledore a few things. Grindelwald and Dumbledore were stunned for a moment and looked at Dracula in confusion. Have you forgotten, Albus? I borrowed 3 things from you before I went. Dracula chuckled, took out a fluid light invisibility cloak from the void, and handed it to Dumbledore. Potter's invisibility cloak is lucky that it wasn't damaged by me. Please help me return it to him. Then, he took off a ring set with black gemstones from his index finger. The resurrection stone was passed down from Cadmus Paviral, and later passed to Salazar's wife's family, the Gaunt family. In theory, it should belong to Riddle. Dracula smiled, but threw the ring to Dumbledore. You keep it for Riddle first, and you can use this ring to do whatever needs to be done. If I'm not mistaken, this portrait should have been painted after Ariana's death, right? The spirituality is obviously lacking. This is not something that the painter can easily restore. But if we have the resurrection stone as a reference, it should be fine. It can be regarded as letting Ariana's soul survive in another way. Dumbledore's eyes gradually became brighter, and Grindelwald beside him also showed a look of joy. In any case, as long as Ariana's spirituality can be reappeared in the portrait, it can at least ease the grudge between him and Dumbledore. Even Aberforth, whose relationship has been at a freezing point, might be able to do something. Change. Finally, there's the Elder Wand. Dracula took out the Elder Wand with 7 raised branches again and played with it casually. I keep this for myself. You should be okay with it, right? The 2 former owners of the Elder Wand. Of course, Professor Dracula, you took this from me with your strength. Dumbledore smiled. That's good. Dracula shrugged. He directly opened a space channel and threw the Elder Wand into the endless river of blood in the realm of death. In this way, no one will be able to collect the 3 Deathly Hallows in the future and pose a threat to the position of the God of Death. Just then, a footstep came up from downstairs. The 3 of them all turned their heads and looked at Aberforth, who was walking upstairs with an annoyed look on his face. You 3, stop celebrating. Aberforth shouted, there are a large gathering of Dementors and Inferi outside again. I really don't understand what you were busy with before. However, Dracula, Dumbledore and Grindelwald seemed not to be surprised when they heard the news. They looked at each other and laughed, leaving Aberforth confused. I can't believe that he couldn't help it so quickly. Dracula raised his lips and stood up from the sofa. Let's go, Albus. Once this matter is resolved, the Potter you care about will be able to completely get rid of Voldemort's soul fragments. Dracula, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald walked out of the Hogshead pub and onto the streets of Hogsmeade. In the distance, a dense flow of people has appeared at the end of Hogsmeade Village. At this time, it has submerged the railway tracks of Hogsmeade Station, moving like a zombie to the east in the direction of Hogwarts. Not only that, the originally clear sky seemed to have been filled with dark clouds, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Endless negative emotions fell from the sky, wiping out the smiles on everyone's faces. Look, who just said that Voldemort has been eliminated? Aberforth said in a sinister tone, the number of Inferi and Dementors this time is far greater than any previous time. Is it possible that a Dark Lord more powerful than Voldemort could suddenly appear somewhere? It's impossible to tell. Dracula smiled enthusiastically and turned to look at Dumbledore. How do you say, Albus, how do the Inferi and Dementors divide their duties? Dumbledore looked at Hogwarts Castle to the east with a smile on his face and seemed to be in a good mood. It seems like we don't need to take action over there anymore, right? Dracula and Grindelwald also looked beyond the uneven roofs of Hogsmeade and towards the tall main tower of Hogwarts. Originally under the influence of the Dementors, in the dark sky, a faint beam of silver light penetrated the dense group of Dementors, dispelling a circle of negative emotions of fear and sadness. Immediately afterwards, 2 more beams of silver light came out. There were more and more silver lights, gradually converging into a torrent as bright as the Milky Way. A bright stag rushed at the head of the torrent, followed by an otter and a Jack Russell Terrier. Then a horse, a hare, a swan, foxes, boars, cats, and other various animals are running in the torrent. In addition to these tangible patron saints, there are countless semi-solid and semi-illusory silver lights and endless silver mist accompanying them. Facing such a large number of Dementors, a single patron saint may seem powerless. But when half of the students in the castle have learned the patroness charm, the patroness's power will be comparable to that of the Dementors. Unconsciously, the children have grown up, and it's time to be independent. Dumbledore looked at the silver torrent, wiped the corners of his eyes, and said with emotion, "Sometimes I really think they are still freshmen. Each one is more naughty than the other. Minerva has been nagging me all day long to manage them well. Why do you suddenly start to miss the past?" Grindelwald interrupted him with a smile. "Then I would like to talk to you about how I spent the 50 years in the tower." Seeing that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were about to reminisce about the past, and Dracula looked interested and ready to listen to the story, Aberforth next to him couldn't stand it anymore. "What's going on with you 3? Aberforth said impatiently, "The Inferi and Dementors are here, and you 3 don't want to solve the problem. Instead, you miss the past here? This is to make you miss the past. It's time." Dumbledore woke up as if from a dream, and seemed to remember business. "As I get older, I always like to recall things from the past." He shook his head in shame and said softly, "Don't worry, Aberforth, this matter will be resolved soon." Then, Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, hesitated, and handed over the resurrection stone ring on his finger. Grindelwald looked at the ring handed over by Dumbledore, his expression blank for a moment. "Gellert, take the resurrection stone first, and the Inferi will be handed over to you." Seeing that Grindelwald didn't move, Dumbledore reminded him, "I remember you were good at necromancy." "Well, I used necromancy to resurrect a little unicorn, and you destroyed it with Newt." Grindelwald came back to his senses, gently took the ring, and casually responded, "No problem, just some low-level Inferi." "Professor Dracula." Dumbledore turned to look at Dracula again. "Go and deal with what you need to do." Dracula nodded. "I will watch from the dark, don't worry." Dumbledore finally relaxed and raised his arms to his side. A fiery red phoenix landed on his arm, turning Dumbledore into a golden red fire and dissipating on the spot. Grindelwald watched Dumbledore leave, holding the resurrection stone ring tightly in his hand. Then he chuckled softly, turned around, and faced the group of Inferi that had entered Hogsmeade and caused a commotion. Now, Aberforth and Dracula were the only 2 people left in front of the Pighead Bar. "Why do they both have missions, but you don't?" Aberforth looked at Dracula, who was still staying in place, and asked doubtfully, "Who said that?" Dracula glanced at him. "My mission is the most important, do you understand?" "So what is your mission?" Aberforth asked. "My mission?" Dracula laughed happily, turned around and walked back to the Pig's Head Bar. "First have a glass of the best drink you have here to lighten your mood." Aberforth. When Dumbledore arrived at Hogwarts Castle, the Dementors in the sky had been driven away. A figure was standing at the door leading to the Great Hall of Hogwarts, pacing back and forth anxiously. "Tom, if you don't go to Minerva's office, what are you doing here?" Dumbledore saw this figure and asked with some surprise, "You are not here to compete with Severus for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts." That's true, but aren't there a large number of Dementors invading?" Riddle's face looked very worried. "I think this Dementor invasion is no accident. There must be someone behind it secretly causing trouble. I feel it is necessary to demonstrate my ability through this matter in front of you and Principal Minerva. In order to investigate the person behind the Dementors, I searched carefully near the castle and finally found a suspicious trace." "Have you found the suspicious person?" Dumbledore's face became serious. "Where is he?" "When I discovered it just now, it was deep in the Forbidden Forest." Riddle said solemnly, "But even though I absorbed Voldemort's soul fragments, I haven't digested them completely. My strength is still one step away from the Great Wizard. Therefore, I'm not sure I can deal with that suspicious person alone. I have to come here and wait for you and Professor Dracula to come over." "Tom, you did a great job on this matter." Dumbledore said seriously, "Wait for me here for a while. I will explain this matter to Minerva, and then I will go find the suspicious person with you, Trace." After that, Dumbledore was about to walk towards the marble stairs leading to the 2nd floor next to the entrance courtyard, when Riddle stopped him again from behind. "Principal, is Professor Dracula nearby?" Riddle asked. "Should we wait for him to go together? It would be safer. Professor Dracula has his own affairs, and there is no time to return to Hogwarts now." Dumbledore shook his head. "Don't worry, with the 2 of us together, most situations are enough to handle. There is no need to trouble Dracula." "Professor Gula." Riddle nodded slightly. "I know," he said. A few minutes later, Dumbledore hurried down from upstairs and went straight to Riddle. "Are you ready, Tom?" he asked softly. "I'm ready, Principal Dumbledore." Riddle nodded. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Dumbledore seemed to have changed his temperament in just a few minutes. The mysterious and vicissitudes of his temperament seemed to have disappeared, and instead he became, as if he was much younger. "Perhaps I feel a lot more relaxed after explaining school matters to Professor McGonagall." That's all he could think. Then, Riddle led the way, and Dumbledore followed him quietly, and together they walked into a gloomy cypress tree deep in the Forbidden Forest. This is it, Mr. Principal. Riddle pointed to a dark symbol carved on the cypress tree in front of him and said slowly, "Look at that rune symbol, isn't it strange?" Dumbledore frowned, walked towards the thick cypress tree in front of him, and looked at the group of black runic characters that seemed to be beating constantly. This is... His eyes seemed to be sucked in by this group of runic characters, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. At the same moment, Dumbledore did not see that Riddle behind him suddenly raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A dazzling green light penetrated the darkness of the Forbidden Forest and struck Dumbledore squarely in the back of the heart. The old man's figure was like a big doll. He fell weakly and heavily to the ground covered with pine leaves. The glasses on his face broke in half. His eyes were wide open. It seemed that he could not imagine that the attack would come from him. Behind. Riddle gasped violently and looked at the fallen old principal, unable to believe that he had succeeded so easily. I don't know why, although he achieved his goal, he had the illusion that something had left him. Tom, you are really obsessed with this. In the silent Forbidden Forest, a voice suddenly broke the silent air. Riddle suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? You are not. Tom, do you really think you are hiding well? The silver-haired Dumbledore walked out of the dark side of the Forbidden Forest and said with a heavy expression. The phoenix fox stood on his shoulder, combing its golden and red feathers happily. When Professor Dracula told me that you learned to repent, I realized that you had gone back to your old ways. Dumbledore looked deeply into Riddle's eyes. The Tom Lee I know well Dell may change his stance, but he will never repent for what he has done. Not to mention, many of the things Voldemort did seem to you not to have been done by you at all. Why do you want to repent for him? At that time, Professor Dracula already understood that you were able to piece your soul together obviously with the help of the power of the God of Death. The price may be to sacrifice some of the soul fragments to the God of Death after the completion. Riddle's penis was contracting violently, and it was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the shock. He looked in disbelief at Dumbledore, who had been hit by the killing curse and fell to the ground. He saw that the old face twitched a few times, the wrinkled skin gradually became smooth, and the white hair turned black. Disheveled, and a lightning-shaped scar appeared on his forehead. Harry Potter. Riddle watched in horror as Dumbledore's face turned into Harry, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Then he suddenly turned his head and asked Dumbledore, "Did you feed Harry Polyjuice potion? Is this your responsibility as the headmaster of Hogwarts? Let your students resist the killing curse for you. Tom, haven't you realized?" Dumbledore said calmly, "After Voldemort cast the killing curse on Harry 17 years ago, he accidentally left a piece of his soul in Harry's body. Lee also turned into a special Horcrux at that time." I know. Riddle showed a sarcastic smile. "Because of this, in order to kill me, you have to let your students be buried with me, right? The great wizard who protects the magic world is indeed well-deserved? You're overthinking it. Tom, Harry will be fine," Dumbledore said softly. "He was hit by a killing curse from me, and you told me he would be fine." Riddle sneered. "I don't have to lie to you." Dumbledore shook his head. At this moment, Harry stood up in a silent space. It was a huge circular glass roof, shining in the sunlight high above his head. Everything was quiet, except for a strange crashing and whimpering sound coming from the nearby mist. Harry stood there and turned slowly, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be transformed in front of his eyes. A vast space, bright and clean, a hall much larger than the auditorium, with the clear glass dome above it. The hall was empty. He was the only one, except... He saw the thing that made the strange noise. The thing was shaped like a naked child, curled up on the ground. The red skin was very rough, and it looked like it had been peeled off. It was lying shivering under a seat, and was stuffed there indiscriminately. Struggling to breathe. Harry felt a little scared and took 2 steps back. Although that thing is petite and frail, a familiar, evil, and terrifying aura comes from its body from time to time. You came at the wrong time. A voice suddenly sounded in the silent space. Harry turned around suddenly and saw the silver-haired Professor Dracula walking towards him, with brisk steps and an interesting look on his face. "Professor Dracula?" Harry asked in surprise, "Where am I, and why do you say I came at the wrong time?" "Because I just cheated a nice bottle of red wine from a miser, and it turns out that you were hit by the killing curse at this time." Dracula moved a chair from nowhere and sat down, saying to Lee gestured, "Sit." "Yes, I seem to have been hit by Tom's death curse," Harry said with a complex expression. "When Dumbledore told me that he wanted me to cooperate with him to do something, I thought he was joking." Then, Harry's eyes suddenly widened. "So, Professor, you are also dead?" he asked in shock. "What are you talking about?" Dracula glanced at him. "I wish I could die, but I simply can't. It's a pity. But, then why are you here? Isn't this heaven?" Harry asked. "Heaven?" Dracula curled his lips. "I feel like the place I went to before was like hell. Well, to be precise, this place should be called the Lost Realm, which is the narrow space between life and death." "Lost?" Harry looked around confusedly. "That's right, Lost Realm." Dracula nodded. "Riddle's body contains your blood and absorbed a small part of the curse your mother left behind when she died for you. At that time, Voldemort was building this. I believe this will make him fearless of that powerful guardian magic. However, in fact, this will only form a cycle between you, and no one can kill the other. Riddle inherited the body created by Voldemort, so he is also trapped in this cycle. He cannot really kill you, he will only drive your soul into the narrow space between life and death. But I always feel like this is King's Cross Station, Harry said. But it's much cleaner and emptier, and I can't see the train. King's Cross Station. Dracula looked around with interest, and then nodded affirmatively. Yes, everyone sees different things when they come here. Maybe in your impression, King's Cross Station is exactly the same. I left a deep impression on you. After all, that station can be regarded as the gateway that leads you to the real world of magic, right? Harry nodded slightly. So, Professor, how did you get here? He asked. Are you also under the death curse? That's not true. Dracula shrugged. I gathered 3 Deathly Hallows, defeated the previous god of death, and became the current one. Harry's eyes widened, dumbfounded. You're not kidding, he asked stammering. Do you think I'm joking? Dracula asked with a chuckle. If you hadn't come to this place, I definitely wouldn't have told you about this. Harry suddenly became excited. I can't believe that the legendary god of death has become my professor. He shouted excitedly. Then even if another Voldemort appears, do I not have to worry? I'm the god of death now, and you're not afraid of me? Dracula asked in surprise. Why should I be afraid of you, Professor? Harry said with a smile. You are the most popular defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Dracula was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled. Yeah, you're right. He chuckled, feeling extremely good. Professor, tell me, what does it feel like to be the god of death? Harry curiously walked next to Dracula and asked. It must be very powerful. I don't feel much, it's not much different from before. Dracula sighed and said depressedly, I thought it would be fun to be the god of death, but I was so disappointed. Besides, as a vampire, I might be able to find a chance to die if I look carefully, but now that I have become the god of death, I can't die at all. I can't imagine how boring I will be in the next few years. Dracula slumped in his chair, suddenly feeling that his future was gloomy. Looking at this scene, Harry wanted to laugh a little, but felt it was inappropriate, so he could only purse his lips tightly and his face turned red from suppressing it. Forget it. The more I talk, the more depressed I am. I won't talk to you anymore. Dracula stood up from the chair with a straight face and snapped his fingers. Harry saw that the strange thing under the chair was instantly burned to ashes. The fragment of Voldemort's soul in your body has been eliminated. Dracula clapped his hands as if he had killed a mosquito. You can go back now, but don't stay in the Lost Realm for too long. But, how do I go back? Harry asked. Well, let me think about it. Dracula thought and said softly, since you said we are at King's Cross Station, I think you could, for example, board a train. Harry turned his head and saw a train that seemed to appear in the fog nearby, exactly like the Hogwarts Express. Harry woke up and fell face down on the ground, the smell of the forbidden forest hitting his nostrils. He felt the cold, hard earth and many thick pine needles under his cheeks, and felt the corners of his glasses that were knocked off when he landed on the ground pricking his temples. There was no part of his body that didn't hurt, and the place where the killing curse hit felt like being hit by an iron fist. He struggled to move, barely getting up half of his body from the ground, and saw 2 people confronting each other in Mama Hoodie. Harry, are you back? Dumbledore's voice reached Harry's ears. The glasses on his face were suddenly repaired by a silent repair spell. Harry put on the glasses and saw Dumbledore's kind smile and Riddle's stunned face. Why didn't you die when you were hit by the death curse? Riddle asked in shock. This is not fair. Last time you had your mother's guardian magic. What's the reason for this time? It's not important. Dumbledore said softly. Tom, it's over. You have to admit that you have no chance of becoming the next Dark Lord. No, this is not over yet. Riddle yelled unconvinced. One thing I haven't told anyone is that I have already reached the magical power of a great wizard after absorbing Voldemort's soul. I am definitely better than you now. Stronger. What if you add me? Another gray-haired old man appeared in the Forbidden Forest and stood side by side with Dumbledore. With the help of the Resurrection Stone, it wouldn't take him much time to deal with those inferi. Grindelwald. Riddle's face darkened. Do you think 2 great wizards can stop me? At worst, I will only leave 2 soul fragments, and the other souls will be sacrificed to the god of death. He will be very willing to give me strength. Pfft. A harsh laugh reached Riddle's ears. He turned his head and saw Harry covering his mouth, trying very hard to hold back his laughter. Why are you laughing? Riddle asked angrily. Harry waved his hands quickly, but his body was still trembling, obviously unable to stop laughing. He looked back at Dumbledore and Grindelwald again, only to find that both of them also had teasing smiles on their faces. How dare you laugh at me? Riddle growled bitterly. I think you don't understand how powerful the god of death is. Then go and borrow it quickly, we will be waiting for you here. Grindelwald sneered maliciously. Wait. Riddle said gloomily. Dark flames filled his eyes, trying to connect with the realm of death. However, the next moment, the black flames in his eyes went out with a swish. Riddle was stunned. He tried to connect again without belief, but this time the black flames didn't even burn. So, are you unable to borrow power? Grindelwald sneered. If you don't think about improving your own strength and always rely on external things, people like you will suffer sooner or later. Dumbledore took 2 steps forward and sighed. It's over, Tom. He raised his wand. Without the power of death, how could Riddle be a well-prepared opponent for Dumbledore and Grindelwald? He didn't even struggle for a few minutes before he was tied to the thick trunk of a cypress tree by Dumbledore's transfiguration. Dumbledore pinched his wand and looked deeply at Riddle in front of him, with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Albus, you have been a good guy for too long, maybe you have forgotten how to kill people. Grindelwald smiled wildly and patted Dumbledore on the shoulder. Leave this matter to me. He suddenly raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. In the autumn of 1996, the British Ministry of Magic officially announced the fall of Voldemort and the victory of the Second Wizarding War. A large number of Death Eaters were distraught and became a rabble, fleeing in disarray. Some Death Eaters want to repeat their old tricks, pretending that they are under the control of the Imperious Curse and can't help it. Some want to flee overseas, looking for illegally sold door keys, preparing to move their families, and hide to countries beyond the reach of the Ministry of Magic. However, under the leadership of the current Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, these Death Eaters' schemes failed. As soon as she learned from Dumbledore that Voldemort had been eliminated, she quickly and resolutely arranged for the Aurors to concentrate their efforts on hunting down the fleeing Death Eaters. Overseas Death Eaters are catching turtles in a jar. As for those Death Eaters who pretended to be under the control of the Imperious Curse in order to escape trial, they were personally interrogated by Rufus Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, and made an exception by the potions master Damocles Belby. Mix the truth serum and not let go of any evil Death Eater. The Auror's operation went smoothly. After all, the most dangerous core Death Eaters, such as Rodolphus Lestrange, Barty Crouch Jr. and others, had been captured by Aurors in Voldemort's previous failed operations. Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's right-hand man, was also tricked by his cousin Regulus Black. Not only did he lose a Horcrux, he was also tricked by himself. Go in. The remaining Death Eaters had almost no resistance in the full-scale roundup of the Aurors, and were quickly thrown into the trial room on the 10th floor underground of the Ministry of Magic. The war finally ended. At the same time, Hogwarts is also holding a grand banquet to celebrate the end of the war. Harry, look at that Malfoy guy, look at how proud he is. At the Gryffindor table, Ron looked angrily in the direction of the Slytherin table. There, Draco Malfoy was talking and laughing with others with a proud face, telling how wise his father's choice was at that time. Theodore Nott, who was originally the center of the crowd, and Crabbe and Goyle, who were far away from Draco, were now hiding in the corner of the long table like little transparent figures, not daring to say a word for fear of others. Pay attention to them, and then make another round of contempt for them, the supporters of Death Eaters. I don't understand. Ron said. Obviously their family was hiding in the safe house that Professor Dracula helped them build during the second half of the war, but now they are like us. War hero. But the information obtained by Lucius Malfoy while undercover did help us a lot. Harry said hesitantly, and have you forgotten? When we were lured to the Department of Mysteries by Voldemort, it was indeed his sudden betrayal that changed the situation of the war. Ron was still a little unconvinced, curled his lips and said, I know this too, but Ron, no matter how bad we are with their family, their contribution in the war can indeed be called a war hero. Hermione interrupted Ron and emphasized. Immediately, she glanced towards the professor's seat at the front of the auditorium, just like Professor Snape. For a moment, Harry also fell silent. He looked at Snape, who was sitting back on the professor's chair, and didn't know what he felt in his heart. He still vaguely remembered that during his years at Hogwarts, although he had many conflicts and countless conflicts with Snape, it was undeniable that Snape had saved him many times. In the past, in order not to give in to Snape, Harry always used the excuse that the potions professor was not a good person and resolutely confronted Snape. However, when the Daily Prophet published a list of war heroes in the Second Wizarding War, Harry realized that he was wrong, how wrong it was. The list of war heroes includes Harry, Ron, Hermione, and other young wizards who took the initiative to participate in the war. There are Aurors who performed extremely well in the confrontation with the Death Eaters. There are also Aurors who fought against the Death Eaters regardless of danger. There are also civilian wizards who are followers, as well as Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape, two undercover agents who are hidden among the Death Eaters. Snape turned out to be the deepest undercover among the Death Eaters. Not only was he not a bad guy, but he should be one of the bravest people Harry had ever seen. So his apparent badness is actually all pretending. Harry thought aimlessly. At this moment, Dumbledore, who was in the middle of the professor's seat, stood up from the tall chair and pressed his palms toward the audience. The little wizards gradually became quiet and raised their heads to look at their principal. Good evening everyone. Dumbledore said with a smile, today is such a happy day, isn't it? The war is finally over. Loud cheers came from the audience. Some little wizards clapped wildly, some screamed with joy, and some cried excitedly and happily, burying their heads in the shoulders of their friends beside them. The scope of this war was too large. Although it did not last long, the string in everyone's heart became tense. Now that the war is over, the tense Xian suddenly relaxed, and many people cried with joy. Okay, I can understand everyone's happiness and joy. Dumbledore also smiled with some emotion, so I decided to start a fireworks show above the auditorium. Although Mr. Filch, the administrator, prohibits students from bringing any joke merchandise purchased from Wesley's Wizarding Wheezes, I guess it wouldn't be against the rules for the professor to bring it himself, right? He winked playfully at the little wizards. As Dumbledore waved his hand toward the sky, 4 bright sparks suddenly rose in the night sky above the enchanted transparent ceiling above the auditorium, namely red, blue, yellow, and green. When the sparks rose into the air, they bloomed with a pop sound and turned into 4 badges composed of light spots. 4 animals, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, bloomed in different badges. That was the emblems of the 4 colleges. Then, a brighter spark flew into the night sky, and the next moment the 4 school emblems dissipated. It turned into a large emblem composed of 4 colors. A capital letter H was located in the center of the emblem, Hogwarts, the school badge of CI. The students in the auditorium opened their eyes wide and raised their heads to enjoy the beautiful and grand fireworks show. Sparks rose up into the night sky one after another, and many large colorful balls overlapped each other. They were colorful and sparkling, and the night seemed to turn into day. After a while, it turned into gems embedded in the night, and finally, it gradually turned into waterfalls of starlight slowly falling down, like a heavy rain of light, hitting the top of the auditorium. These fireworks form different pictures, recording countless frozen moments before and after the war. There are scenes of young wizards bravely facing Death Eaters, the excitement of the collision between 2 people and horses around Stonehenge, the Milky Way formed by patron saints, and the joy of wizards reveling after the victory of the war. Finally, a bright and dazzling fire light rose up and turned into a huge light shield, covering the entire Hogwarts castle, and the top of the auditorium seemed to become a sea of light. "Oh my god," Ron muttered as he looked at the big firework with admiration. Fred and George have always said they would build a big firework that could swallow Hogwarts castle, but they didn't expect it to actually succeed. "They're both amazing," Harry said, nodding in agreement. Dumbledore smiled and watched the spots of light in the night gradually dissipate before finally returning to the topic and turning to look at the young wizards in the auditorium. "What a wonderful fireworks show," he said with a smile. "On this joyful day, we are also very happy to welcome a professor who we have been missing for a while." In the expectant eyes of the young wizards, Dumbledore pointed to Snape not far away. "From tomorrow, Professor Snape will be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts," he announced loudly, "and Professor Slughorn will continue to be the potions professor and concurrently the Slytherin professor. Dean of the college. Defense against the dark arts. Defense against the dark arts." The word echoed throughout the auditorium, and everyone wondered if they had heard it correctly. Snape didn't care about the students' surprise. He stood up with satisfaction and lazily raised a hand to the audience. It was obvious that he was in a good mood after getting his wish. Moreover, Voldemort is completely dead, and the curse he placed on the position of defense against the dark arts professor has disappeared. In other words, Snape can continue to teach in this position without having to change someone every year. Actually, this is fine. Ron secretly glanced at the stage, and then whispered, "Professor Slughorn is now the Dean of Slytherin. At least Snape no longer has the power to deduct points at will." However, before Ron could finish his words, Dumbledore's next words shattered his illusion and even sent the entire auditorium into shock. "There's another thing," Dumbledore said slowly but firmly. "I'm very old, the war is over, and it's time for me to retire. In the future, the principal of Hogwarts will be succeeded by Professor McGonagall. As for the position of vice principal, after discussion by the school board and all faculty and staff, it will be handed over to Professor Snape," Dumbledore said as he stepped back from his chair, and then pulled Professor McGonagall beside him to sit in front of the chair in the middle of the professor's chair. "Under their leadership, Hogwarts will definitely make better progress and development." Before the little wizards at Hogwarts could recover from the shock of the change of principal, Dumbledore easily relieved himself of his burden and sneaked into the Pig's Head pub under the cover of darkness. "How are you, Aberforth? Are you ready?" Dumbledore asked impatiently as soon as he entered the door of the Pig's Head bar. At this time, the Pig Head bar had been cleared out in advance, and the lobby and guest rooms were empty. Aberforth was pacing back and forth in front of the fireplace on the second floor, rubbing his hands from time to time, and the tension in his heart almost filled the bar. "Albus, are you sure that stone is useful?" Aberforth looked at Dumbledore, who was walking up quickly from downstairs, with a hopeful tone. "Ariana can really come back to us. Aberforth, I remember what I told you very clearly. The resurrection stone cannot bring people back to life." Dumbledore walked up to the second floor, stood by the fireplace, looked at the portrait on the wall, and whispered softly, said, "It's just the projection of what we most want to see in our minds." I know. The light in Aberforth's eyes dimmed and he nodded slowly. "I just still hold on to a little hope, thinking that the Deathly Hallows is really as magical as the legend says. I used to think so too. I thought that finding the resurrection stone with Gellert would bring back our deceased father and mother." Dumbledore wiped the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling, "But I didn't expect that. It is precisely because of the resurrection stone that Ariana also..." Aberforth choked, his eyes becoming even more lonely. "Actually, I had my own problems back then." He spoke word by word of a topic that he had never admitted for hundreds of years. "I was avoiding the trouble of having to take care of Ariana alone, knowing that she would upstairs." He was still angry and started fighting Grindelwald. "If we could all calm down at that time, maybe things would be a lot better in the end." Dumbledore sighed. "It's useless to blame yourself so much now. Do you remember Credence? Of course, if I hadn't been addicted to a relationship with a girl during that time, maybe I wouldn't be so angry." Aberforth said, "Albus, I still hope you can call him Aurelius, I owe him a lot." "Yes, Aurelius Dumbledore. Dumbledore said softly. He, like Ariana, became an obscurial. We tried our best but could not stop the obscurial riot in his body, even though I have persisted long enough. Actually, thinking about it now, even without that incident, we wouldn't be able to save Ariana. Aberforth said. Ariana herself understands this matter, so she did not hide, but chose to risk it. The risk of an obscurus uprising came to dissuade our duel. Perhaps she has had enough of hiding in her room all year round. Both of them looked at the portrait next to the fireplace. In the frame, the blonde-haired girl was smiling quietly at them. Let's get started. Dumbledore rubbed the ring inlaid with black stones on his index finger and said gently, it can be regarded as fulfilling a wish that has lasted for nearly 100 years, and it can be regarded as leaving a legacy for Ariana in this world. Aberforth nodded slightly and stared at the young face in the frame. Dumbledore closed his eyes and turned the ring 3 times in his hand. Soon, there was slight movement around, like some weak bodies stepping on the carpet of the pig's head bar that had been recently cleaned by Dracula's spell, making a rustling sound. From Aberforth's perspective, a figure could be seen walking out of the fireplace as if appearing out of thin air. He saw that this Ariana was neither a ghost nor a living person of flesh and blood, but more like a memory that had almost become a physical entity. She is not as real as a living body, but much more real than a ghost. He walked lightly towards the two of them, with playful and cute smiles on their faces. Aberforth suddenly felt something being stuffed in his hand. He turned around and found that Dumbledore had opened his eyes at some point and handed the resurrection stone ring into his hand. Aberforth took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and imitated Dumbledore's movements by turning the stone 3 times in his hand. Ariana's figure seemed to become more solid, like a living person, with a smile on her face, standing in front of the two people. Long time no see, Albus, Aberforth, my 2 brothers. She waved her hands with a smile. Your beards are longer than my hair. Dumbledore had tears in his eyes. He took off his half-moon glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeves. Yes, we are old, he said softly, but you are still the same as we remember, just like in the painting. Aberforth also opened his eyes and said tremblingly, Ariana, I'm sorry. I don't blame you, I never have. Ariana interrupted Aberforth's apology, with the same warm smile on her face. You are all so good, and you all have the right to pursue your own happiness and ideals. There is no need to give up everything for me, a person who is destined to leave soon. Also, I forgot to tell you, that summer, I came out of the room on purpose. Instead of living in various tortures every day, it is better to get relief in advance. I should be the one sorry for you. I have made you feel guilty for so many years, it must be hard for you, right? Dumbledore and Aberforth were stunned, and then burst into tears at the same time. Don't be sad, my brothers, just leave it to me. Ariana turned around with a smile and looked at her portrait. She waved to herself in the portrait, which also showed a smile, and pushed forward with both hands, as if pushing open a door. Immediately afterwards, a row of steps magically appeared in front of the portrait, and each step dropped next to the fireplace. Ariana stepped up and walked into the painting. The 2 girls in the painting smiled at each other and hugged each other. Under the direct gazes of Dumbledore and Aberforth, the 2 girls merged together and turned into a vivid figure. They smiled and sat on a swing in the portrait, swinging briskly on both sides. Only little feet. Gradually, satisfied smiles appeared on the lips of brothers Dumbledore and Aberforth. A few minutes later, sitting on the sofa next to the fireplace, the 3 siblings chatted happily. I heard that you resigned as the headmaster of Hogwarts. What are you going to do next? Aberforth asked. Ariana has just come back. Of course I have to stay here with her for a few days. Dumbledore said with a smile, let Minerva and Severus take care of the post-war affairs. So after many years, it's time for me to retire. What are your plans going forward? Aberforth then asked, you can't always stay here. Dumbledore's smile dropped and he was silent for a moment. Perhaps, I will fulfill a wish I had unfulfilled many years ago, he said softly. Now, the knot that had been weighing on Dumbledore's heart for nearly 100 years was finally resolved, and the thickest barrier between him and Grindelwald was also eliminated at the same time. Maybe, taking a quick trip is a good choice? In Dorset, an exquisite and low-key manor is covered with snowflakes. There are several pine trees with colorful lanterns hanging around, and there are also several circles of colorful ribbons wrapped around the roof. Inside the house, several white-haired old people with different temperaments gathered together and chatted around a classic round table. Just then, a bright green flame suddenly lit up in the nearby fireplace. 3 figures came out of the flames, a fat, strong old man with a mustache, a witch who still maintained a good figure even though her hair was gray, and a young man with the same mustache as the old man. Even after using flu powder so many times, I have to say, it's really uncomfortable to spin around. The old man with a mustache started to feel dizzy as soon as he came out of the fireplace. He complained endlessly. Jacob, Queenie, and John, welcome. The old people who were sitting at the table stood up, and one of them welcomed with a smile. Ah, Newt, my old friend, long time no see. Jacob stumbled over and hugged Newt, slapping him hard on the back. And Tina and Theseus, oh, Lolly is here too. It's so nice to see you. Nice to meet you too, our muggle gentleman. The old handsome guy next to Newt laughed and patted Jacob on the shoulder. Tina and her good friend Professor Eulalie Hicks watched this scene with smiles. Tina, your letter to me said that the Dark Lord in England was killed. Queenie also smiled and asked her sister, That's right, Albus and the others took care of them at the end of September. Tina smiled. That's why Theseus proposed that we take advantage of this Christmas to get together old friends like us from decades ago. Let's get together and celebrate. Immediately, she turned her head and looked at the room inside. Rolf, come out quickly, your cousin is here. Coming. Rolf hurriedly ran out of the back room, with 3 or 4 plates of exquisite dishes floating behind him, and one by one they landed on the table where Newt and the others were sitting around. Why is housework magic so difficult? I would rather face a fire dragon than cook anymore. He fell on the chair and gasped for air. You can't do it, Luofei. John came over, rubbed Luofei's head, and messed up his hair. Didn't you promise to learn how to cook and cook it for Luna to taste? That's what I said, but... Luofu fell into a dilemma. At this time, another old lady leaned out of the kitchen and shouted to Newt and others. Leave it to me, it will be done right away. Buntoi, don't spoil Rolf, just let him do it on his own. Tina replied, he had to learn from you at that time, so he should stick to it. It's okay, it's the holiday today, let him take a rest. Newt's former assistant, Buntoi Broadacre, smiled and waved his hand, then returned to the kitchen to prepare the Christmas dishes. Then let me help too, I'm a professional. Jacob took off his coat and hung it aside, and ran to the kitchen excitedly. I'll let you try the high-end bread I make tonight. Don't mess it up, Jacob, you haven't made bread by yourself for a long time. Queenie warned with a smile. Then, she looked at Newt and said, who else are invited here tonight? Is it just us? Newt opened his mouth and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Queenie. Hey, is Flamel planning to come too? You also invited Dumbledore but he didn't reply. Queenie asked. Newt's words were stagnant, and he could only nod helplessly. Queenie, your innate legilimency has really not changed in decades. I can't help it. Queenie winked playfully. By the way, why doesn't Albus come? Professor Hicks asked curiously from the side. Isn't he not even the principal? He should have a lot of free time now. Well, Newt hesitated for a moment, glanced at Theseus, and said slowly, Albus is traveling around the world now. He did not tell his friends that Dumbledore was actually traveling with Grindelwald. Although after decades of baptism, their hostility towards Grindelwald has faded a lot. After all, some things cannot be smoothed over. Grindelwald did indeed commit a lot of evil during the global wizarding war. I am afraid that few people could have imagined that the 2 biggest enemies more than 50 years ago would turn into friends and travel together. But Newt knows something inside. The knot between Dumbledore and Grindelwald has indeed been resolved, but Dumbledore's sense of responsibility makes it impossible for him to completely let Grindelwald spread his ideas in the magical world. On the one hand, he does want to travel around the world with Grindelwald. On the other hand, he also needs to carefully examine whether Grindelwald has really given up on his idea of ruling the wizarding world and conquering the Muggle world. Moreover, Muggles are developing too fast, and conflicts with the wizarding world will break out on a large scale sooner or later. Some solutions can only be thought of by great wizards like Grindelwald who have worked hard for most of their lives. Dumbledore also needs to find some inspiration from Grindelwald. It can be said that the meaning of this trip is not pure. Dumbledore and Grindelwald both knew this, but they both also knew that at least they were happy, and that was enough. Newt sighed and shook his head slightly. Queenie seemed to understand something, and she was stunned for a moment, but then quickly changed the topic, letting everyone's attention turn to the chat. The reason why Dumbledore didn't come to the party was quickly ignored by old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Newt relaxed slightly. Queenie also needs to be witty. With his eloquence, he would definitely not be able to change the topic so naturally and quickly. At this moment, the green flames in the fireplace lit up again. Nico Flamel and his wife also came to Newt's house as scheduled and greeted everyone with a smile. Be careful, there is a step here, Mr. and Mrs. Flamel. As the only 2 young people on the scene, Rolf and John quickly took the initiative to greet them and helped the Flamel couple to the table. Thank you, Rolf and John. LeMay sat at the table and said to the 2 young people with a smile, you are as enthusiastic as your 2 grandfathers when they were young. Soon, everyone gathered around the round table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, as well as a lot of bread with various magical animal images made by Jacob. Newt and his old friends had a great time eating. After tea and dinner, they began to chat about the past. Speaking of which, have all the comrades at that time gathered together tonight? Theseus blushed a little as he drank, and his voice was a bit louder. Except for that guy Albus, is there anyone who hasn't come? It's probably just us, right? Jacob took a sip of the magic wine and made a strange cry of "ow," and then calmly continued. Who else was on the train to Berlin at that time? Oh, what is Mr. Kama doing now? Yusef has been ill recently, and it seems to be quite serious. Flamel said. He is currently hospitalized in the best hospital for magical illnesses and injuries in France. He probably won't be able to come here this time. Is that so? Theseus sighed. We are still old after all, and our health is not good anymore. In fact, it is not easy to say. More than 50 years have passed, and most of the friends from the global wizarding war are close to 100 years old. Even wizards live much longer than muggles, so they can be together again. It's also quite rare. Actually, there is another person here. Newt suddenly spoke and said softly, it's just that she can't sit with us now. Everyone was stunned and the room became quiet. Newt, who are you talking about? Theseus asked in confusion. Others also looked at Newt. It's Nagini. Newt sighed deeply. I found her by accident 3 or 4 years ago, but she has been completely controlled by the blood curse and cannot return to human form. I have been looking for a way to lift the blood curse in various places over the years, but there has been no progress. Did you find Nagini? Jacob exclaimed. I thought she was already. No, what kind of spell did you say she was controlled by? It's a blood curse. Queenie said softly. It was because of this curse that Nagini was able to turn into a snake. When the wildness caused by the blood curse completely engulfed her consciousness, she could never return to human form. Dumbledore can't eliminate this curse. Jacob was stunned. Dumbledore is not omnipotent, Jacob. Newt said, the problem of blood curse has troubled the wizarding world for thousands of years. I thought that Professor Dracula, who knows blood best, could do it. But he also said there was nothing he could do. At this time, Flamel suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Newt. No, Newt, it was just that Brad might not have been able to do anything at that time. Flamel chuckled. He definitely has something to do now. He looked at his wife, and Madame Flamel tacitly took out a thick book with a phoenix in relief from her bag. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Brad for a while. LeMay opened the book and turned to the front page with a smile on his face. It's better to call him over and help us cure him. Nagini's blood curse. Dracula was sitting on the sofa board, counting the petals of the flower on the windowsill. Although this realm of death has been transformed into the appearance of Hogwarts Castle, the boring and lonely atmosphere in it is very real. Dracula feels that if he continues to stay here, he may not be mentally normal. At this moment, he suddenly noticed some movement in a bronze mirror in his pocket. Nico, are you looking for me? He picked up the bronze mirror and saw the old face on the opposite side. I'm not in this world right now and I'm bored. Hey, can my Phoenix Relief book really connect to another realm? Flamel said in surprise. I thought you were in this world, so I used this book to contact you. What are you thinking? Of course your methods can't reach me across the world. Dracula curled his lips. I didn't close the door of the death hall. I'm ready to go back and have fun at any time. Well, that's a pity. Flamel smacked his lips regretfully. So you still have a lot of alchemical achievements that you haven't accomplished. Don't always think about why you have accomplished so much. Dracula said with a smile. I will keep the magic stone for you. Okay, have you been talking about the matter that I lent the Philosopher's Stone to Albus for so long 6 years ago? Flamel said with a smile. Don't worry, Perennial and I are ready to spend our whole lives dedicated to alchemy. That's pretty much it. Dracula nodded. By the way, what do you want to see me for this time? You don't seem to be in Paris right now. Well, isn't this the end of the war? I don't have to stay in the safe house all the time. Flamel said. Newt held a banquet to bring together our old friends from decades ago. What, are you planning to invite me to the party? Dracula asked. Certainly. Before Flamel could finish speaking, his wife couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted her husband's attempt to deceive others. Brad, don't listen to Nico's nonsense. Our banquet is almost over. Perennial walked behind Flamel and said to Dracula through the Phoenix Relief book, we invited you here because we want you to do me a favor. It's a good thing you're here, Perennial, otherwise I would have been deceived by this old guy Nico. Dracula glared at Flamel and drew a circle around him. At the same time, a dark moon suddenly appeared in Newt's house. Dracula's long legs stepped out from the dark moon, and walked up to Flamel in an instant, grabbing the Phoenix Relief book in his hand. It's time to upgrade. This crappy book of yours can't even cross the world. He nodded with his index finger on the cover of the book and chuckled softly. I know, I will improve in the future. Flamel smiled and shook his head. At this time, a young voice came from the other side of the banquet table. Wow, Professor Dracula, I haven't seen you in a long time. Dracula turned around and saw Rolf Scamander waving to him. It's been a while, indeed, Mr. Scamander. Dracula nodded and smiled at him. How is life at Hogwarts? Great. Luafa waved his fist excitedly, and my grades and knowledge of magical animals have also improved a lot. My grandma and Professor Hicks have no reason to call me back to Yinfamouni. After saying this, he realized that he had made a mistake. Popentina Scamander and Professor Eulalie Hicks both stared at him with straight faces, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Haha, Grandma, Professor Hicks, you eat first, I'll go chat with Professor Dracula for a while. Before he finished speaking, Luafu hurriedly escaped from the solemn banquet table and grabbed Dracula's sleeve to the other side of the room. Professor Dracula, the students miss you very much. Rolf whispered, how about you return to Hogwarts and drive Professor Snape away from the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts? Professor Snape teaches well, why should I drive him away? Dracula said with a half smile, he is now the vice principal. Is it possible that if he is not a professor, your points will not be deducted? Luafu's expression froze. It seems, that's really the case. He murmured. Stop holding on to such unrealistic illusions. Albus cannot let your Professor Snape leave his post. Dracula shrugged. Immediately, a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, you are about to graduate, and the next ones he will torture are your juniors. Don't you want your juniors to experience the feeling of being dominated by Snape? Luofu was stunned and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, but he quickly suppressed it. Professor, I am an upright Hufflepuff, and I would not do such a gloating thing, he said righteously. Ha, it's really yours. Dracula shook his head and sneered. Don't think I don't know. The Sorting Hat had no intention of sorting you into Hufflepuff when you first came here. Let's not talk about this for now. Let me introduce you. How is Hogwarts now? Oh, okay. Rolf said quickly. Professor Slughorn is now the potions professor and head of Slytherin, and Professor McGonagall has not given up the Transfiguration class even after becoming the headmaster. Regarding teaching, except for these two professors and Professor Snape, the positions of other professors have not changed much. As for the students, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger became the male and female student union presidents respectively. It is quite rare in the entire history of Hogwarts for students from the same house to occupy two positions of student union presidents. Of course Professor Snape disagreed and wanted to recommend Draco Malfoy as the president of the Boys' Student Union, but Malfoy declined the position for some unknown reason. In addition, Professor Slughorn supported Harry, so this matter was facilitated. After all, based on the performance of the two of them in the war, none of the students were dissatisfied. By the way, Quidditch has officially resumed. Both Ron and Ginny joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team and became excellent keepers and chasers. Luna became a Quidditch player, the narrator. Her commentary is always weird. Oh, also, Ron and Hermione are together, and Harry and Ginny are probably about the same. I also heard that Malfoy can no longer stand Pansy Parkinson, who still talks about pure bloodism, and recently had a relationship with a guy named Astoria Greengrass's 6th grade girls are close. Dracula listened quietly to Rove's introduction to the current situation of Hogwarts, and a gentle smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Very good, it seems your life is much more colorful than during the war. He chuckled. After all, the big mountain that was weighing on my head has been removed, and I feel a lot more relaxed mentally. Luafa nodded and said, although the war is over, the duel club has not stopped, and everyone is used to going out for activities every night. Now, several professors in charge of teaching take turns leading us in the duel. With the comparison of your previous devil training, we feel that Professor Snape's special training is not that difficult. Tisk, it seems like you guys are a little arrogant. Dracula raised his lips. In that case, I'll go back and say hello to Phileas and the others, and let them try harder. Rolf opened his eyes wide. No, Professor Dracula, I will become a sinner among the students of Hogwarts. Of course, Dracula would not do what Rolf wanted. He smiled happily, turned around and walked to Newt. Several witches, including Tina, Eulalie, and Buntoy, had already used housekeeping magic to clear the banquet table, and Newt placed the old-fashioned suitcase he had used for many years on the table. Why did you bring your zoo up all of a sudden? Dracula crossed his arms and asked in surprise, does this have anything to do with the help Nico asked me to do? That's right, Professor Dracula. Newt said, do you still remember the two big snakes you saw in the Albanian forest 4 years ago? One of the vipers is Nagini. She was originally a human, but due to the blood curse, she irreversibly turned into a viper. Oh, I remembered, Salazar's pet snake is still in your box. Dracula slapped his forehead and said belatedly, I understand, leave Nagini to me. It is actually not difficult for me to resolve the blood curse now, but the basilisk will probably have one fewer friend. After that, he took one step forward and jumped directly into Newt's open box. Newt was stunned for a moment, shook his head with a smile, and pulled Tina into the box with ease, followed by the others. In a deep cave in the box, the basilisk was leisurely taking a cold bath. Suddenly, a silver-haired figure appeared in front of it, looking at it with a smile but not a smile. The basilisk's huge body shook violently and subconsciously closed its big yellow eyes. Open your eyes and let me see how you are doing here, Dracula said. The basilisk shook its head desperately, as if determined not to open its eyes. Didn't you understand what I said? I said open your mouth. Dracula's tone was unmistakable. The basilisk had no choice but to open its eyes aggrievedly, allowing Dracula's legilimency to penetrate deep into its brain and check its memories of staying in the box over the past few years. Well, it seems like you're living quite well in Newt's box. Dracula chuckled. 2 runes, a horned water snake, and Nagini have all become yours. My friend, I didn't realize that you are still a social butterfly. Basilisk, after all, a snake has been locked up in a secret room for 1,000 years. Of course it has to make a few friends when it finally comes out. Very good, then I'm relieved. It's worthy of Salazar's trust. Dracula nodded, then you can play here by yourself, and I'll pry away one of your friends. Basilisk. The next moment, Dracula appeared next to Nagini. When Nagini saw a stranger, the indifferent snake boy immediately showed a vigilant look. However, when Dracula had a hint of death quietly emanating from him, her eyes immediately became submissive again. Blood curse. Tisk, the wizard who invented this curse is really a genius. His eyes were filled with red light as he observed the magical veins in Nagini's snake body and marveled. Newt, Tina, and others also came here at some unknown time, watching Dracula's movements quietly. Is there a way to fix it, Brad? Flamel asked softly. There is no problem. Dracula nodded and said, in fact, there was a chance to solve it before, but I was not sure. There are too many powers that can be used now, of course it can be solved. As he spoke, he raised his hand towards Nagini. A dazzling red light flashed, and all of Nagini's blood vessels and magic power appeared on the surface of the scales. An emotion called confusion gradually emerged in her originally devoid of human emotions, and this confusion gradually became humane, no longer as ignorant as a beast. The red light slowly dissipated. Dracula saw that the huge viper in front of him had completely disappeared, replaced by a beautiful Asian woman. Wearing a dark blue silk dress, with long black hair tied behind her head, she curled up weakly among the flowers in front of everyone. Professor Dracula, what are your plans next? In Newt's old house, Flamel asked Dracula with a smile. Well, it's almost time to go back to Dracula's castle to take a look. Dracula shrugged, if I don't go back, I don't know how Selena will scold me secretly. He turned his head and looked aside. Nagini had just woken up. Newt and his old friends were telling her about the changes in the magical world over the years, hoping that she could quickly adapt to the new life in a few decades. The two juniors, Rolf and John, didn't know Nagini, so they gathered around Dracula and Flamel and listened to their chatting. It's okay to go back and take a look. It's not easy for Serena to manage the castle by herself. Flamel nodded and said, and doesn't she want to change the status of the vampire family in the magical world? Vampires have done a lot in this war, and there should be a lot of changes. When Dracula returned to his castle, he found that the scene here seemed a little different from what he imagined. He originally thought that the vampire clan would continue to patrol their territory, infiltrate the surrounding Ministry of Magic, and taste various flavors of blood food as before, plain and boring. However, when I returned to Dracula's castle this time, I was greeted by a lively and joyful atmosphere, which was in sharp contrast to the lifeless dark-style architecture. Dracula. He casually grabbed a vampire and asked, are there any important events today? Or when will the vampire clan start celebrating Christmas? When the vampire saw Dracula, he was instantly frightened and turned into a bat. Meet Lord Dracula. Bat shouted, we vampires never celebrate Christmas, we just hold celebrations. Celebration ceremony. Dracula raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, why celebrate? Wasn't Voldemort dead for a long time? No, Lord Dracula is here. We have never paid much attention to the little character Voldemort. Bat shook his head, we are celebrating the start of filming. What did you say you were filming? Dracula was stunned for a moment, almost unable to believe his ears. We are filming a movie, sir. Bat said, you were not here before. In fact, Lord Alcatel and Lord Lorcandiz have already discussed the future development direction of the vampire family. That is to make vampires become entertainment and gradually be accepted by the public, thereby gradually erasing the stereotypes of us in the magical world. Dracula thought for a while before he remembered who Lorcandiz was. A mixed-race vampire singer who has a good reputation in the wizarding world. A few years ago, Dumbledore invited him to Hogwarts for the Halloween dinner and sang a song called By Your Side. Since Loken debuted in the magical world, he has always followed the cold and ascetic vampire style. His handsome appearance and sexy voice have been sought after by many witches. As his famous song, By Your Side has a strong vampire style. Judging from the song title, the English name of this song is OU, Your Neck, which is a pun, and its pronunciation is very similar to OU, By Your Side. It very vividly describes the seductive scene of a handsome vampire leaning over the young witch to kiss and nibble on the side of the neck, describing the vampire's eating as a seductive and harmless action. Because of this appealing depiction, this love song became a hit, ranking first on the Magic World Music Chart for 19 consecutive weeks. Its birth and popularity have greatly beautified the image of vampires in the minds of wizards. Loken and Serena felt that this entertainment method was very useful. Anyway, they were idle, and they were ready to let the vampire family embark on the road of making movies. So what movie are they going to make? Dracula asked with interest. I heard it was called The City of what? Lord Alcatel appointed Cedric Diggory as the male protagonist, and also called Diggory's girlfriend in the magical world as the female protagonist. He said it was to embody the relationship between wizards and wizards. Peaceful coexistence of vampires. Oh, by the way, Remus Lupin also agreed to bring the werewolves to participate in this movie, and by the way, he will help promote the werewolves as well. Listening to his men's introduction to the movie, Dracula raised his eyes and looked towards the center of the hall. Cedric and Cho Chang stood on a stage, smiling in front of a huge camera. Lorcan Demine stood beside them. They heard that this famous singer from the wizarding world was going to sing a song for the movie. Theme song. Lupin and several werewolves were standing on the side of the stage. Standing next to him seemed to be the best-selling author of The Hairy Nose, The Human Heart, who was preparing to publish a book specifically to promote the movie. Unknowingly, they, a minority group, also have great influence in the magical world. Dracula looked at this scene with a smile on his lips. After this vampire movie is produced, he plans to give the finished film as a gift to Nicholas Flamel. Flamel is a very loyal theater lover and often goes to the Paris Opera House to enjoy plays. Drama has fallen into decline in recent years, but the film industry is still booming. Giving the finished film to Flamel might help him develop a new hobby? In this way, there will always be some way to pass the time in a long life. Dracula did not interrupt the celebration and silently appeared in the castle's conference room. In front of the largest seat in the conference room, there are two brochures lying quietly on the table. They are the Code of Conduct for Highly Qualified Vampires and the United Minority Plan. He had read the previous Dracula, and now it had just improved a few key points, but the latter was a plan he had never seen before. He picked up the United Minority Plan from the table and saw the future of the minority groups in the magic world planned by Serena. Vampires and werewolves, as friendly allies, continue to weaken the stereotypes of the two groups in the magic world through entertainment means, and improve the treatment of high-quality vampires and werewolves in the magic world. At the same time, they are also preparing to unite with some friendly minority groups to form a minority federation, like the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. This group of arrogant and powerless guys were beaten up every once in a while by Serena and her vampire men. Now, Ronan, the former leader of the centaurs, couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to abdicate in favor of others. The newly appointed Patriarch Forenza is a rare moderate among the centaurs. He even personally held an astrology teaching position at Hogwarts. Selena was very satisfied with the current centaurs leader, so she invited him to join the Minority Federation to discuss the future of the minority groups. As for the merfolk race, they are just as annoying as the centaurs, especially the ugly ones in the cold waters. So Serena called for the mermaids from the warm waters, which are usually mermaids with long, beautiful hair. Mermaids in warm waters are gentler and easier to talk to. Serena likes them very much and promotes them as representatives of the entire mermaid clan. In addition, there are elves, giants, house elves, and other races, and they have all found representatives to join this federation. For example, Hagrid's younger brother Grop represents the giants, and Freeman represents the house elves. Compare. Of course, these populations have all kinds of problems, and Serena handles them quite well. Dracula closed the booklet with satisfaction, feeling more and more that his decision to let Selena manage Dracula's castle was a very wise one. Then, continue to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Harry, are you sure you want to become an Auror at the Ministry of Magic? After the graduation ceremony, sitting on the Thestral carriage leading to Hogsmeade Station for the last time, Hermione asked seriously. Yeah, I can't think of anything else I can do except Auror. Harry nodded. Don't say that, buddy, you are a war hero and the president of the Hogwarts Student Council. Ron said carelessly, every organization wants to recruit you now, even if it's to be a mascot. What are you talking about, Ron? Hermione glared at Ron angrily. How could Harry be a mascot? He was specially hired by the current director of the Auror office, Kingsley Shacklebolt. An Auror captain. Since you are also going to be an Auror, maybe you will be Harry's subordinate. Ron's face immediately dropped. Then, as if he thought of something, he became a little excited again, but there's nothing wrong with being Harry's subordinate, right? At least I won't be embarrassed by my superiors. I can't promise that I won't embarrass you, Ron. Harry smiled. The two people immediately started fighting together. Okay, you two have graduated and haven't looked like adult wizards yet. Hermione angrily pulled the two older children away, but the corners of her mouth raised unconsciously. Men are always 18, Hermione. Ron gasped and laughed. But we are only 18, Ron. Harry also smiled and leaned on the back seat of the carriage. The seats, which had a bit of the musty smell of rotten wood and damp smell, actually smelled a little good to the nose at this time, and it probably came more from the longing in my heart. By the way, Ginny and Luna both have 1 year left to graduate. Ron suddenly asked, Hermione, do you know what their plans are? If I remember correctly, Ginny should be your sister, Ron. Hermione curled her lips. But she is also Harry's girlfriend, and I don't see Harry knowing what she thinks. Ron said confidently. Ahem, Ron, actually I know. Harry coughed twice. Ginny's performance on the Quidditch team this year has been quite outstanding, and she has been selected by the Holyhead Harpies. She will immediately join the team and become a chaser after she graduates. Yes, it seems you are the only one who doesn't know about this, Ron. Hermione said with a smile. Ron's mouth opened in disbelief, and his eyes flicked back and forth between Harry and Hermione. Okay, you're isolating me, right? He said angrily, especially you, Hermione, I'm your boyfriend. We didn't mean to isolate you, Ron, you were just too careless. Hermione smiled. Stop laughing at Ron, Hermione, I feel like he's going to cry with anger. Harry also laughed happily. Ron, you really have to be more careful in the future. Okay, I understand. Ron said listlessly. What about Luna? What is she going to do in the future? Luna is going to look for traces of the scimitar-horned beast, bubble snout monster, and owl hook in the magical world. Hermione's expression was a little weird. She doesn't even want to believe that Rolf and his grandfather Mr. Scamander's judgment. So I thought she would be a fairy tale novelist rather than a magi zoologist. Hey, that's all. Which carriage is Roof in? Harry asked. I don't think I saw him after the graduation ceremony. Have you forgotten, Harry? Although Rolf has stayed at Hogwarts for 5 or 6 years, he is only a lone student. Hermione said. He has to return to Ynfalman immediately through the Portkea. Attend the graduation ceremony over there. Both Dumbledore and Professor Dracula are not at the school, and no one can make the door key to teleport directly to America, so he probably has to change modes of transportation several times along the way. Before I knew it, Hogsmeade Station had arrived. The three of them took one last look at the carriage they had been riding for 7 years, and then looked back at the vast Black Lake and the castle standing in the sun at the end of the Black Lake. All the students fell silent in unison. I don't know how long it took, but the whistle of the Hogwarts Express brought the graduating students back from their nostalgia for the past 7 years. The bus was about to start, and the bus captain kept urging everyone to get on the bus. The students turned around and boarded the train as before, looking for free carriages. What was different from usual was that their luggage had already been packed up by the house elves at Hogwarts and sent to the carriage. This might be their last ride on the Hogwarts Express. Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed into a carriage a little lonely, opened the door of a private room, and unexpectedly discovered that a student with light blonde hair was already sitting in the carriage. How come I can meet you three everywhere? Draco Malfoy raised his head and said nonchalantly, why, do you want to come in and sit down? We don't want to sit in a private room with you, Ron said reflexively. Then please do it, I don't want to welcome you here. Draco sneered. Ron wanted to retort, but saw that Harry had already walked over and sat next to Draco. Harry, how did you? Before he could finish speaking, he was pulled by Hermione and sat across from Draco. Malfoy, why didn't you see your two followers today? Harry hesitated for a long time before asking slowly. Follower? You mean Crabbe and Goyle? Draco laughed disdainfully. Since my father openly took refuge with Professor Dracula, I parted ways with them. They looked down on families like us who betrayed the Dark Lord, so they took refuge in Theodore Not. Didn't you see that? But I know that both Crabbe and Goyle's fathers were captured in Azkaban. Hermione suddenly interrupted. I don't believe they didn't come to you again to plead for mercy. After all, you were friends, right? Friends. Draco sneered. I regard them as friends and want to reconcile with them, but these two idiots actually thought that it was my father's betrayal that led to the Dark Lord's failure. Oh, they never thought that as long as Professor Dracula is here, the Dark Lord will not be able to win no matter what. Harry and the three fell silent. They found that Draco Malfoy had changed a lot from before. The Slytherin's prominent bag now seemed to have recognized the reality. He seemed to have grown up suddenly in the past 2 years. I still want to know why you gave me the position of president of the Boys' Student Union at that time. Harry was silent for a long time and finally said slowly, give it to you? You're thinking too much, Potter. Draco said, I didn't plan to enter the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Naturally, the position of president of the student union is of no use to me. Unfortunately, I don't have Quidditch talent like you. Several professional Quidditch teams I interviewed with didn't agree with me becoming their seeker. The fiercely competitive professional Quidditch field is not what Hogwarts used to be, a petty quarrel between colleges. So after all, I relied on my father's relationship to prepare to work in the International Magic Exchange and Cooperation Department. I still regret giving up the position of student union president to you. Harry froze in place. He never thought that Malfoy gave up the position of student union president for this reason. He struggled with this matter for a whole year, and finally got the answer on the day of graduation. Then I hope you have really changed your ways, Malfoy. Hermione nodded first and said seriously, we will be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me. The year 2001 was the 4th year after the death of Voldemort and the 3rd year after the graduation of the famous Harry Potter. Hold your wands tight. You are holding a weapon that can save your life and property, not a spoon. In the training ground of the Auror office, Harry shouted loudly to the new Aurors. He became the captain of the Auror team directly after graduation. He was still a little unfamiliar and guilty at first. There were many wizards under his command who had more seniority than him. They often talked privately that the captain got the position through the back door because of his fame. Now 3 years have passed, and Harry has gradually become more proficient from being unfamiliar with it. He found that being an Auror captain was not much different from being the captain of the Quidditch team. As long as he gained enough authority through his hard power and resolute attitude, he could convince the team members. Coincidentally, his dueling ability, which has ranked first in the dueling club for many years, makes him lack the most hard power. 3 years later, Harry led the team on many missions and gradually became the most convincing Auror team leader in the Auror office. Harry, is it really necessary to train so rigorously? After the training, Ron rubbed his sore arms and walked up to Harry, whispering, you are almost as good as Professor Dracula. The devil trained. It's abnormal not to catch up with Professor Dracula's training. Harry said sternly, at that time, we were still students and had to receive that level of training. But now you have become a for Aurors who walk between life and death at any time. The amount of training must be increased several times to be considered normal. I didn't say it was abnormal, but the war is long over now. Ron said, the few times we went on missions, we encountered those dark wizards who were making small fuss. Maybe we call them black wizards. Even wizards praise them. I can handle such a simple task by myself. But we can't guarantee that there will be no war in the future. Harry shook his head. What if another Voldemort suddenly appears in a few years? Not every great wizard is as innocuous as Dumbledore and Professor Dracula. Ambition. Ron smacked his lips, still a little disapproving. As you said, we still have Dumbledore and Professor Dracula. Even if Voldemort appears again, it seems that he won't be able to stir up any trouble. Wes's visitor is as stupid as ever. At this moment, a voice interrupted Ron. Ron turned his head angrily and saw Draco Malfoy, a man with light blonde hair, arriving outside the training ground at some point and looking at him with disdain. Malfoy, are you looking for trouble? Ron clenched his fists and stepped forward. This is the territory of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Why do you, a member of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation, come in? Why can't I come in? Draco raised his chin. You clearly know that I am in the International Magical Law Office, and it is normal for me to come here to communicate with Director Scrimgeour. Then you shouldn't come to the training ground in the Auror office and act wild. Ron glared at him. I don't have the habit of going around to watch your performances, Draco sneered. I just heard some stupid remarks and couldn't help but come to see who made them. You. Ron raised his fist and was about to rush forward, but Harry held him back. Ron, don't be impulsive. Then, Harry looked at Draco, with some anger in his eyes. His girlfriend and best friend were both from the Weasley family, and he regarded the Wesleys as his elders. Of course, he could not allow Malfoy to provoke them. Malfoy, can't the busy work of the International Magical Law Office shut your mouth? Harry asked, or are you planning to leave the core work of the Cooperation Department and transfer to the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards to be a lucky things? I did a good job in the International Magical Law Office, why should I be transferred to a useless department? Draco squinted his eyes and said to Ron, it's Wes who can't stand the Auror training. It's better to work as a clerk for your two brothers, it will be easy. That's enough, Malfoy. Harry's tone also became colder, please get out of the way, we are about to get off work. At this moment, two beautiful witches suddenly walked out of the elevator door and walked hand in hand to the corridor on the floor of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. One of the brown-haired, neatly dressed witches rolled her eyes unconsciously when she saw Harry, Ron, and Draco confronting each other. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy, she pursed her lips and said seriously, you are already at work, can you please stop being like you did in school, doing nothing but bickering all day long? Hermione, he was definitely the one who started the trouble this time. Ron shouted aggrievedly, we just finished training and he suddenly came over with a strange look. So what, is the assistant minister going to seek justice for your little boyfriend? Draco still had no intention of repenting and said in a sinister tone. However, the next moment, his expression changed. Draco saw a blonde witch crossing her arms and walking out from behind Hermione with a half-smile. Astoria, listen to my explanation. Seeing the person coming, Draco's confident attitude disappeared immediately, and he stammered, I just want to remind them of something. Then why can't you remind me in a weird way? Astoria Greengrass raised her eyebrows, don't you know that this will cause conflicts? Draco, I suggest you apologize to Mr. Weiss. But, have you forgotten what you promised me before? Astoria said with a serious face, no more prejudice, no more discrimination, and a new concept of pure blood. Draco's tone was stagnant, but he finally lowered his head. Okay, it's up to you. He looked at Ron, sorry, come on Wes, it was my problem just now. Ron stared at him in disbelief, speechless for a while. Oh my god, Draco Malfoy actually apologized? They have known each other for 10 years, and this is the first time they have heard an apology from him? Ron, why are you standing there? Hermione reminded him from the side when she saw that he had not moved. Oh, I accept your apology. Ron also stammered. He still felt as if he was in a dream. Just because of this girl's words, the old enemies for so many years reconciled with each other? Astoria, I'm actually a little curious, when did you two get together? Hermione blinked and asked curiously, I always thought you and he were not the same kind of people. Although Astoria Greengrass is a pure-blood witch from the Greengrass family, she is extremely special. She has never discriminated against muggles and muggle wizards, and instead gets along very happily with them. She was one of the few classmates of Hermione who was willing to chat with her in Slytherin. After graduation, they both worked in the Ministry of Magic, and the two gradually became friends. Actually, Draco has improved a lot compared to when he was in school. Astoria shook her head, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy didn't allow Draco to date me because they found out about me sympathizing with muggles. But Draco stood firmly opposite his parents. It was the first time in his life that he disobeyed his parents' will. I was really touched. At that time, Draco was a complete mess. Astoria glanced at Draco with a smile, and Draco's pale face turned red. Okay, what news did you get from the ministry? I'm a little curious too. Astoria said. Actually I don't know if it's a big deal. Under Astoria's inquiry, Draco stopped talking in circles and told directly, we received news that Durmstrangs we are preparing to launch some actions against the Muggle community. He glanced at Ron, that's why I said, Wes's comments are simply stupid. Speak properly and don't stir up trouble. Astoria patted Draco's arm. Ron looked at him angrily, but couldn't refute. They all know that the current principal of Durmstrang is Grindelwald, the most famous Dark Lord of the generation half a century ago. He is probably more dangerous to the wizarding world than Voldemort. After all, no matter how overestimated Voldemort is, he is just a small-scale terrorist in Europe, but at his peak, Grindelwald had a terrifying number of 100,000 believers around the world. I really don't understand why Professor Dracula and Dumbledore allowed such a dangerous guy to be the principal of a magic school. Ron muttered. Maybe they have already made a decision. Harry hesitated. I seem to have heard that Grindelwald also helped Dumbledore a lot in the last moments of dealing with Voldemort. Yes, I have heard about it too. Hermione nodded and interjected, because I am what some people call a mudblood, so I am very aware of the speed of development in the Muggle world. As she said that, she glanced at Draco, who looked away unnaturally. The Muggle world is developing too fast. Whether it is Professor Dracula, Dumbledore, or Grindelwald, they all expected this and believed that the magical world cannot sit still and wait for death. It's just that Grindelwald's ideas half a century ago were too radical, so he clashed with Dumbledore. I asked Nico Flamel for advice a while ago. Not only did he never reject Muggle technology, he even analyzed various Muggle technological products and completed many magical deconstructions. He is here he can do better than Mr. Violet at all. That is, how can my father compare with Nico Flamel? Ron scratched his head, and then suddenly froze. Wait, Hermione, can you still contact Nico Flamel? He live in seclusion for a long time and only old friends can see him. This is true in theory, but I worked hard to obtain Mr. Flamel's bronze mirror. Hermione raised her chin proudly. Now I can contact Flamel at any time through the Phoenix Relief book. Hermione, you actually joined Flamel's Phoenix book. Harry said in surprise. I heard that the only wizards who can join it are famous, outstanding, and recognized by Flamel. Potter, I guess you may still be a little bit confused. Astoria suddenly said, in fact, you two have already met the two conditions of being famous and outstanding enough. She smiled and said, as for whether you are recognized by Flamel, I think if you take the initiative to contact Flamel, he will also recognize you war heroes. Harry smiled shyly and shook his head slightly. We actually didn't do anything. It was Dumbledore and Professor Dracula who defeated Voldemort. He said, since they did not object to Grindelwald continuing to serve as the principal of Durmstrang, then I don't think we need to worry too much. Then, he looked at Ron and joked, of course, in order to be prepared, the Auror training intensity still needs to be increased. Okay, I understand. Ron raised his hands to cover his face. After Draco and Astoria left, Harry, Ron and Hermione walked towards the fireplace corridor of the Ministry of Magic Hall. Where are we going to have dinner today? Harry asked with a smile. Do you want to go to the Burrow or the Black House? Sirius heard that Kreaker had regained his cooking skills and now uses housework magic. Very good. No, I think we should go back to the Burrow for dinner. Ron said, I don't really believe that Kreaker can make delicious food. Why not let Mom cook it for us? I guess you have other ideas, Ron. Hermione glanced at him. Don't you usually like to go home for dinner? As expected, I can't hide it from you, Hermione. Ron said dejectedly, it's just that Malfoy just mentioned that I can help Fred and George open a joke shop. I thought about it. The workshop is so busy now, the two of them must be too busy, right? I'm going to go back and discuss it with them. I think you just want to avoid Auror training, Ron. Harry said with a smile, I've already said that there is no need to discuss increasing the amount of training. Ahem, how can you say it's an escape? Ron said seriously, I just thought of a few good joke ideas. This is called independent career choice, do you understand? Harry and Hermione laughed simultaneously. It's good. Fred and George seem to be opening a branch of Weiss's Wizarding Wheezes in Hogsmeade. Then you can sell more to the little wizards over there. Harry said cheerfully, Filch may have suffered a lot. Speaking of Hogsmeade, Harry. Hermione rolled her eyes at the two of them and then said, Professor McGonagall contacted me through the Ministry of Magic a few days ago and wants you to return to Hogwarts to help the young wizards. Do you have any ideas about taking some defense against the dark arts classes? Harry stopped, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. The current defense against the dark arts professor seems to be Snape, he asked softly. Yes, Professor Snape is now the vice principal of Hogwarts. Hermione nodded. In that case, why not go? Harry said softly, speaking of which, I haven't seen Professor Snape for a long time. I misunderstood him for 5 years, but I didn't expect him to be such a brave person. Being an undercover agent is indeed brave. Ron added silently, but I will remember him for his arbitrary points deductions. Ha 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 ha. Harry laughed happily. Yes, I have to avenge the revenge back then. I have to show the new little wizards what the real defense against the dark arts is. While laughing, the three of them stepped into the fireplace in the corridor. The Burrow. On an extraordinary large ship, an old witch wearing a dark green wizard's dress stood gracefully on the deck near the bow of the ship. The ship had a strange, skeletal appearance, as if it were the remains of a newly raised shipwreck, and the portholes shone with a dim, foggy light that looked like ghostly eyes. Master, have you really given up on conquering the Muggle world? The witch asked softly. How many times have I told you, Vader, just call me principal? An old man with white hair turned around from the bow of the boat and smiled at the witch. His smile looks particularly unruly, but it also reveals a gentleness of emotion, which seems to bring peace to people's souls. Yes, Grindelwald. Principal. Vader Roger nodded hesitantly. Grindelwald smiled with satisfaction and turned around again to look at the endless sea. You don't understand. Having lost the opportunity half a century ago, wizards will no longer have any advantage against muggles. He sighed and moved his eyes to the sea under the side of the ship. On the rolling sea, a picture vaguely emerged, and then it was reflected in Grindelwald's blue-eyed child as deep as the sea. It was an extremely prosperous world, with colorful and dazzling lights everywhere. Countless huge billboards occupied every side of the tall buildings, and many holographic images were projected over the city. The crisscrossing roads cover every corner that is not occupied by high-rise buildings, connecting the dazzling buildings together. Most of the cars on the roads are flashing with flashy lights, which is dazzling. In that world, the Muggle Academy of Science has developed a brand new technology that will be able to detect traces of magic. In the past few decades, Muggles have developed too fast. They are no longer what we saw back then. Grindelwald looked at the image on the sea and said slowly, they have a sufficient population and advanced weapons, so much so that even daily life is faster than the magical world. Sometimes even I am confused. Will we use magic, or Muggles will use magic? Those weapons of mass destruction can even threaten me. But we have the Imperious Curse, Vader said. We can control the Muggle leaders and gradually control the Muggle world through infiltration. It's not that simple. Grindelwald shook his head. After all, the Imperious Curse is not omnipotent. If those Muggle leaders make too many unbelievable decisions, they will still be discovered. In addition, there are too many of them. Even if all the wizards who are proficient in using the Imperious Curse are used, how many Muggles can they control? What's more, these outstanding wizards may not necessarily be on our side. But why? Isn't this for the greater benefit of the magic world? Vader felt a little confused. No, as the number of Muggles continues to increase, the proportion of Muggle wizards in the magical world is also constantly increasing. Grindelwald said, they stayed in the Muggle world for 11 years before coming to the magical world. Many family members and friends are there. These people won't let us start a war against Muggles, let alone a pro-Muggle pureblood like Wes. If we want a war, we are bound to experience a more turbulent civil war than half a century ago, and I have no chance of winning. This is also the reason why Dumbledore and Dracula agreed to let me be the principal. They knowing there's nothing I can do. Wada was startled and slowly lowered his head. So is this why you added the subject of rune transformation of Muggle technology at Durmstrang? She asked in a low voice. That's right, since we can't defeat them, we can only learn their techniques. Grindelwald stroked the white hair on his forehead that was blown by the sea breeze, nodded and said, those Muggle-born students don't want to go back enjoy life? Then let them. Bring more advanced technology over, penetrate into all walks of life of Muggles, and covertly influence their public opinions and policies. After magical transformation, Muggle technology will be carried forward in the magical world. Vita Roger's eyes were a little complicated. After so many years, she has changed from a young witch in her 20s and 30s to an old witch who is now nearly 100 years old. She has always believed that wizards are superior to others and Muggles are powerless. However, now, she discovered that Lord Grindelwald, whom she followed, had changed his views on Muggles first. Vita, I know what you are thinking. Grindelwald didn't even turn his head, already guessing the psychology of his loyal believer. I did look down on Muggles before, and I didn't want the wizarding world to hide like mice. Dark place. But times have changed now. We can no longer look at the problem from the previous perspective. We have to admit that with the current productivity of Muggles, they can create more value than wizards. In addition, when we have no chance of winning, clinging to the previous concepts will only make the magic world go downhill. Grindelwald turned around and stared into Vader Rosier's eyes with his sea blue eyes. Vader, sometimes we need to compromise for the greatest benefit. After hearing the words the greatest benefit, Vital Rosier finally came back to his senses, and his eyes became firm again. Grindelwald. Headmaster, since we don't plan to have a head-on conflict with the Muggles, are we still going to continue to live in this corner of the wizarding world? She asked, and you said that the Muggles may be in trouble in a few years. Use their technology to detect magic. Yes, this is indeed a bit troublesome. Grindelwald smiled and looked up at the sky, so we need a little help. That guy should be here soon. Vader Rosier raised his head in confusion and looked at where Grindelwald's eyes were pointing. The bright sky seemed to suddenly darken, and a dark moon appeared in midair. Immediately afterwards, a silver-haired Dracula slowly walked out of the dark moon and smiled at Grindelwald who was standing on the bow of the ship. Have you finally decided? He asked with interest. Albus and I have already discussed this. This should be the best solution. Grindelwald nodded and said, first establish a pilot near Durmstrang. If the effect is good, we will promote this method to the entire magic world.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.